This is the continent of Shenzhou, a world of martial arts. Here, everyone practices martial arts. That day, in the gym of Tenana High School in Thashchichu, this young man suddenly woke up in a corner of the room. He was extremely confused, not understanding what was happening. What is this? An illusion or a reflection? Lam Tiu thought to himself, but realized that everything was wrong. He saw a male student practicing martial arts under the supervision of a teacher, surrounded by classmates in martial arts uniforms. This place felt too familiar, even though he could not immediately recognize where it was, until Lam Tiu accidentally walked past a mirror and saw his 57-year-old face. So it is a rebirth. He has been reborn at the age of 17. In his previous life, Lam Tiu was the top of the human realm, knowing all the heroes of the world. Not even the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns of the heavenly realm could impress him. However, he was betrayed by a despicable person, leading to his tragic death and failing to save the girl he loved. Lam Tiu never thought he would have the chance for rebirth. But if fate has given him another life, he will definitely make the traitor pay in this lifetime. Lam Tiu stood up straight and tried to use his internal energy. The divine technique had reached a level of self-circulation, activating his bloodline and physical condition. It seemed that what he gained in his past life would serve as a solid foundation to advance quickly in this life. Just then, the teacher called the next person for testing. Athun. Lam Tiu was astonished. She was the girl he loved in his past life, and he did not expect to meet her again right after being reborn. Athun conducted the test quickly, her punch exerting a force of 166 kilograms, scoring full points. Everyone below marveled, saying Athun truly deserved to be the school goddess, showing such strength even in 10th grade, setting a new record. And whether in martial arts talent or appearance, she was at the top. Lam Tiu wanted to rush to Athun immediately, but in his haste to push everyone aside, he accidentally bumped into another female student named Athun. Seeing this girl about to explode with anger, Lam Tiu darkened his face and quickly let go. Sorry. I meant it was just a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Athun naturally did not believe him and took out her weapon, a whip, swinging it straight at Lam Tiu. He dodged while shouting, Athun. I apologized. Is not that enough? Sorry. Just saying sorry after taking advantage of me is enough. Fine. Then I will beat you up and then say sorry. Seeing the situation getting tense, Athun rushed in to stop Athun, but looking into her unfamiliar eyes, Lam Tiu remembered that Athun still did not know him, and now it was his turn for the test. Standing in front of the testing device, Lam Tiu began to hesitate, wondering how much strength he should use. If he was too weak, he would not impress the goddess Athun, but if he used too much strength, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Over here, Athun was openly criticizing him, saying that with Lam Tiu's skinny frame, it would be difficult for him to even hit 40 kilograms. Hurry up and hit. Do not pretend anymore. Can you speed it up? Don't waste other people's time. Thinking you are some kind of goddess or something. The students behind started urging, and Lam Tiu decided to throw a punch with 50 kilograms of force. But he could not control himself and ended up hitting with 700 kilograms of force. This left everyone present stunned. Just after finishing the test, Lam Tiu received a message from his older brother. His heart sank. Right. His brother was still around. But on the very day of this physical test in his past life, he had left home and made a foolish decision. This time, Lam Tiu could not let that happen again. He had to find out what happened that day. He could not let his brother drift away again. With that thought, Lam Tiu hurried off, leaving Athun stamping her feet in frustration behind him. Meanwhile, Athun was deep in thought as he observed the testing equipment. Just one punch from Lam Tiu had broken it, leading to the cancellation of the rest of the test. Such strength is truly not from an ordinary person. Lam Tiu raced home, and when he opened the door and saw his brother still there, he finally relaxed and rushed to hug Lam Hein. Brother, I miss you so much. Lam Hein was a bit surprised and asked what had happened to his younger brother, but Lam Tiu did not answer, instead bombarding him with questions. Is everything okay with you? What could possibly happen to you? What is wrong with you today? Lam Hein said, suddenly recalling something, and his expression changed immediately. This brat. Did you fail the test again? Lam Hein's face fell, but he quickly composed himself, reassuring his brother that maybe this was just their fate, then told him to wash up for dinner, and that they could just live a normal life without pushing themselves to train hard. Brother, I was in a hurry coming back, but it should be fine. I will probably get my acceptance letter from a top school soon, Lam Tiu said. Lam Hein's mood was like a roller coaster, going up and down, but after hearing his brother recount the situation at the evaluation today, he finally managed to relax his facial muscles a bit. The Landrum family would have someone to rely on in the future. Brother, you are the only family I have in this world. No matter how hard life gets, we have to face it together. During dinner, Lam Tiu kept emphasizing this, fearing that his brother would repeat the tragedy of the past. At this point, Lum Hyena's face fell again. Although Lum Tu passing was a good thing, it made him feel like he had become a burden to his brother. Lum Tu's legs were crippled, and now he could only sit in a wheelchair. Before, he could not even keep the only martial arts school his father left for them. So now Lam Hyen felt even more like a useless person, always dragging down his brother. His brother's words made Lam Tu unconsciously remember that fateful day, when he was younger and those bastards came to take away the martial arts school. The anger inside Lam Tu flared up. You swear you will get back what belongs to them soon. Moreover, you also said you have found a way for Lam Hyen's legs to recover. It might only take about half a year. Brother, here's the thing. So you definitely should not think about running away. I am here for you. Like being read by his younger brother. Lam Hyen's expression seemed unnatural. Lam Tu, I know you are trying to comfort me. But before he could finish his sentence, loud insults suddenly echoed from outside the door. Lam Hyen, you useless piece of trash. Come out here now. Just as Lam Tu was about to push his brother aside to see who was causing trouble, the door was kicked open. It is like Lam Hyen's girlfriend, next to Du Dae Kwang, the son of a wealthy family. Lam Hyen, I have found my true love. Let us break up, like Q declared shamelessly. And Lam Tu suddenly realized something. In his previous life, was it because he came home late, leaving his brother alone, that this couple came to humiliate him? That is why he thought like that. Q, so your true love is this idiot. We have had feelings for so many years. Are you really breaking up with me because of him? Like Q still showed no signs of shame. She signaled Du Dae Kwang, who then threw a wad of cash at Lam Hyen, saying it was Like Q's breakup fee for a cripple like him. After that, Like Q showcased her brand new waist bag, claiming she could see so much money thanks to Du Dae Kwang, and Lang Yin, even after being together for years, had never done anything worthwhile for her. You cripple. How does it feel to be hit by money? Du Dae Kwang stepped forward a few steps, slapping Lam Hyen's face. I am not a cripple, Lam Hyen shouted, then pointed at Like Q's face. Declare it. Like Q. We are breaking up starting today. Get lost. I do not want to see you again. Before Like Q could say anything, Du Dae Kwang was enraged by his words. He kicked Lam Hyen's wheelchair and then wanted to beat him up, calling it a lesson for Lam Hyen to understand society. I have money. Your father is nothing. However, before Du Dae Kwang could bring his foot down, Lam Tu stopped him. He kicked straight into the back of his ankle, causing the rogue to fall backward, then delivered a kick straight to his face. Du Dae Kwang tasted blood in his throat, not even knowing if he lost a tooth, but he still kept his mouth shut, immediately calling the Lam brothers a bunch of mixed breeds. Lam Tu showed no mercy and kicked Du Dae Kwang in the face again. His foot pressed hard against Du Dae Kwang's face, making it impossible for him to speak. Seeing her golden boyfriend being treated this way, Like Q rushed over. She saw Lam Tu cracking his knuckles but could not believe he dared to hit a woman. To her surprise, Lam Tu really did hit her. A punch from him landed squarely on Like Q's face, knocking her unsteadily backward. You are not a man. Like Q was in shock. You are not human anymore. And yet you are hitting women. I do not hit women. But I just hit a shameless, thick-skinned harlot who betrayed me, and then had the audacity to show off at someone else's door, lacking even a shred of decency as a woman. It is truly disgusting, Lam Tu shouted loudly, using more force to stomp on Du Dae Kwang's face, making him scream and switch from calling him little mixed breed to big bro immediately. Lam Tu threatened him, saying he must never act cocky in front of the two cousins again, and he should never call Lam Hyen a cripple if there is a next time. He promised to make sure he could not sit steadily in a wheelchair. I know. Big hero. Please have mercy and spare my life. Du Dae Kwang quickly said. Now get lost. Living only makes you a filthy eyesore. Lam Tu kicked him again, causing Du Dae Kwang to roll like a ball on the ground. He initially did not want to spare this couple of idiots, but aside from landing a few hits, he could not do anything else. His strength was not enough yet. If he caused too much trouble, he feared it would draw unwanted attention. Then he turned around and saw Lam Hyen's sad face. He originally thought his brother would stop him from teaching those two a lesson. But surprisingly, Lam Hyen remained silent throughout. He had endured his whole life. And today, with his brother taking action, he did not want to hold back anymore. Thank you. Little bro, Lam Hyen sighed deeply. In fact, he had long known Luk Hyu's temperament. Moreover, since the incident with her leg, she had never come to visit Lam Hyen. But this foolish guy even sold his favorite martial arts equipment to buy her a necklace. And yet, turning around, he could not compare to a bald guy who bought her a 30,000 yuan handbag, and even loudly criticized him as a cripple. This was a significant blow to Lam Hyen, making Lam Tu even more certain that Luk Hyu was the reason Lam Hyen ended his life in his previous life. Big bro. Trust me. I have a way to heal your leg. Just give me a little time, Lam Tu reaffirmed once again. He was not joking. As long as he reached the peak of the third stage of strength, he could start refining pills in his mind. He had all the recipes for ancient celestial pills. Refining a pill to heal his older brother's leg was not an issue. All right. Finally, Lam Heen's spirit has lifted a bit. He will wait for that day. And then the Lam brothers will dominate the world together. With Lam Heen like this, Lam Tu could finally relax a bit. His mindset had improved. But that did not mean he would spare those who caused his brother's death in his previous life. After all, he was the Celestial Emperor, and paybacks were necessary. Meanwhile, after Lo Qiu helped Du Daequang into the car, he immediately pulled out his phone to call someone. He could not swallow the humiliation of being beaten by a student like Lam Tu, so he requested many martial artists, at least from the second stage upward. Tonight he wanted to make the Lam brothers disappear from this world. Let us keep it reasonable. One life is 1 million, the person on the other side cheerfully replied. Daequang, maybe it is better to drop it. A murder case could happen, Lo Qiu anxiously said. Can't you see that I am worried about whether a murder case will happen? What is wrong? Are you still reluctant to part with that cripple? Du Daequang shouted loudly. Lo Qiu quickly waved her hands. I am just afraid that Officer Voodoo will find us out by then. Daequang, I am just thinking about you. Do you think they can find us? Do you think that 2 million is a waste? Just wait and see. Tomorrow there will be news about the Lin family brothers meeting a tragic end at home. That is the consequence of crossing me. Du Daequang. That night, as Lam Tu was getting ready to take a shower, he heard a knock on the door. Lam Heen was leisurely reading, so he went to open the door himself. Lam Tu guessed it was someone sent by Du Daequang to take revenge. After all, a newly rich family would have some dark connections. After how he treated him earlier, it was hard to believe he would not come for revenge. You came at the right time. I was just hoping you would not make it back. Lam Tu swung the gate open with a fierce expression and said, who would have thought it would be Ha Than and Ha Than outside? He quickly tried to explain. What are you two doing here? Sorry. I thought some lowly beggars were here asking for money again. Ha Than suddenly bowed down and said she brought her sister to apologize, because this afternoon Ha Than had attacked him. After all, Lam Tu was a hidden expert, and she did not want her sister to offend him. As for Ha Than, she stubbornly refused to say sorry. After all, Lam Tu was the one who had been rude first. Lam Tu stared intensely at Than. In his previous life, due to the death of his elder brother, he fell deeper and deeper into decline, his temperament becoming extreme. Only obsessed with cultivation and forgetting those around him. Ha Than had also lost her life because of him in the previous life. She was always the one who made Lam Tu feel the most guilty. So seeing her again now made his feelings very complicated. By the time he realized what he was doing, his hand had somehow reached up to touch Ha Than's face. I will absolutely not let anything happen to you in this life. That was something he said unconsciously. Ha Than, seeing this, got furious and pulled out her whip to attack again. What a bastard. My sister had good intentions to apologize. And you dare to tease her. It seems I have to break your legs today. At that moment, Lam Tu finally came to his senses and quickly dodged to the side. Sorry. My earlier mistake was because I was reminded of an old acquaintance. I won't hold today's incident against you. After all, I was the one at fault first. Ha Than breathed a sigh of relief. All right then. If there is nothing else, we will be leaving now. She quickly pulled Ha Than away, not wanting Lam Tu to see her face turning red from embarrassment. But just then, Lam Tu called out for them to stop, saying he wanted to personally see them off. He had sensed someone lurking around here earlier. As expected, Du Daequang had made a move. It would be better to take care of them a bit further from home to avoid worrying Lam Heen. He announced loudly to Lam Heen that he was going out for a bit, then personally escorted the Hai sisters home. Along the way, Ha Than and Lam Tu hit it off in conversation, which made her sister Ha Than very jealous. After leading them for a long way, Lam Tu finally stopped, waiting until they were out of sight. He turned back to the bushes behind him and said, You guys have been following me for a while now. Should not you show yourselves? The trees rustled a bit, and then a few tough-looking guys appeared, each armed. Are you Lam Tu? Someone offered us 1 million to take you out. Sacrificing your life and your brothers for that amount might just make this deal a loss. Lam Tu laughed. The scar-faced guy with pink hair leading the charge was furious at his cockiness. Besides, he was a second-tier powerhouse, confident he would not lose to Lam Tu. Plus, the knife in his hand was a weapon, not just any ordinary knife. With such advantages, this thug decided to attack first. If he wanted Lam Tu to die here, he would better show he had the skills for it. Lam Tu fought back fiercely. The important thing was that he could directly clash with the thug's knife using only his fists. He was pushed back by Lam Tu's strike, revealing a look of fear. You are a third-tier powerhouse, And you even have protective energy around you. Lam Tiu sneered. If you already know I am a third tier, then why not get lost? But if you have set your mind to kill me, then I won't hesitate to wipe out scum like you. The thugs were so scared they almost wet their pants. Only someone with third-tier power or higher could generate protective energy like Lam Tiu's. But people like that were usually masters. Not just some ordinary high school student. Are you going to fight or not? If you do not come at me, then I will make the first move, Lam Tiu urged impatiently. Why were these thugs so hesitant to fight if they were going to confront a third-tier master just for 2 million? It was like standing in front of a nuclear missile for a bit of mosquito meat. The leader knew he had stepped into a fire ant's nest. That powerhouse was like digging a grave for them. So if he got out this time, he had to come back and settle the score. However, with Lam Tiu standing in front of them, it was hard for them to leave now. After all, he was not just a paper tiger. Seeing Lam Tiu's serious demeanor, the thugs trembled even more. What do you want to do? I will take action against you. Just do not hurt my brothers. Lam Tiu scoffed, considering their lives worthless. But he really liked the weapon in the leader's hands. Clearly, this was daylight robbery. Moreover, that weapon was something the leader had spent a lot of money on in the black market and did not want to hand it over easily. But life was more important. So even though he was reluctant, he had to respectfully present it with both hands. Lam Tiu snatched the knife, boldly saying, "All right, you can get lost now. If I see you flaunting gold within a kilometer of this neighborhood again, do not blame me for being ruthless." Before he finished speaking, the group panicked and ran away. Once they were far off, Lam Tiu finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. That really scared you for life. Good thing you pretended to be calm. The protective aura you created to intimidate them was actually just a fake made with your beginnerous divine technique. If that old weapon got exposed due to careless cleansing, it would have been a disaster. Normally, a technique that generates a protective aura has to be at least in the 8th stage. But right now, you are only at the 1st stage. As for that knife, after a closer look, Lam Tiu realized it was just an ordinary 2nd-grade weapon. Weapons are divided into 10 grades. But 8th, 9th, and 10th grades basically only exist in legends. It is already impossible for an ordinary person to own a 1st-grade weapon. This blood-stopping saber is a 2nd-grade weapon. Compared to the stuff Lam Tiu used in his previous life, it is nothing. But according to market prices, it should be worth at least 700,001. Lost in thought, Lam Tiu walked home and saw Lam Hien sitting at the gate, looking worried. Lam Tiu, you took so long. I thought that jerk Dzai Safao had gotten back at you. Lam Hen swallowed his words. I was just chatting with those girls for a while. It is not like I get to talk to girls often, Lam Tiu replied. Seeing this, Lam Hien brightened up. Great. My little brother finally gets it. That girl Harthan seems really nice. You should seize the opportunity. I know. I am heading to bed now. You should rest early too. With the person DGZI Paug sent dealt with, Lam Tiu could finally relax and sleep well tonight. Lying in bed, he began to think that the results of today's martial arts evaluation would probably be announced in a few days. Before that, he wanted to try using the divine technique a bit, and that 2nd-grade saber was the best tool for the experiment. After all, in his previous life, he was not just a supreme deity, but also the only one who knew a bit about crafting. Thinking this, Lam Tiu focused his energy, wanting to improve that saber. However, after merging, it just fell flat on the bed. There were no other signs of change. This seems like a failure. Lam Tiu was deeply discouraged. The supreme deity of the celestial realm faced his first failure in crafting. If word got out, people would probably laugh their heads off. Feeling down, Lam Tiu tossed it into a drawer. After all, it was not that important. Even without it, he still had to settle things with Djuac Tiwang and Lahore Qiu tomorrow night because those two scumbags, in his previous life, not only tortured Lam Hien but also trampled on his dignity in front of everyone. Lu Qiu even came to Lam Tivi's school to berate him, claiming that Lam Hien's death was caused by him making her angry during the exam. Looking back now, it seems it was intentional on their part, aiming to sever all ties with the Lam brothers and shifting the blame for his brother's death onto him. However, Lam Tiu also had to thank Lu Qiu, as her despicable actions drove him to train fiercely and ultimately ascend in this life. If we are talking about revenge, you have to start with this woman from the Lei family. First, the night after, under the bright moon at Yu Daqiang's villa, he and Lei Qiu were getting ready for a romantic bath just when it seemed like there would be a scene inappropriate for children. Yu Daqiang's subordinate rushed in to report that they had found the person he wanted, who was in the living room downstairs. It turned out that despite the previous failure, Yu Daqiang had not given up on eliminating the Lam brothers, Lam Hien and Lam Tiu. Therefore, he had sought out another master. That was to Kim Chan. who possessed a third-stage body and was a third-year student at the new martial arts university. Yu Daekyung was willing to pay a lot of money to Kim Chan. But he had to make it clear from the start that this kid was quite difficult to deal with. This was testified by the gang leader. Lam Tiu was clearly just a high school student. Yet somehow he had protective energy around him. And even Yu's second-grade martial arts could not break through this energy barrier. Buddy, if you lack culture, you need to read more books, Kim Chan said. To generate protective energy, you at least need a third-stage body. And even with extraordinary talent, it takes about 60 years to reach that level. Can a high school student train for 60 years? Seriously. I saw it with my own eyes. This is true. Even my martial tool was taken from me. The thug insisted stubbornly. It seemed that this kid had gone crazy and was useless. Yu Daekyung muttered. And the guy became anxious. What do you mean by this? I lost a martial tool because of you. Are you trying to evade your debt? Before Yu Daekyung could respond, Kim Chan knocked the thug away with one strike. It seemed the bald guy was quite pleased with Kim Chan. So when he demanded a price of 2 million for a life, Yu Daekyung quickly agreed. I can add 4 million. Just take care of these lackeys, Yu Daekyung said. And the person he mentioned was that scar-faced thug. The two quickly reached an agreement. And after everything was settled, Kim Chan dragged the guy away. Yu Daekyung was extremely pleased, thinking that this time the Lam brothers would surely meet their end. Then Lee Kyu stepped out of the bathroom, and the two began to get cozy with each other, ignoring the desperate screams of the thug outside. Just as the mood was right, a clapping sound suddenly echoed from above. Indeed, animals have no humanity. You are even willing to take the life of your own henchman. If I want to kill, then come at me. Upon seeing Lam Tiu, Lee Kyu turned pale, and Yu Daekyung also became panicked. He quickly ordered his subordinates to draw their guns to protect him. But Lam Tiu did not even pay them any mind. In his hand were a few peanuts, just with a little force thrown. They had the explosive power equal to that of bronze candy. These peanuts were originally prepared by Lam Tiu to blow Yu Daekyung's head off. But now they had to be used on his subordinates. It really felt like a waste. Yu Daekyung. Like you. Today we must settle old scores and new debts. After saying that, Lam Tiu took out a piece of wood and jumped down from the second floor. You two scoundrels, he shouted. I do not care if you want to cause trouble. But how dare you come to my door to humiliate my brother, and even hire someone to take our lives? This crime cannot be forgiven. Like you, being just a woman, was shocked to see Lam Tiu so fierce. Immediately, Van Nai pleaded for mercy, wanting him to listen to her explanation. But even more surprising was Du Dae Kwang. Just a second ago, he was being affectionate with Lee Kyu. But in the next moment, he pushed her into the storm and said that all this was her idea, and he had nothing to do with it. What are you doing? Lee Kyu was extremely astonished. But as for Lam Tiu, he had no intention of letting either of them go. The piece of wood in his hand was ready to strike down, but it was blocked by another arm. It turned out to be Kim Chan, who had already dealt with that thug. When he turned back inside, he just happened to catch a glimpse of Lam Tiu showing his claws. This kid is my last mission. Just one look and it is clear he is not easy prey. I need more money, Kim Chan said. Du Dae Kwang nodded repeatedly, saying that money was not an issue as long as he helped him deal with Lam Tiu. After that last strike, he quickly backed away into a defensive stance. He had just unleashed a full power strike, at least reaching 900 pounds. Yet Kim Chan could block it with an unchanging expression, even breaking the stick. This showed that the opponent must at least have a third-tier physique. After a few seconds of thought, Kim Chan wanted an additional 5 million to deal with Lam Tiu, plus the previously agreed 6 million, totaling 11 million. 11 million. Can we drop the odd amount? Just take 10 million. Okay. Du Dae Kwang turned pale, probably due to the large sum of money. He began to bargain. Seeing this, Lee Kyu shouted loudly. An odd million. I have never seen you so stingy. Drop the odd amount. Kim Chan scoffed. Then 12 million. If you do not agree, I will leave right now. Trying to lowball someone. And now he is the one being lowballed. Du Dae Kwang hurriedly nodded in agreement, settling on the figure of 12 million. While the two were negotiating, Lam Tiu had already attacked from behind. Although this was considered a sneak attack, Lam Tiu was still caught by Kim Chan with one hand. Let us end the games here, he said. The world of martial artists is likely much harsher than you imagine. While speaking, Kim Chan threw a punch with his other hand. But this time Lam Tiu managed to block it with his other hand, causing him to start panicking. Kim Chan had used 5 parts of his strength, at least reaching 700 pounds. Yet a high school student was able to block it and even exposed a weakness. 700 pounds does not seem to match your third-tier physique. Does it, Lam says? Moreover, if I am not mistaken, you are at the mid-level of a third-tier physique. Your punch must at least reach 1400 pounds. Kim Chan did not respond and closed his eyes, throwing another punch. Lam Tiu noticed that his guess hit the mark, and his temper began to flare up. You swiftly dodged his attack. With your current strength, Lum Tu can only throw a punch worth 900 pounds at most. If a single blow from Ta Kim-chan hits you, it would not be surprising if you ended up selling salt. This is probably the toughest challenge when fighters of different levels compete. A higher level fighter can easily crush a lower level one with just a bit of their strength. Lum Tu kept dodging, which made Kim-chan furious. He paused for a few seconds, then began to interrogate. Are you just going to keep dodging like a rat? Weren't you just boosting a lot? Then Kim-chan charged forward to continue attacking. After a series of relentless attacks from the opponent, Lum Tu realized something. This guy's moves are too slow, and he thinks he is really skilled, but in reality, his actions are full of openings. You had been waiting to find that opening to hit back at him. Kim-chan's face immediately changed. He was a higher level fighter than Lum Tu, and this was the only key for a lower level fighter to defeat a higher level one. Breaking through the limits of their body's force, and attacking the opponent's vulnerabilities. However, after this strike, your arm will be numb for half an hour. If this were the Lum Tu of my past life, breaking through the limits would be easy, but in this life, your strength is not enough. And with this pathetic body, there is almost no way to break through. Facing Lum Tu with a numb hand, Kim-chan did not seem any better off, standing frozen in place. The couple watching thought Kim-chan was about to lose, and were terrified. Are you okay? Can you still fight? Quick, take that kid's life. Kim-chan suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, then burst into laughter while wiping the blood from his mouth. Kim-chan said he never expected that a high school student could use the skills of a university martial artist. He had indeed underestimated Lum Tu, but even so, Lum Tu's breakthrough skills were still not enough to deliver a killing blow. As a result, Kim-chan remained unharmed, while Lum Tu's right arm was already feeling numb. My right hand is truly numb now, but I fear your strength is only enough to deliver a punch worth about 300 pounds. That 300 pounds won't take my life. And do not forget, I still have one arm that can move. Kim-chan laughed loudly, then pulled out something that looked like a pill. Just wait until you enter martial arts university, and you will see that a fighter's strength is not just about self-training but also about skills. Lum Tu saw what had just appeared in Kim-chan's hand, and his face immediately turned pale. No way. Isn't this the ancestral weapon of the Lumjam family that Lim Hein pawned to curry favor with that sleazy Lokiyu? How is it now in Kim-chan's hands? After equipping the weapon called Quine So, Kim-chan charged into attack. He wanted Lum Tu to understand what the gap in strength really meant. Lum Tu took a hit and was knocked back hard. The wall he collided with shattered in a section, proving how strong that punch actually was. When Dzac Kong and Lo Qiu saw the hope of victory right in front of them, they immediately regained their spirits, continuously shouting for Kim-chan to finish off Lum Tu. However, after that strike, Kim-chan sensed something was off, because in that last attack, it seemed Lum Tu had deliberately not dodged, rather than being unable to. If that was true, Kim-chan thought he was crazy. With the support of the martial skill, both his speed and strike power had skyrocketed. That punch must have been at least 1,000 pounds. It felt the same, but the force was much greater. Not bad at all, Lum Tu murmured as he stood up. In his past life, after Lum Hein passed away, Lum Tu searched for the whereabouts of that martial skill for a long time but found no clues. He only remembered that his big brother had used it to spar with him. That feeling of pain was experienced again today. It seemed that the martial skill was indeed something Lum Hein had lost. If that is the case, then in this life, Lum Tu must reclaim the martial skill. Hurry up. That brat is still alive. Finish him off already. Teacher Lum Tu stood up straight, while He started to panic, urging Kim-chan. However, Kim-chan's face had turned ashen because he saw Lum Tu gathering Kai, and what that thug said was true. But the idea that Lum Tu could have an 8-section body was too absurd, because Kim-chan thought if he really had an 8-section body, he would have been dead by now. This show should wrap up, Lum Tu said as he charged forward. The opponent quickly regained his composure and got into a defensive stance. Don't think you can scare me? I can lose. And you definitely can't have an 8-section body. So what are you going to do? Suddenly, a dagger appeared from Lum Tu's sleeve. You have fallen into my trap. Lum Tu's actions were lightning fast. By the time Kim-chan realized what had just happened, his carotid artery had been sliced, blood gushed out, and he immediately collapsed. Next will be your turn. Lum Tu sheathed the dagger, turned around, and stepped toward Decisive, bringing the blade close to his neck. This bald man appeared to be the owner of a demolition company, but in reality, he was a drug dealer. Lum Tu had accidentally discovered this in his past life, but at that time he did not think they were his enemies. So in this life, it was time for him to face the consequences. Dzhune, in this situation, began to tremble like a leaf, blaming Lo Qiu for pushing him to find Lim Hein to cause trouble. claiming he did not know anything. Dzhune, you are so shameless. Lukuyu grit her teeth and retorted. I did tell you to take me to find Lam Hein to cut ties. But I never urged you to hire a hitman. That was clearly your doing. Just as she finished speaking, a loud slap rang out as Deiti Tuhaitre tongue slapped her across the face. Lum Tiu watched this scene with no sense of satisfaction at all. Truly, the relationship between a scoundrel and a shameless woman cannot withstand even a little challenge. The next step seems to be for them to tear each other apart, just as Ulukiyu expected. After being hit by Dzic Pum, she was so furious that she offered to take Lum Drum Tayu to the place where DEA Aping's illegal activities were recorded. This time, Djjechu could not strike her again, because Lum Ntu had a knife pressed to his throat. With his permission, Lukiyu quickly ran away. Not long after she left, the sound of police sirens blared, and Djjechu's face lost all color. His crimes were enough to warrant the death penalty, so he would never escape justice at Lum Mtu's hands. Thus, when Ulhorkiyu happily brought out the evidence against Dezi Hebu, she found herself facing the police guns as well. Lum Tiu went with the police to the Xinia police station. Police Chief Ho Nagaim especially thanked him for breaking into Di Jidratung's lair and dismantling his gang. They had committed many crimes but had never been caught due to lack of evidence. You are too kind. It was thanks to everyone arriving on time. If it had been any later, I might have lost my life. Lum Taiyun replied politely. You did not expect that guy T. Kim Chan was a fugitive. This time he acted at Dvic Tupaog's villa. Even if I did not take action, it would have been hard for him to escape. For DVAC Kaiv, Lum Tu was curious about how the police would handle him and directly asked Ho Niniam this question. The moment DC Saving was mentioned, Ho Niam's expression turned extremely indignant, stating that his crimes certainly deserved the death penalty. This D guy has harmed countless families through his drug trade, and he has also hired hitmen multiple times to commit murder. If it were ancient times, he would probably be subjected to the most brutal punishment. If that is the case, then I am relieved. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave now. Ho Niam nodded, and Lum Tu quickly left. Once out of the police station, he dared to take out what he had hidden on him. It was Lam Hein's weapon that T. Kim Chan had. Luckily, Lum Tu managed to hide it in time. Otherwise, if the police found it, it would surely have been confiscated. Meanwhile, in the cell, Tia Kim Chan and Daizi Istao were locked up together. T. Kim Chan had his wounds treated, which is how he managed to survive. However, he was unwilling to accept defeat to a high school student, so he vowed to take Lam Taiyun down with him. Thinking of this, Tia Kim Chan fiercely grabbed Dai Tu by the collar, forcing him to tell everything he knew about Lam Mtu. He lived in the western part of Bayan and in the shabbiest neighborhood. I am not sure what the house number is, but he has a disabled brother living with him. Dda Chapok stammered in response. Good. That is enough. T. Kim Chan smiled menacingly, then pulled out a tiny radio from somewhere and called his brother. Brother, I have been captured. You need to take revenge for me. I want that guy's body to be hung on the biggest bridge in Xinia tomorrow. The next morning, after breakfast, Lam and Hugh returned the flute to Lam Hein. Of course. You won't mention that I went to see Djue Si Tuung. Just making up a story about how I wandered around the flea market this morning and met an old man selling junk, who thought this was just a pair of torn gloves and sold them to you for 10 coins. Lam Hian's eyes quickly turned red, tightly hugging the flute in his hands. And even though he was sitting in a wheelchair, he still tried to lower his head as much as possible. Thank you. Little brother, I know you faced many difficulties bringing this back, but since you deliberately lied, I won't dig any further. But really, thank you. This is the last item our parents left for us. Thank you for finding it. All right. Big brother, from now on, we won't lose anything else again. That is just how I am. Lum Mt patted his brother's shoulder to comfort him. Just then, there was a frantic knocking at the door. Lum Tu thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be the chubby guy Lo Dong. Lumen Tayu. Lo Hung called while panting for breath. This person was Lam Ta's only friend in his past life. After losing his brother, he became completely orphaned and without a place to rely on. He had an extremely withdrawn and solitary personality, but Lo Dong always insisted on being his friend. Unfortunately, in the end, he was crippled because of Lam Tu. Lo Dong looked terrible. He quickly shut the door tightly and then whispered for the Lam Tu brothers to hurry and run. The people from Heftausi Kuro said they wanted to take the lives of the two tonight, and they wanted to hang the brothers on the biggest bridge in Jintian for everyone to see. Are you sure it is Xtafio spreading rumors? Lam Hian asked, shocked. Yep. I just overheard it from my father. You need to run away quickly. Contrary to his brother's shocked expression, Lam Tayu seemed very calm. He said he was not going anywhere. If those Ftexio guys dare to come here, he could make it so they only come and do not go back. Oh, Donning. Seeing this, anxiously grabbed his collar. Little Lam, are you crazy? Those people are Hefsivai Zo. Even the police in Tenedozen can't handle them. You know very well that the standard to join Henekshu Vami Yo is to be at a high level of the third stage of strength. Those are people you can fight against. Lamatiu brushed Ladong's hand aside, saying that of course he knew that. But he could not back down just because the enemy was strong. Because if he ran away today, everyone connected to him would surely suffer trouble. It is fine to find me and cause trouble, but absolutely do not touch my friends, Lamatiu said resolutely. Lo Hung wanted to say more, but Lam Tiu had already made up his mind. In his past life, he had already suffered for him. And if he let it affect him again in this life, then he could not call himself a person. Moreover, last night Lam Tiu had just entered the intermediate stage of the third level of strength. Facing high-level opponents would not be too big of a problem. He also guessed that Hexi Vo was sent by Di Kim Chen. This guy did have some skills. But unfortunately, he had crossed paths with Lam Tiu. After serious consideration, Lam Tiu asked Ladong for a favor, to take his brother to his place to hide. Because when the enemy came, Lam Tiu would not be able to take care of Lam Hyven. After that, you borrowed your brother's flute again. Of course, Lam Heen agreed. Although worried, he knew that staying would only become a burden for his younger brother. But he trusted that you really had a way to solve it. With the flute in hand, Lam Tiu's striking power could increase significantly. If that is the case, facing those stronger than him would not be impossible. After Lei Duong and Lam Heen left, Lam Tiu sat alone on the sofa, thinking. The black martial arts. He had known them in his previous life. But he did not expect to encounter them so soon in this life. This world is fundamentally run by two extremes, the dark path and the righteous path. The Wudu police represents justice and is the most powerful organization in Huaxia. However, the manpower is limited and must be divided into many small police departments overseeing the entire country. So the people they have are often quite weak. On the dark side, there is the black martial arts organization, consisting of depraved martial artists, lacking in strength but all share one thing in common. They are not good people. After all, what good person would willingly choose to become a depraved martial artist? That kind of identity would make it impossible to find a decent job. Martial artists with good strength will be selected into the national agency, the Wudu police, with stable income and admiration from everyone. While those slightly less skilled can be recruited by corporate groups. Only useless or twisted-minded individuals choose to be depraved and join the dark side. Anyway, if they have intentionally come here to find Lam Tiu, then he must welcome them well and survive. He has to live to ascend back. After all, there are still people waiting for him in that world. While the enemy has not arrived, Lam Tiu did not want to waste time idly. Instead, he wanted to refine that second-grade blade once more. After all, it is a second-grade weapon, and it would be a shame to let it go to waste. However, a second-grade weapon can only undergo 2 rounds of refinement. Last time, Lam Tiu had already pushed it to its limits, and if he could not stimulate its power this time, then he would have to give it up. He only had one last chance. So he focused intently. The second divine refinement technique quickly began. This time, unlike the last, Lam Tiu quickly caught the familiar feeling. The blade began to mutate, but the mutation stalled midway. Just as Lam Tiu was worried, the process restarted once again. He succeeded, feeling overjoyed. But it was not just a normal success. This weapon had undergone a secondary mutation. Good things indeed come unexpectedly. This weapon has evolved into a powerful weapon, although its grade did not increase, and it remained a second-grade weapon. It could now freely switch between 2 states, water and fire. Lam Tiu was eager to find something to test the new weapon. But looking around the house, it seemed the only cheap thing was the vase nearby. Lam Tiu casually swung a strike. But unexpectedly, he ended up breaking the vase and needed to replace a whole table too. Because he could not control the force, he ended up splitting the table in half. Just now, Lam Tiu used the water state. And you are anxious to know what the fire state will produce. Looks like we have to wait until tonight, when those guys from the black martial arts come to test it on them. That very night, the opponent has already arrived. This guy is named Kim Khan. He is the older brother of Kim Chan and also the deputy team leader of the crazy Khan team under the black martial arts. As soon as he arrived, he punched the door of the Lam family right off. Lam Tiu was still sitting on the sofa at this moment, his expression completely calm. The blade in his hand had just swung and split the wooden door in 2. You broke my stuff. Remember to pay for it later. You are Lam Tiu. To Kim Kong questioned, you are the one who harmed my little brother. I did not harm him. He brought it upon himself for his crimes. Upon hearing this, Ta Kim Kong confirmed he had found the right person. So he immediately unleashed a super strong punch. Little did he expect Lam Tiu to throw a similar punch and actually block his attack, starting off with a lethal move already. Are not you afraid of your age breaking your back? Ta Kim Kong was astonished, and in just a moment of distraction, he was pushed back by Lam Tiu. For Lang, He was also very excited to face such a strong opponent, much stronger than to Kim Chan. This is quite interesting. To Kim Khan suddenly laughed. It had been a long time since he encountered an opponent of his caliber like Lam Tiu. And he never thought there would be such a character in the New Ye City. It seems tonight won't be too boring for me, if that is the case. I promise to make you sell salt in style. As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles. Clearly ready for a life and death fight with Lam Tiu. After cracking his knuckles, Kim Khan lunged at Lam Tiu, wanting to battle him for 8 rounds. My full force strike is about 2,000 pounds of strength. No one in New Ye City can withstand my full power. His fist aimed directly at the center of Lam Tiu's face. Kim Khan wanted to use the punch he mentioned to send Lam Tiu flying away. So you can go die. Unexpectedly, Lam Tiu not only dodged his attack, but even lightly touched Kim Khan's hand. He used it as a support to successfully perform a handstand, easily evading the blow, clearly not seeing him as a threat, and said, "So what if you are big? Martial arts is not just about brute strength. Looking at you, it seems you have not even experienced great martial arts." "Have you?" Lam Tiu took the initiative, then returned a painful punch to Kim Khan's face while disdainfully continuing, "This reckless fighting style is even worse than that guy I called to Kim Chan." Furious, Kim Khan opened his mouth to curse. "That damn kid dared to mock me for not studying. I have to kill you." He raised his hand to counterattack, but Lam Tiu kicked him and bounced back far away, taunting him. This is not mocking. He actually was not afraid of him giving him a beating and directly touched Kim Khan's sore spot. This is stating a fact. He was completely infuriated, his blood boiling to the point that the veins on his face were bulging. He swore, "Do not let me catch you, or I will make you understand what hell is." Kim Khan was attacking Lam Tiu relentlessly. Lam Tiu dodged, thinking to himself, "This guy's every punch is at least 1,500 pounds of strength. If I were to fight him head-on, I would only have one way to die." His fists kept flying without pause. And the most annoying part was that just now, he had put all his strength into that hit, adding at least 1,500 pounds of force, yet it only left a few minor wounds. Just as Lin Tia finished thinking this, he received several punches from Kim Khan. You also have your guesses about him. This guy's defensive ability is too strong. Thankfully, Lin Tia managed to dodge Kim Khan's powerful punches. But he realized that maintaining this forever would not be sustainable. Luckily, this guy's speed is normal. If he had the speed of T. Kim Chun, I might have died here today. With each blow Lin Tia managed to dodge, Kim Khan became even angrier. He had to take him down, could not let him keep avoiding anymore. Unexpectedly, in his frenzy, he received a counterpunch from Lin Tao. This time, he took the initiative to probe the limits of Kim Khan's chest. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would be dragged to his death. Lin Tao's punch this time was anything but ordinary, pushing Kim Khan back several steps. That last blow made blood pour from his nose. Even Kim Khan did not expect this. He let out a cold laugh and said, "What is the rush? I can't even remember the last time I bled." Kim Khan was boiling with rage, gritting his teeth and forming a fist. He glared at Lin Tia with determination. "My blood is boiling all over. Lin Tia, you really have me excited. It has been a long time since I have faced an opponent like you." He held a knife in one hand while the other pointed straight at him, calculating that 2 punches with 1,500 pounds of force only made him bleed a little. He feared that Kim Khan's defensive limit was about 1,700 pounds. Before attacking, Lin Tia had to think carefully about every step to keep his life safe. This intensity is exaggerated. Moreover, after taking 2 hits from the punches, his arm started to feel a bit numb. It seems he had to go for a quick victory. Kim Khan sneered, "This is your reward. Next, I will truly use all my strength to torment you." Do you want to know why other team leaders are at least at the 4th level, while I, relying on a 3rd level body, can be the crazy deputy team leader? Lin Tia only now realized something was off. Could this person be? But now it was too late. He had started charging at him to attack. Kim Khan could do this because he was an ability user, so he feared no one. He frantically threw punches forward. Not caring whether he hit or not, Kim Khan arrogantly said, "This is the price of opposing me." It was unclear whether Lin Tia took a hit or not. Seeing him unresponsive, Kim Khan felt very satisfied. Next was dealing with the corpse hanging on the largest bridge in Sinya. Every time he had to do this kind of thing, what surprised him the most was that in the dust he had created, a strange light suddenly shone. The light flashed by, causing Kim Khan to instinctively step back and lose his balance. Falling down, the situation just now was extremely dangerous for him. Kim Khan vaguely saw something he had never witnessed before, thinking to himself, "What was that? A weapon? I have never seen a weapon like that before." That light was coming from the sharp knife in Lam Tiu's hand. After all his powerful attacks, he was still alive and had enough strength to fight back. Tu Nai huddled in a corner, clutching a white blanket and trembling, unable to speak. "You all," Lam Tiu say declares. Even if Tu Nai is embarrassed, she will hide her face in the blanket. "I will let that guy pay for the wall repairs. After all, he caused it, so he should be the one to pay." He started to step forward to counterattack Kim Khan. He was indeed very strong. But I won't back down. Each attack from the knife in Lam Tu's hand targeted Kim Khan relentlessly. I declare that even though you are a powerful practitioner, I am stronger than you. Meanwhile, he struggled to hold on. This strange weapon is something I have never heard of before. Finally, a thought of escape crossed Kim Khan's mind. I am definitely no match for him. I need to run. He smashed through the glass window to escape. And Lam Tu would not let him go, chasing after him. It seems he is not just a reckless fool, but he won't be able to run away. Kim Khan had run out into the yard, and he chased closely behind, reminding him that he still needed to compensate for the room's furniture and walls. He could not fight back, only turning to curse. What kind of trouble did that brat Kim Chan get himself into? How can he pull out weapons I have never seen before? Damn it. That little brat wants to kill his brother. Lam Tu aimed the knife at Kim Khan, preparing to attack. He blocked all his escape routes with the knife against his neck, coldly stating, "You can't escape, so do not waste your time." At this moment, Kim Khan was furious, raising his fist at men and cursing. Damn it. Just because you got 2 hits in. Do not think you are skilled. Go die. He immediately bent down and pulled back the knife, questioning him with some confusion. If you can't escape, why struggle? Pointless. The knife was pointed straight at him, and Kim Khan's face turned pale with fear, not daring to move. Even in a difficult position, he still threatened with his hand. Don't mess around. If you kill someone here, the Vodou police won't let you off. Hearing this, Lam Tu put on a fearful face, but his tone was full of disdain. You are absolutely right. If you kill someone here, you would be a hassle. But if the Vodou police issue a warrant, I might not be able to attend martial arts university. And becoming illiterate like you is somewhat unacceptable. After hearing me speak, Kim Khan gradually relaxed his expression, then put on a contemptuous look and said loudly, "Also, do not forget my identity. I am the vice leader of the Black Martial Arts Crazy Khan team. If anything happens to me, Crazy Ka will tear you apart." Lam Tu's face darkened upon hearing this, and he asked him, "Crazy Ka, is he really strong?" Kim Khan smirked and introduced, "Not just strong, but extremely strong. He is the top martial artist in Xinya City. Even the principal of the Xinya Martial Arts University might not be able to defeat him. The frenzy level is a realm of overwhelming strength. A guy like this is just an ant that he could crush with one hand." Seeing him just standing there with a knife, unmoving, he felt even more arrogant and threatened him. "Are you scared? If you are, you let me, and I might just let frenzy guarantee your safety." Suddenly, Lam Tu's knife surged with killing intent. He gripped it tightly and responded, "Yeah, I am really scared." Then he slashed the knife multiple times at Kim Khan, angrily shouting. But he was only worried he would not get another chance to meet him. A second later, he collapsed to the ground, his face covered in slashes from the confrontation. When he saw Lam Tu continue to approach, Kim Khan turned pale and reached out, begging, "Don't kill me." But Lam Tu replied, "Of course. I want to kill you. I will reunite you with your brother." Kim Khan seemed to still not understand his intention. He stood there dumbfounded for a few seconds. In the middle of the night, Kim Khan was taken to the Wudu police station by his family. As soon as Kim Chan entered the cell, he was surprised and asked, "Big bro, why are you here too?" He hung his head in fear at the sight of the 2 guys and muttered, "Isn't this all your fault?" Then Kim Khan roughly grabbed his younger brother by the collar, erupting in anger. "What kind of middle school student did you provoke? How does he have a martial skill I have never seen before? You have gotten me killed." Meanwhile, outside the cell, Honan placed a hand on his shoulder and praised him. "This kid is impressive." Then he chuckled and gave a thumbs up. "In such a short time, we have eliminated 2 major threats for Tanya. If you want a reward, just tell me. Our police department will do our best to fulfill it." He smiled for a moment before responding seriously. "Director Ho, I happen to have something I need your help with. I hope the Wudu police station can mobilize all their forces to assist me with this." Hearing such a serious request, Ho-Yim was a bit surprised and asked, "What do you need that requires the whole force?" However, Lam Tu only briefly mentioned, "I will call you in advance, if this works out. Director Ho, you might even get a 3-rank promotion." Seeing this, he did not ask anything further and immediately agreed. "All right, I trust you," he thought, while speculating about the 3-rank promotion. Could it be that he wants to dismantle the Black Martial Arts Organization? But the Black Martial Arts Organization not only has strong power but also hides deeply. Watching Lam Tu's figure gradually disappear from sight, the director could not help but wonder what this kid really wanted his help with. After leaving the police station, Lam Tu opened his phone to call someone, muttering to himself. June 17th. Last life was the day the Ha family faced a major crisis, which led to the Hefer family's downfall. Heferathan, due to the family crisis, entered martial arts high school, later falling in love with her, but due to insecurity, He did not dare to reveal it. Lam Tiu looked at the phone screen. Long Tran was full of determination. In the end, Athan lost her life at the hands of the Black Martial Arts organization to protect him. In this life, he must crush all of this in the bud. At this moment, news of the Tanya Black Martial Arts deputy leader being arrested, credited to a middle school martial arts student, began to spread widely. Team leader Kuang Khan of the Trio Kuang team was sitting in a bar with two beautiful girls. Upon hearing shocking news, he could not contain his anger, gritting his teeth in fury and cursing. That brat T. Kim Khan lost to a middle school student. One of his underlings immediately approached and asked, Kuang bro, does that mean we are canceling tonight's operation? Let us take care of that kid first. Let Khan bro handle the revenge. Tribu Kuang was so furious he threw his phone behind him and said, of course not. A small matter like this can just be ignored. We have already taken 20 million from Tining Tradong. How can we just back down? As he spoke, his hand reached out. Emitting a bright light, the beam of light shot forward, tightening around the neck of the underling. Akunka shouted angrily, I hate anyone who messes up my plans. If it happens again, I will take your life. The underling panicked and begged, Kuang bro. He then roughly shoved the guy to the ground and threatened him. I will let you live until tomorrow. But there is something big coming up, so do not embarrass me. The underling turned pale with fear, rubbing his neck and replied, Yep. I understand. At this moment, Tribun Kung changed his attitude, lit a lighter, and smiled excitedly, saying, the head of the Hyra group. I have wanted to kill him for a while. Killing a figure like him will surely boost my value in the underworld. The scene shifted to Lum Taiyu's home, where he was intently staring at his phone, deep in thought. T. Kim Khan really has money. I will have him taken to the police station first and give him a warning. Then I will withdraw a small sum and call my older brother to avoid XV Leo seeking revenge, telling him not to come back for now. I thought to myself, besides, if the data is correct, Athan should come to invite me. After all, tomorrow is her 18th birthday. If she comes to apologize, she will definitely want to get to know me, so she can't miss this opportunity. Finally, the phone rang after such a long wait. However, the caller hurriedly asked, Sir, do you have any interest in buying a house right now? Lum Tayu was taken aback and replied, no need. Just as he hung up and set the phone down, another call came in. Min immediately picked up the phone. Annoyed with the person on the other end, I said no need. I am very poor. I can't afford to buy. But to his surprise, the caller this time was Harathan. She was taken aback by his earlier outburst and asked, Lumen Tayu, do you want to buy something? After Lam Tayu explained, she then said, I see. By the way, Lumen Tayu, are you free tomorrow night? My dad is throwing me a birthday party. She then shyly added, I hope you can come. At this point, Athan's face turned as red as a tomato. Hearing this, Lum Tayu was very happy. He smiled brightly and agreed right away. I will be there on time. Thank you for the invitation. Hafarathan. Hearing this, stuttered her thanks. It should be me thanking you for agreeing. I immediately sensed that something was off and started to speculate in my mind. Hafarathan, why do you seem like you have more to say? Why are not you asking? What is going on? Is there something else? Havathan quickly replied from her side, confirming there was something she needed help with. She looked off into the distance sadly and began to tell him a story. This birthday party is not as simple as it seems. My dad arranged for me to meet someone. A rich. I do not like him. Lum Hu was even more confused at this point. So what do you need my help with? At this moment, Joy Than was extremely embarrassed. She stayed silent for a long time, struggling with her thoughts. I absolutely can't say it out loud, but if I do not, I might end up with someone like that for the rest of my life. Just thinking of that man's face made her resolve firm. Hafarathan, do you really want to live with a man like that for your whole life? Without hesitation, she boldly suggested, I hope you can pretend to be my boyfriend. Lum Taivu appeared hesitant on the outside, but inside he was jumping for joy. Harathan is not only my goddess, but also the dream girl of every middle school student in Tandia City. Pretending to be her boyfriend would make those starving dogs lick the door. Just the thought of it could pierce my heart. Over here, Harathan felt even more embarrassed when she did not hear an answer. She timidly told him that he just needed to last until tomorrow night. After this works out, what do you want as payment? I can give you something, but for some reasons, I do not have any male friends, so I can only ask you for this. The more she talked, the more it amused him. This kind of treatment. Those beasts who like Athan would never even dream of. Athan tightly closed her eyes, biting her lip, waiting for his answer. You absolutely must not refuse. After a long while, Lum T's voice finally came through the phone. If you sincerely invite me, leave this to me. Tomorrow night, Lumen Tayu will be your man. Hearing such cheesy words, Athan could not help but be surprised, wondering how he could say such things so casually. Seeing Heverathan doing something suspicious on the balcony, Hawithane suddenly came over and startled her. "Hey, what are you doing here spacing out?" She rushed forward. And after seeing her sister's expression, she panicked and asked, "Did you get possessed? Your face is too red. Are you okay?" Athan immediately turned to leave, shyly saying, "You are the one who is possessed. I need to go back to my room." Her sister stood there watching her leave, unable to help but wonder, what is going on with her sister? This look seems a bit strange. I feel like I have seen it somewhere before. I remember now. That expression of hers is just like Chu Tiu Ho when she first fell in love. Right. With that thought, Hawithang's mouth dropped open in shock. The scene shifts to Lam Tiu's house, where he stands in front of the bathroom mirror, his mind racing with calculations. He can't believe that Hawithang's birthday also involves matchmaking. And with the assassins getting ready to strike, things are bound to get complicated. He wipes the sweat off his face, feeling a bit tense, thinking to himself that he is still stuck at the third stage of his training and has not made progress with the divine technique. His opponents rely on their martial skills to win, so he can't afford to be careless tonight. He will need to raise his guard a bit more. So that night, Lam Tiu diligently sat down to train. The path of martial arts is generally divided into body training and spirit training, with body training being the one everyone is familiar with, divided into 10 stages. Only those at the 8th stage and above can generate energy. Ordinary people believe that generating energy is a sign of a master. In reality, it is merely the beginning of the journey, because only after reaching the 10th stage of body training can one officially enter the first level of spirit training. And countless people may never reach this level in their lifetime. Entering spirit training is truly stepping into the path of the immortals. To step into the path of the immortals, one needs exceptional talent and a rare opportunity. Otherwise, one can only remain an ordinary martial artist for life. A little while later, Lam Tiu opened his eyes wide, his mouth shouting as a surge of power rose within him. 2 circles of light flared around his body, growing stronger and more radiant. Once he finished, Lam Tiu grasped a powerful aura, looking serious as he reflected inwardly, not expecting that after circulating the entire divine technique once, he had directly advanced to the 3rd stage of body training. It seems that with this life's chance to obtain this secret technique, his path to cultivation 1T as arduous as it was in his previous life. Unfortunately, this body could only circulate the divine technique once at its limit. He would have to wait at least another half-month to cultivate again. That is just right. With the divine technique as his foundation in body training, his cultivation level would certainly be stronger than in his previous life. As he thought this, he began to take off his shirt. After just a short while of training, Lam Tiu's back was already drenched in sweat. He told himself, "Heavenly realm, I will return sooner or later." The scene shifts to Hierathan's birthday party, where her father's cheerful voice rings out. "Welcome everyone to my daughter's birthday celebration. Please come inside. You are all honored guests." Honored guests. Please come in. Athan's father, Ethian, stands beside a gentle-looking woman, who is Havrathan's mother. Tun Nuninning, a polite man approaches and says, "Of course I must attend the birthday of Haye Ting's eldest daughter." Hearing this, Thaveen smiles happily. At this moment, the old man Trangdep also entered, a cigar in hand. With the arrogant Trangsus beside him, the old man laughed loudly as he walked in, saying, "Aka, you have been busy. It has been a long time since we last met." Afei saw the old man enter and immediately raised his hand respectfully, saying, "Old Trinyang, why are you only just arriving? Come in with me. Is this your grandson?" "Indeed, handsome and polite." Hearing the compliment, Atrangsef proudly lifted his chin and smirked, saying, "Hello, uncle." Tanago silently observed the conversation, noticing the attitude of that guy, and she felt a bit dissatisfied, thinking to herself that this boy never seemed worthy of her Harathan. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor balcony, Athan was anxiously looking around, wondering why Lama Tiu had not arrived yet. That guy, Atraningus, has also arrived. She then became melancholic, sensing an ominous feeling. He would not really not show up. Would he? While she was doubting her thoughts, a sudden voice called out from outside the door, startling her. "Than hi. Uncle Travang and Sa are here. Are not you going to come down and greet them?" The door slowly opened, and Hedrathan's father led Tratrasavan, causing her to panic. He cheerfully said to him, "Little Sets, chat with Than Hai for a bit. When the banquet starts, I will call you both down." As the Vivanin turned to leave, Trandram guest looked at him with a sly expression and replied, "Yep. Uncle Echia." He then approached Iathan and began to compliment her. "Than Hai, I did not expect you to look so beautiful up close, so delicate. Let me give you a massage." As he spoke, he wore a creepy smile and extended his crooked hand. Athan immediately stepped back a few paces, angrily shouting at him, "Atraningus, watch your words. This is my house." However, that blonde guy shamelessly moved closer and said, "That is right. It is your house now. But who knows for how long?" Hearing that, Athan was slightly startled and asked, "What do you mean?" Trotangsev boldly plopped down on Harathan's bed, patting it a few times and ordering, "Come here. If you serve me well, maybe I will keep you around for a while, even if I could end up being imprisoned forever in this young master's underground room, as his slave. It is still better than death. Right?" His despicable actions and suggestive words made Athan even more infuriated, and she immediately raised her fist, threatening him with fierce energy. "Yes. What nonsense are you talking about? Get off my bed, or I won't hold back." Seeing her displeased expression, Trotangsev felt a chill run down his spine, his face losing all color. He quickly jumped off the bed but threatened Harathan in return with an angry expression. "Don't think just because you are decent at martial arts you can show off. Just wait." Before leaving the room, he shot her a glance, his face clearly showing resentment as he threatened, "I have decided. I will strip you of your powers, lock you up, and take good care of you." Once Trotangsev completely exited the room, Harathan was left in shock, questioning herself. What on earth did he mean by that? Could it be that the Trojang family is secretly preparing more schemes to move into the forest next to the villa? That Zhou Kuang and some thugs with weapons were waiting for something. He raised his binoculars to survey the area and sneered in contempt. What a lavish scene. Indeed. The lives of the wealthy are dry and boring like this. Too bad. This place will soon turn into hell. After saying that, he threw the binoculars behind him, shifting scenes to the parking lot of Hararia's villa. Two security guards were marveling at the shiny cars and talking to each other about how today's guests were all important figures. These cars, even the cheapest ones, cost millions. Naturally, the old man holds a significant status, one of the 5 major enterprises in Tanya City, and everyone who comes is either rich or noble. Suddenly, the two of them stared blankly at each other and asked, "Who is that kid? Riding a bicycle is more of a girl-esque style. I guess he is just a poor ghost passing by. Do not pay attention to him. That person is just a nobody. You wear an elegant outfit and ride an old bicycle. Luckily, my neighbor's little sister has a bike. Otherwise, I would have had to spend a lot on a taxi today. Rich people live in villas up in the mountains like those old men. They do not even take the subway or buses." As soon as I parked and walked in, those two guys came out and blocked the door. They even sneered, "Bro, that kid seems to be coming. And he is even taking up a parking space with a bicycle." At that moment, Lam Tiu lightly touched his shirt, feeling a bit down about his appearance, worried that he and his big brother would have to rely on each other. And he did not even have good clothes to wear to the party. This outfit was already the most expensive he had. I hope Athan does not make her feel embarrassed. Just as he took a step forward, he was stopped by the two security guards raising their hands. They frowned and looked at him in confusion. "What are you doing? This place does not allow random entry. If you want to pick up a guy, go outside and wait. When the party ends, we will toss you into the trash area." Hearing this, Lam Tiu frowned in confusion and asked the two, "What about me looks like a loser? I am your big lady, invited by myself." The two guards burst out laughing, pointing and making fun of him. He even claims he is the big lady who invited himself. How could the big lady invite a poor guy like him? Then they turned serious and coldly told him to leave. "The big lady invited you. Your clothes do not even compare to ours. Do not think you can con us. Get lost." Just then, Athan came out from the house, saw him standing there. Her eyes brightened, and she greeted him with a joyful smile. "Lam Tiu, you finally made it. We have been waiting for you for so long. We thought you would not come." She immediately walked over, excited, and took Lam Tiu's hand to lead him in, leaving him astonished. "Come in with me quickly." The two guards who were laughing just moments ago were now gaping, each staring wide-eyed, wondering to themselves, is this kid really a friend of the lady? Moreover, the lady is holding his hand. Lam Tiu turned to look at them and smiled smugly. "Sorry. Gentlemen, I need to go in and pick up my guy now." Both guards were left speechless, feeling anxious. "Didn't we just offend our future? This is it. We are done. Our family life is over." Hearing this, Athan confusedly asked him what he meant by picking up a guy. But Lam Tiu smiled cheerfully and said, "It is nothing. I was just joking. Your family staff is very serious and responsible." Switching scenes to the birthday party, Athan was excitedly saying, "Everyone, thank you for taking the time to attend my eldest daughter's birthday party. Athan, thank you all. But today I have some good news to announce. My eldest daughter Athan will be engaged to young Master Trotang. Then she turned to the old man and said, "Trudgering deep, we are comrades. And now we are even closer." Hearing this, old Trudgering chuckled in delight. Amid the festive atmosphere of the banquet, Athan casually walked in holding Lam Tiu's hand, both gripping each other's hands tightly like a real couple. Her father was shocked to see this and silently wondered, "Than, hi. Why are you holding hands with a boy? Who is that guy?" At that moment, Hui Than leaned close to Lam Tiu and whispered in his ear. Is it okay if I borrow your hand to hold for a while? I am doing this on purpose. You do not need to say anything. They will understand. He felt embarrassed but happily replied. Of course I know you want everyone here to see me as your target. The whispers began to stir. Who is that kid? He is holding hands with the eldest daughter of the Heda family. This damn kid. Wearing clothes that cost less than $200. And he has got the eldest daughter of Havarathi Ven. Looks like there is going to be a good show tonight. Just as Havar announced the engagement, Athan walked in with a man. Havariathan, on the other hand, felt extremely envious of her sister. What is this? Is she so impressive? Wanting to slap Dad's face in front of everyone. The father and son of Trong Daib were fuming with anger. He cursed inwardly. Havariathan, are you trying to slap me in the face? Trantringses gritted his teeth. This kid actually dared to hold hands with his woman. Amid the not-so-joyful welcome, our charming host continued to smile brightly and introduced himself to everyone. Hello everyone. Thank you for coming to Ha Than's birthday party. My name is Lam Tivyu. Then he proudly announced that he was Havariathan's boyfriend. His loud declaration startled her for a moment. Hearing that introduction, the guests could not help but whisper to each other. Is this kid here to stir up trouble? There is going to be an exciting scene today. A slap in the face to the heads of the Ha and Tranong families. How will Tranjong end up? Hawathan's father was already annoyed, stepping in front of Lum Taiyu with a frown, asking, Who are you? I have never heard my daughter mention having a boyfriend, young man. The Hedra family is not a place for you to show off. If you want money, go find the butler. Do not rely on my daughter. Contrast. Lum Taiyu calmly replied. Athithich, I am not here to joke around, and I do not need money. If you do not believe me, you can ask your daughter who I am. Hearing this, the Van immediately turned and scolded her daughter sharply. Van Hai, your uncle's son is a handsome, polite, talented young man. You should not foolishly ruin your life like this. Athan was furious, responding immediately without holding back. I am not being foolish. I truly love Lamentiville, and I reassure myself in my heart he did that for me, and I absolutely cannot waver at this moment. The nearby guests gasped in shock upon hearing this. They were all amazed by Athan's determination, saying, Is this real love? Love that defies all power and obstacles. I feel so bitter. Someone remarked, adding fuel to the fire. The Van was so furious that she raised her hand, ready to slap and shout. Shameless. Hui Then Tin turned pale. She fearfully shrank her head down, tightly shutting her eyes, bracing for that impending slap. However, just as the hand came down, a hand swiftly grabbed it. He was extremely uncomfortable and suggested to the man, Athithich, I am the one pursuing Athan. There is no point in hitting her over this. If you must hit someone, I think you can hit me instead. Havariathan was so moved that she covered her mouth. Everyone around admired him. I have never heard such a shameless request. But even if he was shameless, he was still really handsome. Damn it. I admire him even more. At this moment, the Veen stormed towards Lam Tiu, raising her hand again. Fine. I will hit you. You dare to seduce my daughter. Are you enjoying this? Suddenly, Trtrong Deep smirked and walked over, saying something that startled him. Elun, why get angry with a kid? If your daughter and I are not destined to be, then there is no need to force it. He did not want to lose a good bait, immediately backtracking to explain. Lu Ho Trong, I sincerely apologize. I really did not expect this. At this moment, Lu Ho Trong's face suddenly turned very gloomy, and then he spoke with hidden meaning. Ka. No need to argue with me about right or wrong. After all, I should apologize to you. Suddenly, someone's foot smashed through the door glass, and immediately several thugs from the gang jumped down with weapons at Trong Deep's firm declaration. Because from now on, there would be no more promises. Trong Hong Suf slammed his hand down and ordered his men. They immediately surged forward, surrounding and attacking the unfortunate guests. The situation had turned chaotic in an instant. Everyone ran in all directions, screaming, Kill! Run fast! What the hell is happening? Seeing the scene of terrified people fleeing everywhere, Hui Than Ten's grandfather turned pale in shock. Then he exploded in anger and demanded of the old man named Trujang. Trudgering deep. What do you want to do? He just smiled smugly and said, I am not doing anything. I just can't stand to see you prospering. Why is it that after we both retired, you are the richest man in the city? Then he smirked and disdainfully added, Besides, who told you to touch my business? You want to force me to death, so I have to kill you first. The Vian frowned in anger at this line. At this moment, no one could get out because the door was locked. Everyone anxiously said to each other, We are done for? Hurry back. There has to be a back door in this villa. Lama Tiu turned around, angrily reminding them, All the exits are sealed. Even the doors are shut tight. How can the back door be opened? If you act thoughtlessly now, you are just walking to your death. Some people did not listen and retorted angrily, Do nothing. Just wait to die here. I do not want to wait to die either. Even if there is just a 1 in 10,000 chance. I have to try. A middle-aged woman sneered as she ran. They stood there waiting to die. But just after leaving, they cried out in panic. The back door is also shut. Is anyone calling the police? There is no signal. It seems all signals in this house are blocked. Athan was overwhelmed by the chaotic situation. She immediately turned to her companion and said, I did not expect it to turn out like this. You should leave quickly. This does not concern you. However, he calmly replied, no matter if it concerns me or not. If I have agreed to help you, then I must take responsibility this time. His words surprised Harathan a bit. Lumen Tayu. At this moment, at Trondrangs's place, he was grinning widely and casually told his father, Dad, I can't wait any longer. I want to take those young girls upstairs. I want to play with each of them. The old man happily responded, do as you wish. Anyway, tonight no one will leave alive. Hearing this, Trongsuf opened his mouth wide and loudly ordered his thugs, all of you come with me, except for the girls. Kill everything else. Havrathan's father finally made his move. He threw a punch at one of the thugs and yelled, shameless. It seems today Hathavan has to unleash a massacre. He immediately stood in front of the female guests and reassured them, everyone stay still. As long as I am alive. They won't touch you. Trudgering deep, hearing him so loudly, smiled with delight, then snapped his fingers and made a sarcastic remark. My old comrade seems to still be sharp. Your strength has not diminished at all. Well, with that said, he drew a pistol from his coat. All the thugs raised their guns and pointed them directly at Heliath Avien. Atrong Deep continued, let A18 go first. Seeing the situation, the companion could not remain still and raised his hand, ready to act. The knife was wielded by Tridu Hai, rushing straight for Trong Sao's neck, who paled in fear upon seeing it. But that was not all. Something was also pulling him away in an instant. His old man turned back, seeing this, and grimly asked, who's it? None other than Hyathine, who had wrapped her rope around his neck and tightened it, threatening them fiercely. Tell your people to stop, or I will make sure you never have descendants. Trudgering deep, seeing this, exploded with rage, threatening Huathin in return. You are a little tough, but being this close to me, are not you afraid of dying? I can crush you from 100 meters away. The more he spoke, the tighter the rope became. Trondrangsuf could not help but cry out in anguish, Dad, help me, I can't breathe. His words did nothing to shake Hyathing's resolve. She glanced at the old man and declared loudly, go ahead and try, even if I die. I will take your son with me. Tell them to drop their guns, or he will end up with a broken head. Trudgering Deep complied upon hearing this. He raised his hand and ordered the men behind him, drop the guns for tea. The girls behind, thinking they were safe, immediately cheered with joy, flattering Hathin. So powerful. So skilled. If I were a man, I would definitely marry her. She is so beautiful. I'm a girl, and I want to marry her too. Sar, I am dying for nothing. Meanwhile, my side still pondered, and I could not help but worry, thinking, no way. That Trong guy has been planning for so long. He can't just be subdued like this. He must have a backup plan. Just as I thought of this, something fell from the ceiling, and a thug in the gang looked up in confusion, asking, what is that? Only the old man Trong Dipe smirked excitedly. Lum Tu immediately realized the problem, panicking and shouting, Havriathin, run. Hearing this, she hesitated, asking back in confusion, run. If we do not keep him, we will be. Suddenly, the ceiling shattered. Something fell down. Amaro, Ava recognized that it was a person. Both Lundram MTU and the other guests looked in confusion at the figure. The girls looked at the shadow in front of them, their faces pale in shock as if struck by lightning. The stranger was none other than Trigu Kung. He stepped on Havathine and pretended to ask, seems like I stepped on someone. Trantang Sef finally broke free from the suffocating rope, collapsing to the ground, gasping, damn it. Havatha Van and Drathan saw this and rushed forward, calling out, Thin Hai, little sister. But Lamantiu stopped them. Danti go. The two disregarded his warning and barreled towards Harathin. The Van raised his fist towards Tribukuang, cursing at him. Get your foot off that girl. Huithan also kicked forward. You bastard. Let my sister go. However, those two fierce attacks were easily blocked by him. One hand held the foot, the other kept the fist, and he arrogantly asked, is that all the strength you have? Astonished by Tridukuang's capabilities, wondered inwardly, just how much strength does this guy have? Drathan was equally terrified, unable to move at all. At this moment, Atrangha stood up, grinning with delight, while his old man sneered, saying, you do not know your own strength. Do you even know who this person is? The leader of the largest black martial arts organization in Tendia. Tridu Kuang. Everyone was taken aback, and they began to whisper among themselves. Tridu Kuang, a level A criminal wanted by the martial police. They say he once slaughtered 100 people in one go. Why is such a madman showing up here? My home is frozen in shock for a moment. You bit your lip in shock, thinking to yourself, Kwanan, is this guy the boss of Team Kim Khan? What a narrow fate. At this moment, a Trong Dape ordered Trigu Kung, hurry up and strike. I do not want to wait. Tritang Sef maintained his perverse demeanor and instructed. A woman with a full life is effective against me. Hearing this, Tridu Kung tightened his grip, his face darkening as he grinned menacingly. Then I will break both your arms first, and slowly torture you. Arthan was firmly held by the legs, unable to do anything, thinking in despair. It is, suddenly, a powerful fist struck Tribu Kung's face. Then came a fierce kick from Lam Taiyu's position. The two Heva children were stunned. You raised your leg for the next kick while angrily cursing him. If you want to touch my woman, you are asking for death. Then a kick was launched straight at Trido Kuang's face, and he lay still in pain. The Veen was left speechless in shock. This kid, Drathen was just as surprised. She was extremely curious, wondering how Lam Tiu became this strong, much stronger than during the exam. Once done, you approached the two Trojang father and son and said, Next, it is your turn. They fearfully stepped back a few paces. Trong Dep Deep thought in shock. How could R have someone like this? This person clearly looked like just a high school student. How could that be? Lamatiu had now leaped high, and several thugs rushed to block in front of the Diape father and son, shouting loudly, Protect the master. At this moment, you dove down like the wind, raising a powerful fist and smugly asked them, Protect, can you make it in time? Suddenly, a blue light appeared where Tridu Kuang stood, swirling into a vortex and launching something. A gigantic hand formed by the light struck straight towards Love Mtu. You raised your hand to block that surprise attack and thought in surprise. Ability. Is this person also an ability user? Tribu Kuang's hand slowly rose, the light now blazing on his hand. At this moment, he was enveloped in a turbulent aura. He smirked and turned to you, saying, It has been a long time since I have felt this way. Who are you? Really? Say your name. I will remember you. Lumzun Tiu tightened his fist and replied, I am sure you have heard my name. Anyway, I just threw the vice leader of your crazy void group into prison. The thugs behind him gasped in shock and asked in disbelief. Just threw the vice leader of Crazy Void into jail. Old Zhang Yi was also stunned, saying it was someone from the news. At that moment, Xu Wen glanced over at Ha Than and understood in her heart. No wonder Than Nai was interested in this kid. When Tribu Kung learned our identity, he flew into a rage. Gritting his teeth, he angrily said, So it is you, Lumen Taiyu. It seems like today we can settle old scores and new grudges together. Tribu Kung stood on one leg, a beam of light shining from the floor under his foot. Then he fixed his fiery red eyes on you and ordered his underlings. Everyone, do not shoot. I want to kill this kid myself. You all get ready. Tridu Kung charged forward in anger and swung a punch, arrogantly declaring, You will die by my hands. Lum Tiu was not backing down either and immediately blocked it, proudly saying, I will let your brothers reunite. The overwhelming force from the two collided, causing the window glass to shatter. Punches kept flying, and the scene turned chaotic. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Ven rushed to help Ha Thine and instructed Aathan. Quickly take everyone away while it is chaotic. Once the phone gets a signal, call the police. Take the Nu to the hospital. Her breathing is already very weak. Heferathan, confused, asked, Dad, what about you? He felt a bit scared but resolutely said, Lamatium came to our Ha family for you. Today, he is our benefactor. How can I abandon him? I am not the kind of person who turns their back on kindness. Even if I die, I will die here today. She felt guilty after his words, unable to shake off the self-blame. Lamatium came here and faced danger because of her. If it were not for her request, he would never have come here. It is all my responsibility. Thinking that, she turned and declared firmly to him, Let me stay. You take our Thine and everyone else away first. Lamatavu came for me. No matter what, I have to be with him. The Van gritted his teeth, feeling troubled, and hesitated to call out Hathan's name. Just then, on the other side, Trong Deg Dip had grabbed Tenkon's hair, causing her to cry out in pain. He pulled her closer and smirked, saying to both of them, Leaving. You can't escape from there. Just take a look at who this is. The Veen and Ha Than stared in shock, their faces pale as they shouted. Tun Nuninyin, despite being in pain, urged her husband to quickly take their child away. As soon as she finished speaking, the old man Tridiai Deep kicked her hard in the stomach, then grabbed Tenenkon's head and glared at the two, disdainfully saying, Sister-in-law, you can't even protect yourself, yet you want to take care of others. Than could not hold back as she saw her mother being tortured right in front of her. She dashed straight toward Tranchong Deep, yelling, "Let go of my mom." Vrathun also shouted angrily, "Stop." The old man Dip stood still, laughing like a madman as the thugs beside him fired their guns. Instantly, 2 bullets shot straight into Harthan's right hand and left leg. The Veen panicked as he saw her blood flowing. Shouting loudly, "Than Hai." Lum Tu was still fighting hard, but his attention shifted immediately upon hearing Hava's shout. Realizing Harthan was in trouble, he could not help but worry that something had happened to her. Just as Lum Tu was focused on the situation, he was struck hard in the face by Tridu Kuang. He continued to charge forward, arrogantly saying, "You dare to be distracted while fighting me? Don't get too cocky." Lum Tu quickly jumped back, taking an attacking stance and told him, "You are right. Being distracted now only leads to death. So from your punch, a brilliant light is radiating. Something is about to emerge." A second later, the baton appeared in his hand, and he raised it confidently, saying, "First, let us take him down and talk later." The guy, Tridu Kuang, was not backing down either and immediately used his ability, creating a large circle with 6 powerful fists along with his threatening words, "Kill me, and I will make you regret saying that." As soon as he finished speaking, Lum Tu charged forward with the baton at lightning speed. Seeing this, Tribu Kung felt a bit scared and thought to himself, "This is not good. This kid is going all out right from the start. If I can't stop this punch, I am dead today." But then he regained his swagger, punched his fists together, and excitedly said, "Using all your strength right away is indeed surprising, but I am not easy pre. If you want to take me down in one move, you are still too inexperienced." Lum Tu's rocket-like punch was easily blocked by his ability earlier. The two forces collided, creating a significant shockwave. Seeing this, Lum Tu's face darkened, and an aura of electricity surrounded him as he asked, "Oh really? Then how about this?" Triben Kong's face immediately changed, his eyes wide with fear as he exclaimed, "This is an ability." Lum Tu activated his lightning ability, forming a curtain of electricity between them that kept growing larger. Then, he gathered the lightning with the baton and punched Tridu Kung hard in the face. A second later, the electricity spread throughout his body, causing him to convulse violently. The electric shock combined with that powerful punch sent Tridu Kung flying. He fell flat on the ground, shocking everyone. Right in the middle of the crowd of the Tranjong family and the Havar father-son duo, the old man Tranjong Deep Tin turned pale at the scene before him, frowning in fear as he asked, "Trido, are you okay?" At this moment, blood was pouring from Tribu Kung's mouth. He struggled to stand but still calmly replied. Suddenly, a knife was swung from Lam Tu's direction as he said, "I have not said you could stand up yet." Right after that, Tribu Kung fell into his attack. Each knife strike was delivered without hesitation, leaving him utterly stunned. At this moment, Lum Tu walked toward Havar Than with the knife in hand. Seeing the painful wound on her body, he was taken aback. Tears streamed down Havar Than's cheeks. She cried out Lam Tu's name in pain, while behind her, the Vien was shocked, holding Ha Thang tightly. Seeing Havar Than's tears of anguish made him lose his calm, his face darkening with an angry question. "Who did this?" The old man Tranning Deep, frightened, hurriedly urged the thugs around him. "Kill him. Hurry up, kill him for me." Immediately, a barrage of bullets was fired at Lam Tu. He stood there calmly like a statue. But strangely, none of the bullets hit him. Tranning Deep was horrified, flinching as he asked, "What are you? How come even bullets can't hit you? How is this possible?" Without hesitation, Lum Tu lunged forward with the knife, aiming for him. He maintained a cold expression and threatened, "You have no right to ask me that. If you touch my people, then I will make you suffer." The old man, terrified, immediately turned and fled, pulling his subordinate up as a human shield. He ran away with his legs crossed, shouting in panic. At that moment, Lam Tu was even angrier. He pointed the knife directly at Truong Deep and grimly said, "Asking for forgiveness means nothing. Hurting others will ultimately hurt yourself." Driven by the hatred in his heart, he slashed fiercely at the scheming old man. Truong Deep was immediately struck, initially crying out in pain, "Help me." But soon, he fell silent and collapsed to the ground. Truong So Nat Gan, witnessing this scene, was left in shock, trembling and crying like a child. At this moment, several thugs beside Truong So were kneeling before Lam Tu. They were so scared that they completely lost their pride and kept begging, "We are just doing this for money. They are the ones who pushed us to do it. It has nothing to do with us." Seeing this, Truong So set aside his dignity and knelt down, looking pitiful, tears and snot streaming down his face as he begged in fear, "I do not know anything. Spare me. Please spare me. It was all my father's plan. It has nothing to do with me." Lam Tu ignored the pleas and slashed at him, asking, "Don't you want to play? Then let us play to the end." Not stopping there, he slashed over a dozen times to vent his anger. Truong So-se's blood splattered everywhere after those strikes. Meanwhile, on the main road, 3 police cars were speeding toward Ha Thane Juvinan's house. Ho Nuniam had arrived at Herr Reyes' door and raised his voice to demand people inside. Listen up. You are surrounded. Put your hands up and surrender. The door was quickly flung open. As Chief Ho Niem stepped inside, he was left speechless in shock. A police officer behind him, raising his gun, was also taken aback. This was the entire gang of thugs sitting helplessly on the floor. They were tied up tightly by the tricks of our side. Seeing the police enter, he joyfully said, I have been waiting for you. Chief Ho, you are just in time. One by one, they were handcuffed. They orderly got into the police cars under the stern orders of the officers. You will wait for the trial and behave properly as you enter the house. Harry Than's mother was extremely grateful, approaching Lam Tiu and saying, Thank you so much this time. The Vaughn also held Ah Thun and expressed his gratitude. If it were not for you, Lam Tiu, we would have been done for, he then declared loudly. You are the great benefactor of our family. What do you want? We can fulfill anything you ask. Little brother, feel free to say it. Hearing this, our side eagerly made a request without hesitation. Okay. Then I want Harathan. Hafarathan, being held in his arms, felt extremely shy upon hearing this. Her face turned as red as a tomato. Athi Ven was dumbfounded by Lam Tiu's request. While T Nuncan beside them covered her mouth, trying not to laugh, she felt a surge of jealousy inside. Is youth today really so blunt yet romantic? Not like this old man. Hafarathan, feeling too awkward, accidentally said to Lam Tiu. What are you talking about? We have only known each other for a few days. Her parents, hearing this, were left speechless, 4 of them looking at each other in silence. Curiously, Ivor immediately asked, You two have only known each other for a few days. Is not he your boyfriend? What is going on here? Havrithan suddenly realized. Oh no, the secret is out. Meanwhile, Lam Tiu remained incredibly calm. He tightly hugged Iwathan and boldly declared, Sir, but I am not Rythan's boyfriend. I was invited by her to pretend to be her boyfriend. But what I said earlier was serious. I truly wish for that. A day Chichi and Tanjin Tunch let Hythan have her freedom. He confidently requested. She is 18 now. And I hope A Chi-za will allow her to take charge of her own life from now on. At that moment, Athan also understood Lam Tiu's intentions, feeling a wave of joy. It turned out that is what he meant. Her parents were even more shocked to learn this truth. But then the Ven felt guilty, blaming herself for being wrong. If it were not for wanting to arrange a marriage for Than Nai with that Tranjong guy, these things probably would not have happened. He then happily replied, What you said is very good. I understand now. He then looked at his daughter and promised her, From today onwards, I won't interfere with your freedom anymore. Go do whatever you want. Harathan felt deeply moved, her eyes welling up with tears of happiness. Thank you, Dad. Outside, the ambulance had arrived, and the doctor hurried in, asking, Where's the injured person? Hurry up. The security guard immediately led the way into the room. Soon after, both Athan and Havriathan were taken into the ambulance to be transferred to the hospital for treatment. The Vinan and Teningen Khan were also in the ambulance. At this moment, the two were chatting with each other. That kid Lum to you is not bad at all. They both looked over at him. Aka contentedly said, Than Nai is really sharp. Given time, this kid will definitely become an important figure. Then he turned to Tis Harathan. Than Hai, you need to seize this opportunity. Hearing this, she shyly pulled up the blanket and stammered an explanation. I do not have that kind of thought at all. The ambulance gradually drove away from the Ha family villa. At this moment, Lamatiyun glanced at the crazed leader being taken onto the police car, feeling smug inside. Tridu Kuang. Theoretically, you were just an accomplice. Too bad you ran into me. Then he clenched his fist and raised it, his face showing clear delight as he whispered to himself. Chudiuvish, what I like most is to seize interesting abilities. In my past life, I seized over 10,000 types of abilities, and they all became treasures that helped me dominate the divine realm. Just as he finished thinking, Director Ho Niem's hand rested on Lam Tiu's shoulder. He smiled broadly and praised him, saying, You are quite impressive, kid. You have made the biggest underground force in Tandai disappear. Are you interested in joining the martial arts police department? Taken aback by the unexpected proposal, Lam Tiu quickly declined. Director Ho is just joking. I am not even qualified to join the martial arts police. Aren't you supposed to need a degree in martial arts level B or higher to join? However, the director seemed very serious and continued to invite him. For ordinary people, that is certainly a requirement, but for top-tier experts, exceptions can be made. However, the more capable a person is, the easier they are to tempt from the outside. Isn't Zokwang a prime example? Hearing this, our boy was slightly startled. Lam Tiu smiled, realizing the implication behind the words. It was a reminder for him. He then turned to leave, Waving goodbye to Ho Nyam, well, if there is ever a chance in the future, I will consider taking the exam for the martial arts police. I hope Director Ho does not forget what was said today. Just as he left, Ho Nyam pulled out a cigarette, feeling a bit anxious. That kid, after taking a deep drag, he worried that he might have ruined the crazy organization. He still felt that the kid was even more dangerous than the crazy organization. Our boy has now gone home on his sister's bicycle, transitioning to the Lam family. As Lam Tu entered the house, Li Young rushed over to hug him tightly. He was teary-eyed and worriedly scolded him. "Little Lam, you are too reckless." Lam Hian happily explained to him that Director Ho Nivim had called us. He said that you had taken down the entire underground martial arts organization in Tan Day. Hearing this, Lam Tu smiled. He placed a hand on his chest and confidently assured his brother, "I have already said it. No one can bully us anymore. This is just the first step. Next, we need to heal the big bro's leg." Lam Hian was incredibly happy to hear this, but he declined his brother's kindness, knowing it would be very difficult to accomplish. "No need to mention that. I know your intentions are good, and that is enough." Meanwhile, Lam Tu was taking off his wristband, saying they should wait until tomorrow to receive the notification. He then handed the wristband to Lam Hian, entrusting him with the responsibility. Additionally, he had a gift for Li Young as well. Upon hearing this news, Li Young was incredibly excited and asked, "Do I get something too?" Did Lam Tu throw his prized knife to me, holding that weapon in his hand? Li Young still could not believe it and asked again, "Is this really for me?" This is a second-grade martial arts weapon. Not only that, it is also a special ability weapon. I have to study it well. A bright light emanated from the knife, and Li Yang excitedly waved it around, exclaiming, "This is amazing." At this moment, Lam Tu let out a big yawn, sluggishly walked inside, and said, "Is late. I am going to sleep now. I am exhausted after a long night." But in his heart, he could not help but think about the new special ability he had gained today. That old martial arts technique is no longer useful to me. It is better to give it to Li Yang for protection. Lam Tu raised his fist, using his Tula power, formed 6 fists pointing straight up to the sky. He was determined, telling himself that he would make a name for himself in the future. Then Lam Tu went into the room and immediately sat down to practice, thinking to himself, although he said he would sleep, he really did not have any time to waste anymore. His hands continuously got familiar with and controlled the new ability. Big Bro needed to recover as before. Entering the 3-segment state is just the most basic prerequisite. If I want to find those medicinal materials, I have to strive to break through to the 4-segment state. However, Lam Tu did not expect that by seizing the divine technique to obtain abilities, it could also assist him in cultivating. Those 6 hands effectively tripled the speed of accumulating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this rate, Lam Tu would soon break through to the 4-segment state. After a while of focused training, a brilliant green light lifted him higher and higher, shining brighter by the moment. Suddenly, blood poured from Lam Tu's throat, and then blood flowed from his eyes, ears, and mouth. All at once in his panic, "Damn it. What is happening?" Unable to endure any longer, he stopped his training and collapsed onto the floor, immediately reaching for a tissue, feeling uneasy inside. What is going on? Training led to bleeding from the 7 orifices. While wiping the blood off his nose, he quietly speculated, could it be that training too fast made this body unable to handle it? Looking at the 2 bright streaks of blood rolling down his clothes, Lam Tu told himself, it seems that I really can't pursue speed too much in training. Otherwise, I might die without knowing what happened. He kept wiping away the blood to avoid being discovered. Just then, Lam Heen wheeled in and asked Lam Tu, "Did I buy food for tonight? Do you want to eat?" But when he saw Lam Tu flustered and wiping something, he smiled with mischievous thoughts in his head. When Lam Tu turned around and saw that expression, he immediately realized the problem, gasping in shock, then hurriedly explained, "Big Bro, it is not what you think." But Lam Heen had already slammed the door shut and turned away with a gleeful smile. "I know, no need to explain." The scene shifts to the next day at Nuyaga Martial Arts. In the classroom, the teacher was standing with his hands on his hips, announcing to everyone that classmates Harathan and Harathan would have their results sent directly to their home. Due to family matters, you guys normally do not study well. Looking at Hathan and Harathan, both sisters scored a plus. For others, getting into an A-level martial arts university is quite good. Moreover, looking at myself, getting into a B-level martial arts university is also difficult. The teacher's morning scolding left the students feeling heavy. Lam Tu was resting his chin, bored and deep in thought. Martial arts universities are divided into 5 levels. Hebas plus. Just like in our small city, being able to get into an A-level martial arts university is already a big deal. But in this class, I guess there won't be many of my classmates who can achieve that. The teacher read out the test results of each student one by one. Zhang Xiaoho got us. Kid. You will have to retake it. You got a C+ in your exam. Go crazy with that. That's too. You got a Do better. Try applying to a B-level university. But be careful with your major choice. When he saw my results, he stared in shock and hesitated. Lin Tiu. The students below were extremely curious and urged him. I also could not believe that he, who usually just sleeps in class, could achieve good results. Teacher. Hurry up and read it. Is it? Hearing this, Lin Tiu just chuckled lightly. Shortly after, the teacher read it in surprise. Lin Tiu got in a less popular major. Going to his level university is no problem. He immediately went up to collect his results under the astonished gaze of his classmates. And it's a stillness. Our class has another's. How did Lin Tiu perform so much better in the final exam than usual? Green Bean is really envious. This kid's life is about to take off. After returning to his seat, he stared at his results, feeling a bit regretful, thinking that the reason he got an S was because he held back. If he had given his all, it would have been different. Finished. The teacher looked at another student's results and read it half-heartedly. So that is an A. That made the other students very curious. Teacher, who got an A? Zhuangthua Nuok Duck said. Quick. Tell us. Teacher. Hurry up. This time the one called was So Tiu Nai, who scored an A in pure literature, making the whole class gasp in shock. Everyone immediately started chatting excitedly after that news. The girl who was a born useless could not cultivate martial arts, yet scored full marks in pure literature. Damn. Even a useless person like me can't compare. Ignoring the criticism, Tuna quickly stepped up to collect her results. She happily held it in her hands and walked back to her seat. Lin Tiu noticed her and thought himself that he had nothing to do with her in his past life. Last time he broke her wall, they exchanged a few words, and he borrowed her bicycle. Who would have thought that such an ordinary person could score full marks in pure literature, while his own score just barely met the selection criteria? At this moment, So Tiu Nai accidentally bumped her result paper against Lin Tiu's, causing both envelopes to fall. She immediately sat down to pick it up and shyly said sorry. Lin Tiu politely knelt down to retrieve his paper. He was so focused on picking up the results that he did not notice, causing his head to bump hard into So Nai's forehead. Hearing her yelp, Lin Tiu immediately turned to ask, "Are you okay?" But So Nai shyly picked up her results and turned to leave, flustered, replying. The scene shifts to noon at the Lam family, where Lin Tiu excitedly entered the house holding his results, and said to Lam Hian, "Big brother, here's the result notification." He was a bit surprised by Lin Tiu's attitude and asked back, "So proud. Is the result really that good?" Lam Hian slowly unfolded the paper, ignoring the image of Tiu Lai beside it, focusing only on the score. He was quite pleased and complimented. "Not bad. You even got an A." Lam Tiu was a bit confused when he heard the words Class 8. And suddenly, Lam Hian's face also changed. He looked at the name on the achievement paper and asked in surprise, "When did you change your name to So Tiu Nai?" At that moment, in front of Lam Tiu was an old red banner that had been worn and torn over the years. Just looking at it, he frowned and guessed. This character Fu has become so yellowed. It must have been up for at least 3 or 4 years. A girl's house should not be like this if she does not take care of it. It is a bit strange. The next second, Lam Tiu decisively raised his hand to knock on the door. "Forget it. This is not something I should manage. I just want to get my achievement paper back." Not receiving a response, he hesitated a bit, grabbed the doorknob, and gently called out, "Is anyone there? I am the neighbor next door. I have something to discuss." Before he finished speaking, Lam Tiu suddenly noticed the door had opened. He was confused and thought to himself, "The door is not locked." Stepping inside, he scanned the room and wondered, "Is this a girl's house? Why is it in such disarray?" Lam Tiu slowly walked forward, carefully searching. "Is anyone there? I took the achievement paper by mistake." Just as he was about to say more, he suddenly saw the figure of Tiu Nai lying unconscious on the floor. Lam Tiu could not help but rush over in panic. "Oh no. Is something wrong?" He bent down, carefully checking her condition. And thankfully, she was still breathing. Tuni suddenly weakly spoke up. "I am hungry." Lam Tiu was a bit confused, frowning and wondering. Hungry? What kind of situation is this? After some fumbling in the kitchen, he finally completed 2 simple dishes. Tiuna could not hide her joy anymore. She ate with great delight. Seeing this, Lam Tiu reminded her, "Don't eat so fast. No one is competing with you. Big brother, I am going to sleep. Otherwise, he could make more food." She gently lifted her head, her face filled with gratitude mixed with happiness. "This is the best meal I have had." "Thank you." Lam Tiu hesitated and asked, "How long has it been for you?" Tiunoi sadly recounted, "I have been hungry for 3 days. I had low blood sugar, so I fainted." Hearing this, he was stunned and repeatedly questioned, 3 days without food? Are you practicing immortality or something? Even if being skinny is beautiful now, you should not put yourself in such a deadly situation. I would like to honor you as the strongest in the weight loss world." Tiunai sadly explained, "It is not about losing weight. It is that there is no food in my house. This time, because of exams, I have not worked for half a month. And I have used up everything at home, Lam Tiu continued to ask. Then you should have found some food first. Right. Where are your parents? Are they on a business trip? Hearing this, her heart suddenly felt heavy, and her expression darkened. After a while, Tuni looked up and gently smiled. They have all passed away. He suddenly froze, a bit awkwardly explaining. I did not mean to. Her voice softly replied. I know you are a good person. I will finish the water and go right away. The achievement paper is under the pillow in my bedroom. I will get it for you in a moment. Lam Tiu said nothing, lost in thought. The girl with such a tragic background was indeed pitiful. But how many people here did not have a story to tell? In my past life, I did not pay attention to the mundane things. This time, I have to give my big brother a little more money. At least he won't have to worry about food. Ilash. Tuyuni put down her empty bowl and said, Thank you. Lam Tiu. I am full now. She quickly got up. Very grateful. I will go get the report card for you right now. Lam Tiu frowned as he watched her, a hint of suspicion rising within him. Why did Sif Tiuni's movements seem a bit unnatural? Others said she could not even exert 20 pounds of strength in martial arts. Could there be something more to this? She was also a person who had suffered. Borrowing her bike once. I owe her a favor. If I can help, I will. Soon after, Tiuni approached the bedroom, picking up a light brown file. Just as she was about to reach the door, she suddenly froze at something. Lam Tiu appeared abruptly in front of her, startling Sestuna, who instinctively stepped back. She forced a smile and stammered. Is it you scared me? I will bring it to you. You do not need to come here on purpose. At that moment, Lam Tiu interrupted her without hesitation. I have a question I want to ask you. Why can Tiu even display 20 pounds of strength in martial arts? Even a chicken fighter can exert about 40 pounds. Is there something you are hiding? Tiuni suddenly exclaimed. There is nothing. My body is perfectly fine. Lam Tiu questioned. What do you mean by that? Tiuni placed her hand on her chest, her voice growing increasingly flustered. Suddenly, a mysterious light emanated from her body, causing the girl to grit her teeth in pain. In an instant, Suf Tiuni staggered and collapsed to the floor. Unconscious, Lam Tiu panicked and shouted. Wait. What is wrong with you? From Tiuni's body, green lights began to seep out slowly, weaving through her already changing skin. She lay writhing on the floor, her whole body trembling, crying out, it hurts so much. I am so cold. Lam Tiu was momentarily stunned. His eyes wide with shock, he rushed over, gently pulling her outer clothing aside for 10 mm to check. Suddenly, a frost spider appeared on her chest, gripping tightly and causing Tiuni immense pain. Seeing this, Lam Tiu grimaced, clenching his teeth and wondering, the frost demon seal. How cruel is that? Why would a southern martial arts secret technique appear on her? But all that responded was her weak voice, sending Lam Tiu into a frenzy of worry. Thinking, if this continues, she won't last long and I must forcefully help her. But right now, I only have the third stage. Forcing a rescue might put myself in danger. Meanwhile, Tiunu was still in excruciating pain. Not long after, Lam Tiu decisively stepped forward and gently lifted her. If I could remove her clothes and make direct contact, it might be possible. The little girl was in trouble, hesitating as he pulled up Tiuni's shirt while mumbling to himself. I am doing this to save you. Whatever punishment you want to give me later, I will accept. Tiuni's condition was getting worse, her breaths coming out pale, her face drained of color, clearly exhausted from the bone-chilling cold. Lam Tiu pondered for a moment, observing her body before he began channeling his energy into Tiuni, the energy flowing throughout their bodies. Soon, her condition began to improve step by step. Lam Tiu felt a bit relieved, realizing that the ice demon seal had disappeared, confirming its power. He contemplated. It seemed he had underestimated its might. Phew. Although it was a bit of a struggle, at that moment, So Tiuni suddenly frowned, and in that instant, she awoke from her stupor due to Lam Tiu's actions. He was flustered, quickly pulling his hands away, hastily explaining, I was just trying to help. As Tiuni's face turned red, her eyes filled with tears. Her voice choked as she spoke. You do not mind my body, do you? I am really embarrassed because I have no money. It has been a long time since I have had a proper bath. I tried not to get too close to others, afraid they would smell the soreness on me. At those words, Lam Tiu was taken aback, hesitantly calling out Sa Tiuni's name. Saying that, he rushed to embrace Tiuni in a gentle comfort, his voice softly reassuring. You are very beautiful. Hearing this, Tiuni felt understood. She sobbed on Lam Tiu's shoulder. Thank you, she said. Time passed quietly, during which, while Tiuni was bathing under the warm water from the outside faucet, Lam Tiu sat on the chair, stroking his chin in thought, wondering why the ice demon seal appeared on Tiuni. This kind of southern secret technique is rarely used, Could it be that the reason for Sesuf Taiyuni's parents' death is also problematic? Not long after, she tiptoed out of the bathroom and suddenly called out, "I am done bathing." His clothes fit perfectly. It turned out she was wearing Lum Taiyu's shirt. Seeing that, a smile briefly flashed across his lips before he spoke.
Yep.
It really fits well. Then, Lumen Taiyu, filled with doubt, pressed on. Wondering how she ended up with the ice demon seal like this, Tiyuna quickly replied, "I do not know either." She looked down shyly and said, "But since I started remembering things, I have had this." Lum Tiyu could not hide his surprise. Secretly speculating, could it be that Su Taiyunai was implanted with this from birth? If so, then someone might be trying to refine an ancient royal. Tiyunai chuckled softly, waving her hands to reassure him. "You do not need to worry too much. It has been with me for many years now. I am used to it. It is nothing." He did not take those words lightly but seriously asked, "Are you feeling that the episodes have been happening more frequently lately?" Taiyune could only respond in confusion. "How do you know?" Lum Tiyu stood up, his voice like, "Don't ask me. You have just a few days left until your 18th birthday." Tiyuni felt a bit anxious, hastily replying, "Is it still a week away?" At that moment, he seriously warned that she would die in a week, but the ice spider on her shoulder for the past 18 years has completely drained her spirit, leaving her body devoid of nourishment. Not even a speck of dust remains. Tiyuna gradually feels uneasy as she gently pulls aside her shirt to reveal the ice spider still clinging to her chest. "Is this thing going to take my life?" she exclaimed, a mix of disbelief and fear in her voice. "Are you serious?" Tiyunai stepped closer, accidentally bumping into Lam Tiyu's leg. "I still want to change my fate. Please help me." By instinct, both of them fell to the ground. Panicking, he shouted loudly, "This is bad." At that moment, she was on top of him, and both stared at each other awkwardly. Suddenly, the door burst open, and someone walked in. Lam Hien froze at the sight before him. Without a word, he rushed in like a gust of wind, causing a commotion, leaving Lam Tiyu to struggle to explain. "It is not what you think. Big brother, let me explain." He was terrified, his face pale as he shouted, "Get up. Big brother, it is not good to misunderstand." But she, being a girl, cared about her reputation. Tiyu did not care, and even rushed to hug him. Lam Tiyu was taken aback and quickly asked, "What is wrong with you?" Still holding me tight, Tiyuni softly pressed her face against his chest, whispering, "I have grown up, and you are the first to treat me this well. I mean, if you want me." She looked up, continuing without a second thought, "It is totally fine." Lam Tiyu was surprised by her actions, and instinctively they both called each other's names. He then firmly grabbed the edges of her shirt and pulled her closer. Saying that, Lam Tiyu gently helped her stand up, his eyes filled with worry. Tiyuni kept asking, "Lam Tiyu, do you dislike me?" He fell silent and gently patted her head affectionately, then softly explained, "You should know to cherish yourself. You should not just give yourself away for a little bit of affection. If in the future, we truly have a connection, I will take responsibility for you. This is also my principle." Tiyuni was stirred by his words, her eyes brimming with tears as she exclaimed, "Lam Tiyu." She rushed forward and hugged him tightly. "Thank you." Lam Tiyu reminisced about the glorious times and felt a sense of self-admiration. Back then, he was the charming and unrivaled Lam Feng, with countless girls, divine beings throwing themselves at him. If it were not for his strong willpower, he would have easily succumbed to such temptations long ago. But his chest was indeed soft. He glanced down at her cleavage and thought to himself, "This girl has a really nice figure." While lost in thought, he unknowingly began to bleed from his nose. Seeing this, Tiyunai anxiously asked, "Lam Tiyu, why are you bleeding?" "I will go get something to stop the bleeding for you." He coldly covered his nose with his hand and replied, "It is nothing serious. Right now, we have something more important to do." Lam Tiyu quickly wiped the blood off his nose and continued, "I just wanted to head to a place that can not only heal my brother's leg but also remove your curse." The scene shifts under the brilliant rays of sunlight in Nam Megok City. The sky as blue as jade adorned with bright streaks of sunlight shining beneath the curved rooftops. Approaching Lam Tiyu, Tiyunai asked nervously, "Is this the place that can remove the curse?" He calmly replied, "Not yet. We need to go west of Namgok City to a big mountain." Lam Tiyu turned back and added, "That is our true destination. But it is quite troublesome because it is not accessible by road. So I need to find a means of transportation." Upon hearing this, she looked puzzled. Not accessible by road. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in his mind. He found it, a while later. An image of clattering hooves appeared before them on the lush green grass. The two of them were now sitting on a donkey as a means of transportation. He found this mode of transport quite amusing. "This is my first time riding a donkey," Lam says, reassuring her by holding her shoulder. "You will get used to it after a few rides. It is all mountain roads there. And aside from this, There is nothing else that can climb the mountain. Throughout the journey, they chatted animatedly. I am about to fall. But do not worry. With me here, you won't fall. Hold on tight. We need to speed up. The next scene. Under the setting sun where the rays of dusk painted the sky red, the two appeared at a simple straw-thatched house. Somewhat old due to the erosion of time, Lam Tu suddenly spoke up. We have arrived. Tu and I asked softly with a hint of doubt, is this the place? Looking around, it seemed like no one had been here for a long time. He calmly signaled her to be quiet and turned to remind her to speak softly. This place was indeed not a place for people to live. After hearing this, Tu and I shivered a bit. Frightened. This is not a place for people to live. At this moment, Lam Tu did not hesitate to suddenly lift her up. He nimbly jumped over to the other side of the wall, standing in front of the house. Lam Tu did not rush in but carefully instructed her. Right. Wait for a moment. No matter what you see, do not say a word. He sternly ordered the donkey to move forward. The two stood there quietly watching the donkey slowly approach the house. Suddenly, a strange object shot out from inside the door. A coarse rope unexpectedly wrapped tightly around the donkey's belly, preventing it from moving. The scene before Tiyunai made her pale. Her trembling hand covered her lips that were about to move. What is that? Just as the situation was precarious, a green arm suddenly reached out and tightly grasped the rope. Lam Tu unleashed his power to free the donkey. His face filled with anger as he said, the toad practitioner of the 5 poison sect does not even say hello and wants to steal my donkey. Immediately after, he decisively pulled the rope. Bring it back here. With just a strong tug, the creature behind everything was easily revealed by Lam Tu. It turned out that the rope was actually the long tongue of a practitioner from the 5 poison sect. As soon as he appeared, he spat out a green toxin toward you without hesitation. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Lam Tu immediately raised a defensive barrier, blocking the poisonous gas just in time. Tiyunai stood inside, looking up and secretly speculating. The toxic gas was indeed strong in martial arts and medical practices, similar to corrosive poison. He clenched his fists in anger and warned, using poison against me is pointless. If I came to find you, I was prepared. If you do not want to get hurt, I suggest you behave yourself. Seeing this, the frog scholar was somewhat subdued. He quickly retracted his long tongue and landed back on the ground. Because of that, you relaxed your grip. That is right. Pull your tongue back in, or you will get hurt. He arrogantly interrogated you relentlessly.
Good.
Who are you? How could you find this scholar? Do you even know the background of this scholar? Lam Tu calmly replied. You do not need to worry about that. I just need you to help me get to your 5 poison sect's sacred place. The frog scholar smirked with disdain. To reach our 5 poison sect's sacred place. Who do you think you are? In the next moment, Lam Tu suddenly vanished like the wind, leaving him looking astonished. Taking advantage of his momentary lapse in vigilance, you lunged forward and launched a direct attack. If I know about the 5 poison sect, then of course I know who you are. You abduct a girl every time you win and humiliate her to death. I know all about your vile deeds. The frog scholar was not to be outdone and jumped to counterattack. So what if you act like you are here to promote the righteousness of martial artists? I do not know how many I have killed already. You smirked, a challenging smile on your face. Then you are going down today. Lam Tu decisively struck 3 more palm blows, coldly stating, I will give you one last chance. If not, I will tear you to shreds right now. Before he could even resist, you firmly gripped the frog scholar's neck, swaying him in mid-air as he cried out for mercy. I will tell you. The 5 poison sect's sacred place is hidden in the mountain gorge ahead. Ordinary people definitely can find it. If you spare me, I can lead you there. Receiving a satisfactory answer, Lam Tu released his grip, causing him to fall to the ground. You mockingly stepped on the frog scholar's back. Time flew by like a breeze. By then, night had gradually fallen, and the entire space was enveloped in silence. Suddenly, a voice came up. Please follow me this way. It turned out that Lam Tu's group was still following the directions of the scholars. Tiyunai curiously glanced at the pile of girls' clothes by the roadside and exclaimed, there are so many girls' clothes over there, in this desolate place. Do so many girls throw away their clothes? Hearing this, Lam Tu coldly explained that those were girls' clothes he had toyed with before killing them. If she were to dig the ground now, she might even find their remains. She was so scared that her face turned pale. Is that really true? Does the Wudu police not care? He replied, of course they do. Unfortunately, they can manage it. The chief of the Namnegok City Police can only manage a half-hearted response. Lam Tu looked ahead and made a comment. This toad monk is not much of a challenge either. And he is from the 5 poison sect. So he has support and won't dare to intervene. Tuyuni's face showed sorrow and sympathy, her words trailing off. But that girl died in vain.
Wow.
As long as he is outside the law, there will still be girls getting hurt. Suddenly, Lilon's voice echoed from the past. Little lamb, it seems we can't go back anymore. At that time, the two were trapped in a cave, their bodies tightly bound. Luohong lowered his head in self-reproach. saying, "It is all my fault. If I had not pretended with you that there was a shortcut, we would not have fallen into this trap." Lam Tiu replied, "Now that we are in this situation, there is no point in saying that. I do not blame you." Meanwhile, footsteps approached from outside the cave. Before them appeared the group from the Five Poisons sect. The toad monk stepped forward, slapping Lam Tiu's face a few times. Then judgmentally declared that these two were nothing but meat to be played with. He turned around, laughing as he said to his companions, "I still prefer to play with soft young girls. Why not just kill them? What do you all think?" Hearing this, Lam Tiu gritted his teeth in anger. "If you want to kill me, go ahead. Losing to scum like you is shameful. If there is a next life, I will make you pay tenfold." Meanwhile, Lo Dogung was still feeling regretful about his thoughtless actions. "It is all my fault." Suddenly, the monk looked at both of them with a greedy gaze, his voice dripping with mockery. "I actually feel like this could be fun. Killing them would just be giving them an easy way out," she added. "Let me stay here and dry them out before tossing their bodies away." The two were terrified by her words. At this moment, Lo Dogung was sweating profusely. Thinking quickly, "Dry them out. I am still a virgin. How could something like this happen?" The black snake monk smiled wickedly, whispering to his companions, "I have another way to play." I stepped closer to Lam Tiu and him, saying, "You two just need to decide who is willing to sacrifice both arms. I will let you go, but I only need one of you to lose both arms, while the other must keep their eyes wide open." Lam Tiu glared at him, his eyes filled with indignation. "Those guys want us to make a complete decision," the monk laughed, praising, "Our leader has a good suggestion. No killing." But the scorpion monk, cracking his knuckles, arrogantly chimed in, "People today are not like before. Who would sacrifice for someone else?" The leader scratched himself. Lam Tiu felt a wave of unease rising within him. Long had never experienced anything like this, fearing he would be shocked into a daze. Letting her take his arms would mean he would be without them. Revenge would come eventually. He suddenly spoke up. Lam Tiu had not finished his sentence when Lao Daning interrupted him. "Take my arm." He smiled and turned to whisper, "Little lamb, this is my fault. This mistake should have been mine to bear. You should not have to share it if you still consider me your brother." Lam Tiu was scared and called out to him. Lai Yang, the black snake monk here, stuck out his tongue with a cunning expression, not expecting such a rare brotherly bond in this world. "This monk will help you out." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately used her tongue to tightly bind Lai Yang's hands. Lam Tiu panicked and shouted. The black snake monk did not pay attention to his words and, in the next moment, brutally crippled both of Lai Yang's hands. Blood splattered everywhere, staining Lam Tiu's furious face. Back to reality. Lam Tiu coldly gazed at the monk's corner and contemplated. In a past life, he had seen it right before his eyes. This life would allow the Five Poison sect to refine a corpse king, as he was best at using one's own weapon against them. At that moment, he suddenly stopped and announced, "That place is our holy ground. Just a few steps ahead for the young hero." Inside, the air was thick with toxic energy, and the young hero had to be cautious as a dense fog of poison enveloped them. Laman Taiyu, upon hearing this, directly unleashed a layer of Kai surrounding the two of them, then replied coldly, "Of course I know. Just guide me well." Taiyune was a bit taken aback. Questioning internally, is Lamatu really that impressive? What is this thin layer of Kai? It seems even the teacher can't use it. The toad monk glanced at him with a smug look. He did not know the danger he was in. Outside, you could trade blows with the four monks. But on our territory, you only have one way to die. They both stepped into the forest. Tu Nai curiously scanned the surroundings and suddenly noticed these plants were all seen in the Martial City herbal classics. Weren't they supposed to be extremely rare? Why are there so many? Lum Tu turned to Logia. Poison and medicine are interdependent. Where poison is abundant is also where medicinal herbs thrive best. That is why I wanted to come here. For the medicinal materials, he began to fall into deep thought. In this world, the only place that could dissolve the Chuma seal and heal his elder brother was right here. After chatting for a while, they suddenly realized the toad monk had stopped. He quickly turned back to report to his brothers in the Five Poison sect. The monks of guests. Hurry up and show yourselves. You seem completely unafraid. As if you knew everything in advance. While Tiunai was in a panic. What are you doing? You clearly agreed with us. The toad monk wore a scheming expression and firmly replied. I agreed to guide you. But I never agreed to slaughter you here. Immediately, those guys leaped out at the call. And the rest of the group quickly revealed themselves. All the members of the Five Poison sect finally showed up. The black snake monk looked and exclaimed. Old toad. You seem to have brought some goods this time. The rich monk excitedly chimed in. Do you really want to dissect them a little? One by one. They spoke up. I want to have some fun. Let me chop them up first. Hearing this, Tiunai anxiously clutched his shirt and urged. Lumen Taiyu. We have been ambushed. He calmly asked back. What will we take with us if we leave now? Get the Chuma seal out for her. She looked at Lam Tu with tears in her eyes and said, but I can't harm your life for my sake. I am just someone who is about to die. If I die. But you are not like that. Lam Tu did not care at all. Reaching out to hug her waist and pull her closer, he grabbed Tunai's wrist and said firmly, what nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean? If I die. If you die, our Ho-Ho will have one more single person. Lam Tu used his powers to push her to safety but still reassured her. I will take care of everything. They will be here soon. Before long, she had vanished into the dark night. Meanwhile, the Black Snake practitioner jumped up and arrogantly declared, besides, you are in the holy land of the Five Poisons sect. Are we going to fight? I stuck out my disgusting tongue and frowned, saying, I just want you to see your own body. The Black Snake began summoning countless spirit snakes, coiling in circles, making them hard for the eyes to see their shapes. Then, under the control of the Black Snake practitioner, rows of spirit snakes charged toward Lam Tu like starving wolves. He just glanced and laughed disdainfully. If it were a few days ago, I might have felt a bit annoyed. But now I need to consider how to kill you all in one blow. As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Tu unleashed powerful punches without hesitation. Witnessing that scene, the people of the Five Poisons sect were also fearful and on guard. The Black Snake practitioner frowned and shouted, what a big mouth. I see you won't withstand the attack of my precious unique treasures. Lam Tu moved nimbly, using his techniques to evade the Black Snake practitioner's relentless attacks. Then, the Frog practitioner suddenly panicked and shouted, that kid has disappeared. Hearing that, the Kill practitioner scoffed. He just took advantage of the thick mist to escape. Indeed, he is just a fast-talking useless brat. The whole group of spirit snakes surrounded a position. The Scorpion practitioner frowned in confusion, wondering what that was. Suddenly, something bright flashed in the center, and he shouted in panic. Not good. It is a grenade. Shortly after, a loud explosion rang out, carrying immense pressure. Those outside were also significantly impacted and hurried to dodge aside. Back to Lam Tu's position at that moment. He leisurely tossed some grenades he had in his pocket. Thinking about the deals he had made with Director Ho Nungam to get here, he held one tightly, thinking that if he wanted to take down some monsters, they naturally had to prepare properly. Lam Tu frowned slightly. Which one should I start with? At this moment, the Frog practitioner had just narrowly avoided an attack from him. He panicked and looked around for his companions. Knowing that only by gathering together could they hope to deal with that kid, he had to hurry and regroup with everyone. As the Frog practitioner turned around, he was met with a series of explosions. That guy over there. He launched an attack again. If I go over now, it is just a path to death. I would better run first. Leaving it to them should resolve it. While the Frog practitioner was caught off guard, Lam Tu quietly approached him from behind, causing him to turn pale with fear. The Frog practitioner stumbled and turned around, stammering, how did you appear here? He casually replied while tightening his grip. It is time for you to go to class. The first lesson. Lam Tu shouted. Ding go kitch tai. Then countless punches were thrown at him simultaneously. The monk could only scream in fear. You should not have come here. The piercing shout startled the people on the other side, realizing the situation was becoming serious. The monk, Ankiksa, frowned in discomfort and said, Ding go kitch tai. This brat. Just as she was about to make a move, a voice rang out. I am preparing to deal with that ugly aunt. If you do not want to die, keep your distance from her. Atex's anger flared as he pointed forward and shouted, who are you calling ugly? If you have the guts, come out and fight me openly. The monk, BETP, turned around, confused and unsure of what was happening. Sex said, that brat is hiding over there. The sound is coming from that direction. Then he turned and thought to himself, you little brat, I will make mincemeat out of you. A moment later, another voice reached his ears. Ugly aunt. You are as good as dead. Just wait for me. I am coming right over to deal with you. 4 coins for 1. While the monk Tepov was still distracted and let his guard down, he fell into a trap. Lam Tu quickly rushed in from behind, shouting. Second lesson. Open your mouth and let it drop. In the thick air, no one could see him. They only heard a blood-curdling scream. The anxious monk shouted. BETP. You nuisance. He frowned and added. Because of the gas and dust, we can't figure out where he is. The monk receiving the blame cursed angrily. That guy, Lam Tu, is exploiting our most familiar terrain. It is just unreasonable. Akexivai could not contain his anger any longer and yelled. Stop worrying about that. Everyone gathered together quickly. That brat is trying to scatter us and attack us individually. As long as we stick together, he won't be able to separate us. From his green arm, a terrifying power was gradually being unleashed. At that moment, the monk Chep lay sprawled on the blood-soaked ground. Lam Tu, however, calmly thought about not spreading out. Do you think I have no way? Have the brains of you poison practitioners all been fried? He propped his hands on his hips and spoke. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for being in the dense forest. Lam Tiu quickly took something out. He picked it up and hurriedly opened it. I am going to kill you all. I won't face any danger. Even the Wudu police want to investigate. Then, Lam Tiu decisively threw those things toward the people below. As for the reason for coming here to find medicine, just one person surviving would be enough. Upon seeing this, the people felt confused and scared. They heightened their vigilance, looking around for him. Where are you? Lam Tiu. Do not play tricks on me. I am not afraid of you. Insults continuously erupted. A tuberculosis demon, a careless spider, an evil witch so ugly that even demons fear her. You three think you are worthy of being my opponents. Now I will give each of you a choice to survive. Hearing this, the rich monk was furious, clenching his fists tightly and shouting, How dare you call me a sick spider monk instead of getting angry like that guy? She seemed a bit interested in responding, daring to call me a useless brat. But that is somewhat accurate. In the end, Lam Tiu offered them a choice. Whoever kills the other two, I will let that person live. You have 3 minutes. The black serpent monk gritted his teeth and growled, looking more terrifying than a ghost. She stepped forward, her eyes blazing with anger. No one dared to call me cruel. I will use your blood to dissolve the poison. So you can only watch your own rotting body and do nothing. The monk quickly tried to calm her down. Big bro, do not get agitated. The black serpent monk ignored those words, thrusting her hand forward and screaming from the speaker. The taunting voice suddenly rang out. This is not good. It is a trap. What do you mean by this? At that moment, a figure appeared from the sky, preparing to attack. She had not even collected herself before Lam Tiu struck her with the scorpion's tail. He smugly mocked, being pierced through by his subordinate's blade. How does it feel? Lam Tiu's face was cold, emotionless, quietly reflecting, your humiliation in the past life. I will grant you satisfaction in this one. Then, the black serpent monk let out a cry full of resentment. Defeated by a surprising blow. Witnessing the scene, the rich monk screamed in anger. Lam Tiu summoned rapid-fire cannons, relentlessly firing at him as a form of revenge. How dare you touch our big bro? The rich monk was not to be outdone. Coldly laughing, raising her arms with sharp claws, shouting, pay for their lives. At that moment, both frenzied attacks from either side surged toward Lam Tiu. Then, a violent explosion erupted right at the moment the two attacks collided. From within, the agonizing screams of the black serpent monk echoed out. The other two were now horrified, unable to believe the truth. We just killed Big Bro. How could this happen? Before they could gather themselves, Lam Tiu suddenly appeared from behind, holding the scorpion's tail and laughing loudly, causing both to jump in shock. Who would have thought the evil woman would die at the hands of her own? It was truly ironic. He materialized and asked, Who will you die at the hands of now? Hearing those provoking words, the killer monk could not contain his anger, turning back and shouting, Bastard, I will kill you. With that, he began to merge his cannons into one. It accumulated a massive amount of energy inside. Under the killer monk's control, it was fired continuously, a tribute for Big Bro. At that critical moment, another strange source of power suddenly flew toward him. It turned out to be Lam Tiu. With his keen instincts, he had approached the killer monk without them noticing. Lam Tiu smirked and said, Death is near. What are you still doing here? Aren't you looking for death? His mood was chaotic, powerless to do anything. He could only grit his teeth in frustration. After a while, another violent explosion rang out. Spiritual energy surged everywhere, and the earth trembled non-stop. The spider monk outside was so frightened that he shut his eyes tightly, mumbling to himself, I never expected my fate to end up like this. But I did not do anything wrong, just a bit lustful. Before I could react, a cold hand suddenly grabbed me from behind. Both bodies gradually lifted into the air, and the monks still could not comprehend what was happening. Then, a deafening boom erupted, like a volcano ready to explode. On the other side, Tiumi was extremely worried, looking towards that direction, praying. This explosion. Lumen Taiyu. You must be okay. After dealing with those people, Lum Tinu flew higher, not forgetting to take the spider monk along. She slowly lifted her face, sweating from fear, and asked in confusion, Why did you save me? The monk blushed, awkwardly asking Lam Taiyu, Why won't you answer me? Seeing that he still did not respond, she began to daydream and self-admire. Could it be that he finds me beautiful and likes me? If that is the case, with his strong body, I won't need to go hunting anymore. Lam Taiyu seemed to read her thoughts, decisively letting go, causing the spider monk to fall flat on the ground. Don't think too much. I saved you just because you are still useful to me. She slowly sat up, putting on a seductive look and said, My butt hurt. You do not care at all. As she squeezed the spider monk's face. Then, Lum Tiu knelt down, sneering, warning, I want you to take me to the real center of the 5 poison sect. I advise you not to play tricks. Otherwise, with my strength, I can kill you anytime. Hearing this, she was so frightened that her whole body trembled, her face pale. Stammering. I understand. Finally, the spider monk had to lead him and Suf Taiyunai. The two quietly followed behind. After a while, she spoke up. We are almost there. All the refined medicinal herbs that our 5 poison sect has stored are there. Tiyuna whispered anxiously in his ear. Can we really trust this woman? The guy who led us earlier ended up falling into their trap. She worriedly placed her hand on her chest. Feeling. This time I feel like we can. Lama Tiyun gently turned around to reassure her. Don't worry. She won't dare to cause trouble. He smiled. And moreover, the place we went earlier was truly a part of the 5 poison sect's holy land. But there were only growing medicinal herbs there. The usable ones must go through a process. Unlike what is in the novels, that is why I told her to lead us to the real center of the Holy Land, which is actually where they store processed medicinal herbs. However, Taiyunai's concerns did not lessen. So that is how it is, but we still have to be careful. Lama Tiyu asked in confusion. Why did you suddenly grab my shirt and pull? Taiyunai's face showed clear anxiety as she cautioned. You still need to be careful. I do not want anything to happen to you. Just now. You left me alone up there. I was very worried. Very worried about you. Lama Tiyu turned away bluntly, coldly replying. I know. Seeing your indifferent attitude earlier, she felt disappointed and reflected to herself. It seemed you could not sense my feelings. Who would like a girl like me? No power. No status. And I have an illness. Time passed quietly. The monk stopped and pointed to the cave ahead, saying, This is the center of the shrine. We store all the herbs here. After hearing that, Lam Tu immediately requested. You go in first and clear the way. The places where you store the herbs have traps. I know everything. Do not even think about leaving. She was scared, quickly turned away, and had to follow his instructions. Get it? I will disable them all. Once she was out of sight inside, he and Tiunai leisurely discussed. This cave has a lot of traps. Not long after, the monk also came out, waving his hand to announce. Now it is safe. You can go in. After hearing that, Lam Tiu replied. Then I will go in. As he entered the cave, he instinctively pulled Tiunai close, making her embarrassed. Where is he touching? Don't touch down there, she exclaimed in panic. Hearing that, Lam Tiu suddenly realized, quickly pulled his hand back and awkwardly explained. I did not mean to. This cave is too hot. Tiuni immediately turned around, her face flushed, her voice stumbling. It is, she thought to herself. Earlier you did not resist contacting me at all. It seems you might not feel repulsed by me. The three of them continued deeper into the cave. Lam Tiu looked around as he walked and spoke. It seems this place really has a lot of herbs. Tuna turned and curiously asked. With so many, how do you know which ones are useful? Lam Tiu took out a ring and replied. Of course I know. But everything here is treasure. In the next moment, he did not hesitate to put the ring on his finger, exclaiming, Then I want them all. Upon hearing this, the monk was startled and turned around, wide-eyed in shock. You want them all? This place is what our 5 poison sect has accumulated over 10 years. You can't possibly take all of it. Lam Tiu completely ignored her words. He raised his hand high. A flash of light erupted from the ring, and all the herbs were sucked away. If you keep talking, I will take you with me too. The monk was in a panic, watching everything gradually disappear, confusedly asking, It is the ring used to absorb energy. This item is very expensive. How did you get it? Lam Tiu replied nonchalantly. What does it have to do with you? Why are you just standing there? Take me to another room. She was filled with regret, lamenting her thoughts. I thought those guys were dead. That everything here belonged to me. I never expected that kid had a rare ring. Seeing her miserable expression at that moment, Lam Tiu could not help but smile, thinking her reaction looked like she was eating dirt. Probably never imagined she could get this ring while dressed like this. But in fact, this ring was specially crafted by him before coming here. The inside space is only 10 cubic meters. Because my strength is not enough yet. Wait until I am stronger. Using the power of the mental realm in the ring to create a world is not impossible. The whole group walked into another room, and as they went in, he gathered all the herbs inside. The stunned practitioners quietly stood aside, regretting as they watched them disappear. I helplessly knelt down, lamenting my fate. All the herbs here were basically taken away by him. Is that enough? Lin Tu immediately asked after hearing his father. Basically. Does that mean there is still something you have not taken out? The practitioner looked at him and hesitantly replied. Yep. There is actually still a forbidden chamber. But the medicine there is not quite normal. He did not care and confidently said, Lead me there. Meanwhile, wherever Lin Tu went, he did not miss any herbs. They all fit neatly into the small ring on his hand. The practitioner led the two to a door that was tightly shut, pointing at it and saying, The things inside cannot be used by ordinary people. These things are made from bones. Discovered by coincidence through the blood of the ancestor, who paved the way for our 5 poison sect. All the blood created by the 5 poison ancestor. Do you really want to see it? Our cold brother did not respond and resolutely pushed the door open. He suddenly frowned as he witnessed the scene before him. Thinking that the refined bones could turn a person without any talent in martial arts into a genius at the peak. The dense bones covered everywhere, carrying a terrifying red hue. This is truly a treasure. Tiyuna asked him curiously. What is this? Looking at it. Why does it look so much like blood? Can this really be a treasure? She looked confused at the floating things and speculated that there might be the remains of this blood insect inside. Is not it also the insect's blood? Lin Tiu turned around, handed her a piece of paper, and then explained seriously. It is not entirely right or entirely wrong. This blood is indeed theirs. But these things have not reached a stable phase. So they have not produced yet. You just need to know that this blood pool can turn someone without any talent in martial arts into a genius in half an hour of bathing in it. Tiun replied in surprise. Is it really that miraculous? Why have I never seen it in books? The practitioner also spoke up to explain. This is made from the blood of the ancient 5 poison monarch, and is extremely rare in this world. If you are not specialized in ancient paths, how could you know about its existence? The expression on her face became increasingly cunning, wanting to immerse herself in the pool to change her roots. I advised the two not to do that. She immediately conjured a wicked thought. It took so much love and effort from the 5 poison sect to create the blood pool of the 5 poison monarch. How could we let you take it all? We must drive you away. Lin Tiu frowned and asked. Well, she leaned slightly and added. Unless there is something strange about the blood in the pool. Could it be that the blood of the 5 poison monarch is poisonous? The practitioner quickly replied. Yep. The blood in the pool is highly toxic. If an ordinary person bathes in it, they would be burned to death by the poisonous blood. She raised her hand to her chest and reasoned that is why our 5 poisons sect has never used this blood pool. For this reason, the layman felt secretly pleased, thinking they were rich because they could not find a reason. So they just went along and said it was fine. After hearing that, Taiyuni felt she understood vaguely. So that is it. To train muscles and bones. You have to enter the pool. But if you go in, you will die. Isn't that just a useless pool? She felt a bit sad, looking down and pondering. I thought I could really train my muscles and bones normally. If that were true, would not it change my physique, which has no talent for martial arts like mine, so I would have a chance to practice martial arts. What a pity. The layman here felt like blooming flowers inside, bursting into laughter. Oh my. What a pity. It seems these two are scared of me. Next, I just need to push them in. Now, I am the only layman left in the 5 poisons sect, and all the treasures here belong to me alone. At that moment, a strange blue light shot through like the wind. It turned out to be the gigantic icy arm of Lum Tiu. It suddenly grabbed the layman from behind. She hurriedly explained. What are you doing? Let me down. I was not leaving any game. Tiu Nai looked up skeptically and asked. Lumen Taiyu. What did you catch her for? He coldly replied. Just to see if the blood in the pool could really burn someone to death. So I needed to find a living person to try it out. After hearing this, the layman panicked and kept begging for mercy. Young master, please spare me. I am telling the truth. She feared that if he threw her down there, the secret of the ancient king of the 5 poisons road would be lost. And then she would truly have nowhere to hide. She did not have time to listen to her explanation, just to use her body for testing. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not hesitate to throw her towards the front, and the layman screamed. She immediately fell into the blood pool below. The layman quickly covered her nose with her hand, panicking inside, thinking, oh no, this blood was just made yesterday, so no one has used it yet. Moreover, the blood in the pool could really train muscles and bones but also had poison. But this poison was sexual, and at the same time, training the muscles and bones of martial artists would cause them to continuously release the deepest desires of their bodies. At this moment, the layman unexpectedly surfaced, her face flushed with ambiguity, meaning it would cause people to constantly reach their peak. Seeing the disheveled appearance of the layman, Tiu Nai was taken aback, her face turning red from embarrassment. Lumen Taiyu. What is wrong with her? Is she poisoned? But why does it look like? He replied calmly as if he were continuously unleashing his own desires. After hearing this, Tiu Nai covered her face in embarrassment. How can you say that so casually? However, Lama Tiyun did not care about that all, just fixated on the layman. Thinking it seemed the golden light was training her muscles and bones, he assessed that it seemed she had deceived him. The blood poison did not actually burn people to death. Lama Tiyun frowned, sighed in dissatisfaction, but the accompanying poison was truly unusual, making others hesitant to try. At this moment, he began to summon his icy arm and then said to Tiu Nai, do you see those golden lights? That is training the muscles and bones. Indeed, this blood has a refining effect, but the toxins inside constantly unleash the body's desires. It is really a bit strange, but very effective. As he spoke, he controlled his arm to reach out into the middle of the lake, and decisively pulled her up from below. Lam Tu casually tossed the spider monk aside, turned back seriously and said, "Do you want to give it a try? I know you do not have a talent for martial arts, but this opportunity is right in front of you." Upon hearing this, she hesitated and replied, "Don't you need it? Isn't this something everyone in the martial arts world wants to achieve?" Lam Tu remained silent, frowning as he glanced at her trembling in one spot. He straightforwardly replied, "I do not need it." Lam Tu began to ponder. This is too unusual. If I go in there and it gets out, how will the Divine Emperor still have his face? Furthermore, my nerves are at a breakthrough point, refining my body. Why would I need these strange things? Tiyunli suddenly hesitated and responded, "Then I will." She firmly looked ahead, questioning herself. "So Tiyu, do not you want to become a martial artist? Really, do you want to be naive and foolish your whole life?" Thinking this, even though her face was flushed with embarrassment, she still resolutely replied, "I do." As soon as she finished speaking, Tiyuli slowly stepped forward. Seeing this, Lam Tiyu reminded her, "Don't rush, for this blood lake that refines your bones. I think you should take off all your clothes before jumping in." Tiyunai awkwardly turned to look at him, her lips moving but unable to say anything. "Take off my clothes in front of you." He sighed in frustration. "Where do you think you are going? I only suggested you take off all your clothes before jumping in, because that would make it easier to absorb the blood in the lake. I won't fish in troubled waters. Do not think I am that despicable." After that, he suddenly lifted the spider monk and turned to walk out. But he did not forget to call back, "If you have made up your mind, I will help you. I will stand guard outside. Just relax and soak." The moment when he first saved her flashed back in her mind, making So Tiyunai feel grateful and emotional. He had helped her many times, and this time, coming to the dangerous Wudu men was also to help her break the Chuma seal she had fallen victim to. She did not know how to repay his kindness. At the same time, Lam Tiu turned back to remind her, "But if you scream too loudly, I can't guarantee I won't hear it." With that, he casually turned away, leaving Matiuna fuming behind him. "What is there to be mad about? I am just being honest." She shyly began to remove her outer clothing, muttering, "I was just in a good mood and now I am irritated." Hearing is one thing, but saying it out loud will only make me embarrassed. Her cheeks were now flushed, and she told herself, "So Tiyu, you must endure this. Absolutely do not scream." Tiyunai hugged her body with her arms and slowly approached the edge of the lake, then felt that the blood in this lake was not bubbling as she had imagined, but was warm like hot water. "This feels nice." She gently lowered one foot to check, but unfortunately slipped and fell into the water, causing Tiyunai to scream in panic. Lum Tiyu was still standing outside leaning against the door, keeping watch. He was startled when he heard Tiyunai's voice echoing from inside. "Help me." Lum Tiyu rushed, throwing the door open to check. "Oh no. What is happening in there?" he called out anxiously. "Satinya, are you okay?" In front of Lum Tiyu was the scene of Tiyunai playing in the middle of the pond, while Kwangnan was desperately trying to grab onto thin air. He rushed over in a panic, thinking, "Is she drowning? Could there be something strange in the water?" Lum Tiyu slowly approached Tiyunai, feeling confused. So the spider monk tricked him. But how could the water only be up to her waist and she be drowning? He reached out and grabbed her wrist tightly, pulling her into his embrace while reassuring her, "Do not be afraid." Even though he felt embarrassed and his face was flushed, Lum Tiyu still comforted Tainoa by patting her back while pondering. Now she was completely naked, and his young body was feeling quite excited. She suddenly murmured a few words. "Lumen Tiyu." "Jess?" he worriedly asked. "What happened? Did the spider monk hide something?" She smiled softly, looked up at him, and whispered, "It is not that I was not careful and slipped down. You were just helpless to answer. You screamed so loudly. I thought something bad happened to you." Lum Tiyu immediately turned his face away and reminded her, "You are not wearing anything." Hearing this, Tiyune shyly hugged her body with her hands, stammering an explanation. "I was not paying attention. You should go outside quickly. I am far away." Lum Tiyu quickly stepped out of the pond, waving his hand and calling back, "Next time, do not startle like that." She lowered her head, vaguely wondering, "This feeling is really strange. I have never experienced this feeling before. Is it really strange for me?" Tiyuni looked up. Her expression was refreshingly joyful and hard to describe, and she exclaimed, "It feels so good. What is happening to me?" Meanwhile, outside, Lum Tiyu slowly sat down beside the spider monk and asked, "Does the water in the pond really feel this intense?" She firmly replied, "You should try it yourself, or do you already know?" The monk placed her hand on her chest, lost in ecstasy, and began to describe it. "More than any feeling any man could give me. It felt like my whole body was wrapped up." Hearing this, immediately covered her mouth. "Okay, you can be quiet now. If you say more, I will deal with you." A little while later, The entire space was enveloped in silence. Lam Tiu hesitantly placed his hand on the door, anxiously contemplating. The sounds from inside had ceased. Either Sai Tuanai was unconscious, or she had absorbed all the essence from the pond. Perhaps it is enough. If she soaks longer, something might happen. The next moment, he could not hold back anymore and quickly opened the door to check the situation. Satinya, are you okay? Lam Tiu suddenly froze in place, his expression full of surprise. It turned out she was getting dressed again, and upon seeing him enter, Tiumuni panicked and cried out, Lam Tiu, why did you come in here? Tiunai heard a sudden noise and turned her head to find Lam Tiu already in the room, caught off guard. She exclaimed, you need to leave now. Lam Tiu glanced at her reaction and current state, a look of confusion on his face. He stepped closer to Tiunai and suddenly bent down, staring at her, causing her to jump and stammer, unable to speak. What do you want? Do you really want to be in a place like this? We should find somewhere else. Tiunai, looking charming and slightly blushing, said, this is my first time asking you. She thought to herself, if it is Lam Tiu, anything goes. As long as he wants it. She could repay him with her body to fulfill his favor. He ignored her and continued to examine her. Noticing that the blood pool actually seemed quite effective, his cursed mark had been completely erased. His previous words truly felt like a knife cutting off Tiuni's hopes. Did you come to confirm whether my cursed mark is still here? Despite her desperate shout, Lam Tiu remained unfazed. What else could it be? Tiunu blushed and shyly replied. Nothing. She thought to herself. I can't believe he is still so clueless, making me wait for nothing so foolish. I have done this much, and he still does not know how to seize the opportunity. While she was lost in her thoughts, Lam Tiu suddenly touched her slim waist. The warmth from his hand against her cool skin made Tiuni jump in surprise, as there was no layer of clothing to protect her. What are you doing there? It tickles. Lam Tiu snapped his fingers, and two green hands appeared from behind, lifting her off the ground. Tiunai screamed in shock from his sudden action. What do you actually want to do? Inside, she secretly cursed him. Clearly, he said it was not necessary, and now he is pulling this trick. Men are all talk. Unexpectedly, Lam Tiu was serious, examining her step by step, instructing her to let him check her thoroughly. Don't move. I am checking your foundation. Tiunai, who had just been a bit dreamily hopeful, was now directly furious, steaming with anger. How could it be like this? His skilled hands glided over every inch of her waist, carefully probing her. During the examination, Lam Tiu felt a bit tense, sweating, thinking this was the first time since the reincarnation that he meticulously explored a human body. Even at level 31. It was somewhat exhausting, but Tiunai's body had some hidden potential. She was experiencing a sensation she had never felt before, feeling suddenly shy. What is this? It feels so comfortable. After finishing the check, Lam Tiu quickly withdrew his hands, leaving Tiunai stunned. He briefly explained her current condition. Her foundation had been completely refined. This blood pool was no lie. It really was something good. Unfortunately, it could no longer be used. His hands gently placed her back down to her original standing position. Hearing Lam Tiu say that, she excitedly jumped up and asked, really? Is that true? Now I can finally practice martial arts. What are you talking about? That can't be used anymore. You turned to the side and spoke first. The bloodline can no longer be used. All the energy has fully concentrated on your body. Lam Tiu explained her current situation more clearly. Not only can you practice martial arts, but your foundation level is also exceptional. After hearing that, Tiunai looked at her hands and replied, so it turned into water so magically like this. I actually have become exceptional now. Afraid that she would not believe it if he just spoke, he suggested that if she did not believe him, she could try testing his punch strength, which had never been over 20 kilograms. Now she could punch that stone wall. Tiunai was still a bit skeptical about the truth, so she followed his advice and approached the rock wall. Then she clenched her fist, her whole body radiating spiritual power, and asked, really? Can I really practice martial arts now? Can I break through that stone wall? Tiunai extended her hand back to gain momentum, her gaze fierce with determination. I have waited for this day for so long. I can't back now. She punched the rock wall with just one hand, creating a significant shockwave. The spot she just attacked now had a dent in it. The surrounding stone began to crumble in a spider web pattern. She touched the rock wall, still unable to believe this was the result of her own strength. Is this really my power? Lam Tiu looked over and reminded her, right now, you only use 300 kilograms of force. Your muscle and bone strength still do not match your foundation. From now on, practice well. Tiuna quickly agreed.
Yep.
I definitely will. He turned his back to Tiulai and reminded her, put on some clothes. We need to get out of here. I still lack a medicine. I need to find it. He thought to himself that if he could not find that medicine, then all these herbs would be basically useless. To cure your leg, that medicine is absolutely essential. Tiuna shyly hugged herself to cover up. Lam Tiu calmly stuffed his hands into his pockets and walked leisurely out of the cave, He went to wake the spider monk and called out, "Wake up. I remember your 5-poison sect has a hot medicinal herb called fire spirit fruit. Why can't I find it anywhere in the cave?" Hearing you mention the medicinal herb surprised me. "How do you know we have this? Who told you about it?" Lam Tiu tightened his grip threateningly. "You do not have the right to know. Now you just need to tell me where it is." His heart was filled with hatred as he remembered. In his past life, he learned about it from your mouths. Now if he told someone, would you believe it? Moreover, back then, you even made it into poison and fed it to me. The monk still had the energy to joke with him, with a very sarcastic attitude. This extremely toxic poison was originally only carried by Sister Blacksnake. But now you have made her not even have a corpse left. Where would a second fruit come from? Furthermore, this kind of poison can actually enhance one's strength, burning with anguish. I have seen many people die from the overwhelming effects of the spirit fruit. I should mention, there are 2 more of the fiery spirit fruits left in the 5-poison sect. And those are in the hands of the sect leader. If you let me go, I can take you to find the sect leader. I would never lie to you. Lam Tiu replied firmly. I hope you are telling the truth, or you know the consequences. Then the 2 followed the spider priestess, who continued, the sect leader does not live in the mountains. She likes insects and prefers to study herbs and elixirs. So her place will hide the materials that are forbidden in our area. Tiu Nai trailed behind him, recalling the past and blushing, thinking to herself, after so many shady incidents just now. She felt embarrassed to look him in the eye. Sorry. Why did I think like that? She thought to herself. The spider priestess led them to a bus stop and said, next, we wait for the bus here. Tiu Nai was a bit doubtful. Is it really just a bus ride to meet your sect leader? I admit we cultivators need to blend into the modern world. Right. They only need to wait a few minutes for the bus to arrive. The spider priestess, seeing this, anxiously urged, wait, the bus is coming. Hurry up. Do you have any loose change? On the old bus, shouts and curses rang out. Don't rush. Do not think of my tofu. Pooh too. And you should not look at how you appear. You are nearly 50. And yet you still wear heavy makeup. Stop making noise. My child is getting disturbed. Itching to scream. I will knock you out. A man holding his sleeping daughter was shouting loudly. Fearing she would wake up, the spider priestess frowned and muttered. What is so impressive about that? Isn't it just because of your big physique? Lam Tiu remarked casually. Bully. But despite the unpleasant words, the 3 decided to stand up and give their seats to the father and daughter. Tiunoi took the initiative and asked, is it always like this here? She sighed. That is not important. What matters is that we need to meet the sect leader now. She continued. So what does your sect leader look like? She turned her face away to answer. Actually, she is a great beauty. After saying that, the spider priestess added 4 more words. Basically. This made Tiunai suspicious of her, so she continued to interrogate. Basically. Are you hiding anything else? I have to admit, our sect leader is quite eccentric. She has a bad habit of being too obsessed with elixirs and herbs. So she does not like to bathe much. But she does not stay in the inner sect. So we do not have much interaction with her. The shocking news made Tiuni unable to hold back and ask again. Doesn't like to bathe. Just then, the bus, speeding along like mad, suddenly screeched to a halt in the empty street. Everyone on the bus jolted up and down, tumbling over one another due to the sudden brake. Meanwhile, the heartless driver urged everyone. We are here. We are here. Everyone get off. Get off. Lam Tiu kindly helped the 2 down from the bus. That monk and Tiuna both had their faces darkened, unable to stand up. Thanks. But the way you stopped the car was too rough. They were currently standing in front of a dilapidated, pitiful house. In front of the house, 2 men were playing chess together. Quite animatedly, Tiuni looked at the house from top to bottom, feeling an overwhelming sense of confusion. How could the master of the 5-poison sect be in a place like this? The monk tried to justify. Don't be fooled by the 5-poison sect's grand reputation. In reality, there are only 5 of us monks left, plus the sect master. She pretended to wipe away tears, as if she had suffered too much injustice. In today's society, practicing martial arts and getting into a good martial arts university is a shortcut to success, compared to those who cultivate poisons and toxic creatures. Our future is not even close. If it were not for being forced into a corner, no one would willingly come to our 5-poison sect. So that is how it is. Lamatiu and Tiunai were silent, quietly observing everything around them. The monk pointed to the house in front of them and said, right here. You can meet the sect master of the 5-poison sect. Find her, and get the spiritual fruit. But it all depends on your skills. Then she stepped forward and knocked on the door for a while. However, the only response was a chilling silence. The 2 were still waiting for her to enter and clear the way for them. Lumen Taiyu, seeing that no one inside was responding, began to suspect, is no one home? Or are you trying to trick me? The monk immediately shrank back in fear, panicking and defending herself. Do not be angry. She is definitely inside. She is a recluse. She can't come out. I will try another way. And she will open the door immediately. To protect her fragile life. She frantically knocked on the door, shouting, I am the little assistant. I am here to deliver the living expenses to the sect master. Can you please open the door? After expending considerable effort, the door finally opened, saving her life. However, the door only opened a small crack, and the person inside did not show their face, but just extended a hand to wave. Where's the money? Hand it over. The monk remained silent for a few seconds, seizing the opportunity. Lum Tiu blocked the door to prevent the person inside from slamming it shut. He rushed forward and flung the door open to see the owner of the room. The person inside immediately shouted, Who are you? The sight that Lam Tiu saw startled him and raised a question in his mind. The sect master they spoke of turned out to be a petite, adorable girl, though a bit disheveled. She did not have the aura of a sect master at all. He doubted and questioned her if she was indeed the sect master of the 5 poison sect. Inside, aside from neatly stacked instant noodle boxes, there were also test tubes for research and concoction. The 4 entered the small house, every corner filled with daily necessities. Ni took the initiative to break the tense atmosphere. This place has a very lively atmosphere. The little girl named Hu looks like a high school student, but her personality and way of speaking are surprisingly sassy. So the situation now is that you are forcing her, giving me living expenses, then threatening me to hand over the spirit fruit. Right. The monk hugged the girl's head, rubbing it as if he had found a lifeline, and started crying. Yep. That is right. Master. Hurry and give it to him. Otherwise, he really will kill me. Ahun immediately refused. That is not happening. Then she leaned back. The girl proudly spoke of her family's glorious past. I started inheriting from my old man of the 5 poison sect, and I have never been threatened by anyone. If you want to take the spirit fruit from me this way, Duanti agreed. But if you really want it, we can negotiate terms. Lum Tiu was so excited he jumped up from his chair and said, What are your terms? What do you want? The negotiation was heading in the right direction for Hoon, and she directly said, I do not need much. Actually just... Unfortunately, before she could finish, someone appeared at the door. They even came in brandishing weapons aggressively. The debt. Is it time to pay up? Little sister. Hoon turned pale at the sight of them and raised her voice. I told you, I will pay in 2 days. You all get out. They completely disregarded her, boldly walking into the room as if the people inside were air. Get out. You owe us over 340,000. With high interest. What if you run away if we wait another 2 days? Pay on out. The leader even dared to step forward and grab Ha-Hoon by the collar to warn her. I will take you to the mountains and sell you off to someone else as a wife. Raised from childhood. Locked away for life. Only responsible for bearing children for those ugly old farmers. After all, Ahuansai is still just a girl. She was so scared by his threat that she shut her eyes tight, unable to open them, while he continued to intimidate her. Are you going to pay or not? I will give you 3 seconds. The girl did not know what to do, her little mouth stammering. Aren't you going to? In front of Lam Tio, Tianai, and even the spider priest. Ahuan was lifted high by that beer belly guy, and he kept getting higher. She worriedly exclaimed, Master, it seems like that on the surface. But actually, the spider priest is secretly happy. These people are loan sharks. If I take action against them, the Martial Law Bureau will definitely notice. Besides, if the master gets sold into the mountains, I won't have to pay her living expenses anymore. Isn't that just too good? Ahuan had no choice but to seek help from the priest. Little Chu, hurry and save me. Hurry and give them the money. Unexpectedly, she flipped her attitude faster than flipping a pancake, directly standing up and declaring, Master, we do not need to be afraid of them. We definitely want to pay them back. If they want to chop or kill, let them try. Go ahead and sell our master into the mountains. He turned to look at her with disbelief, cursing inwardly. Damn. This woman is not following the script. For a moment, Ahuan was stunned, forgetting to resist. Little Chu, you acted as if you had your parents' approval. He threw the girl down onto the cold ground, pinning her down, and said, If you want to act sensibly, do not blame me for going wild. If you do not pay, I will have some fun with this little sister right in front of you. Ahuan pleaded helplessly. Please. Do not. She seemed a bit lost in thought. Damn it. These guys are too much. You can do whatever you want as long as you are not in front of me. But she is still my master. Now, if the Martial Law Bureau will see it. I can only stay hidden. The tall, dark guy boldly ripped off Ahuan's white shirt, shamelessly arguing, while her accomplices showed no reaction. It seems she did not care about her life at all. Just follow Big Brother. Ahuan still tried her best to resist, but it was all in vain. Danti, please. The other two completely supported him, showing no intention of stopping. and even spouted a few lewd remarks. Go ahead. Big brother. Do not forget to leave some for little brother. Just as the leader was about to devour Huan, a hand shot in and punched him, making him turn sideways. The two henchmen screamed in fear. Boss. The girl watched as the torrent of force surrounded and dealt with the debt collector, and could not help but stammer in surprise. This is Lamb, the fierce one. If you are going to collect debts, fine. But bullying a girl like this. What kind of man are you, the boss? Looking battered, still dared to bark. Kid. Who are you? You dare to meddle in the affairs of Nangok Bodai Hung Hai 7 villages 3 evils. You do not want to live anymore. Unexpectedly, Lam Tio personally took action and splashed a whole cup of water on the boss's face. And then, in a polite manner, said, the water is a bit hot. How about I invite you? Big brother. To drink it all before you burst out. The steaming cup of hot water remained untouched on his face. How could he swallow this anger? He signaled his 2 lackeys to deal with him. My face. Take care of him for me. The 2 lackeys behaved like loyal dogs, doing whatever their boss commanded, rushing in with weapons, ready for a brutal fight. You dare to disrespect my boss, kid. You are asking for trouble. Meanwhile, the happiest one was the spider monk in the corner, covering her mouth and laughing gleefully. You guys are done for. That guy can easily handle even the ancient monsters of the 5 poison sect. Just as the two were about to strike, Lin Tiu's suggestion interrupted their actions. Isn't it just money? I will help her pay it back. He looked at the phone in his hand and sighed heavily. First, help the police catch some major criminals. I have some money, but only enough to pay for the fire spirit fruit, which I can only spend. Everything moved too fast, and they were momentarily at a loss. Turning to their boss. Here's the money, boss. In this situation, should we fight or not? This outcome completely contradicted what the spider monk had predicted. She was shocked and could not believe her eyes. What the hell? When did this guy become so easy to talk to? Quickly. The money that Hahuan owed was in the boss's hands. The debt was transferred to you guys, and I conveniently covered your boss's medical expenses. They just needed to get the money and leave obediently. I did not expect this kid to have so much money. This fight was not in vain. We can go eat right after. The generous boss Tiu managed to find a large cloth to wrap around Hahuan to cover her up. Lin Tiu was very smart, seizing the opportunity to save this girl while negotiating conditions with her. I will take care of this big hassle for you. Now you can give me the fire spirit fruit. Right. At this moment, Hahuan finally agreed to discuss this matter properly. The potency of the fire spirit fruit is not ordinary. Even I find it quite hard to suppress its effects. Moreover, I am very curious. How do you plan to use it? Lin Tiu quickly explained. Just use it to brew the refining soup. What is so hard about that? The girl seemed to have never thought of this method. So when she heard it, she felt a bit confused. Brew the soup. After a few seconds, Hahuan could only think of one possibility, but she basically did not believe it. So she immediately asked, the brewing soup. Are you at level 8 already? You are so young. How could you? Lin Tiu did not want to elaborate, so he refused to explain. That is not your concern. Right now, just answer me. Will you give me the fire spirit fruit or not? The girl pouted and went to her locker to rummage for something. What are you being aggressive about? I will get it for you. A few minutes later, she came back holding a small wooden box, telling him to help himself. What you need is in here. Take it yourself. Lin Tiu opened the box and saw the small red orb inside, feeling very satisfied. A slight smile appeared on his lips, and he felt a bit of the burden lift off his heart. Not bad. It is indeed the fire spirit fruit. I remember this warm feeling. As he examined it closely, Hahuan suddenly pulled her hand back, taking the whole box with her. Lam Tiu tilted her head and questioned. She wanted to backtrack, but Hahuan dismissed it. You can have it, but you need to agree to one condition. You are starting to lose patience with the girl, your voice growing a bit more urgent. What does she want? It is best not to go overboard. Hahuan cheerfully pointed out the condition. It is very simple. Let me follow you for a month. I want to see for myself how you actually use this spirit fruit. Besides, during this month, I can offer you another benefit. The girl pointed at the spider monk. During this month, you can do anything with her. I am her master. She must listen to this order. Don't you men like this sort of thing? She could only stare blankly after hearing this. Hahuan observed her strange reaction, beginning to have doubts. What is wrong? Are you trying to resist the master's order? Moreover, this guy is very likely a powerful entity, beneficial for your cultivation technique. She cast a lustful glance at Lam Tiu. If it is the order of the master, then I can only obey. Yet inside, she secretly harbored thoughts of Saidu. If that is the case, then after a month, my power will surely improve significantly. I still do not understand why So Tiu Li suddenly lost her composure in front of Lam Tiu, like a beauty rushing to save a hero. I do not agree. Her interruption cut through the previously balanced atmosphere, plunging everything into an awkward silence. Both the spider monk and Hahuan were taken aback. The girl, having her mood spoiled, questioned with a serious face. Who are you? You do not agree. What does it have to do with you? Tiyunai could not explain anything. Only stuttering, unable to say a word. Tiyunai turned to look at him, deep in thought. Right. What does it have to do with me? I only have a student relationship with Lam Tiu. But can someone as cold as him be blinded by desire? I can believe Lam Tiu agreed to Hahuan's condition. I agree. Tiyunai could not believe he did not oppose this exchange and exclaimed loudly. After a while, all four of them sat on the bus heading back to the city center. It was still the old bus speeding along at that slow pace. The bus was not too crowded at this time. The four of them had taken up nearly half the bus. And it was not peak hour like before. So everyone on board had a seat without jostling. The spider monk had been looking at him since leaving Hahuan and boarding the bus, occasionally touching her rosy cheeks as if imagining a shore. Looks like that kid notices me too. Hahuan shot him a frowning glance. What does that guy want with all those herbs? Lam Tiu, on the other hand, did not care about anyone. Arms crossed, looking out the window, observing everything through the clear glass. Tiyunai had been secretly watching him the whole time, lost in her own thoughts. It turns out he likes this type of person. Suddenly, a strange feeling passed by, catching Lam Tiu's attention, and he immediately turned inside to take a look. There is a strange aura. So familiar. She noticed his unusual behavior and turned to ask, what is wrong? Didn't you just discover something strange that is right on Tiyunai? Her aura is exactly like the ice demon seal. Lam Tiu suddenly looked at her, making her jump slightly and ask back, what is with that look? Why are you looking at me like that? But he suddenly leaned forward from his seat to observe the other passengers on the bus, thinking to himself, that aura is on this bus. Tiyunai, not seeing him respond, curiously called out again. Behind the spider monk, a white-haired man reading a newspaper had a familiar expression and aura. The newspaper lowered to reveal a face marred by a large scar. He gritted his teeth and smiled eerily, telling himself, finally, I have found you, you little thief who stole my altar. You will pay. He recognized the man, who was intentionally releasing his aura. And ironically, he was sitting right behind the spider monk. So while he observed him, she mistakenly thought he was looking at her. The lustful monk lifted his skirt in a rather unmanly manner. If that is the case, let me give you a little benefit. Moments later, Lam Tiu turned back to sit properly in his seat, seriously pondering what the man was trying to do. Was he deliberately releasing his aura now to provoke him? The monk looked dejected, turning away in embarrassment. He felt a headache coming on, glancing sideways according to his assumptions. Could that guy be the bastard who sealed the Chuma seal on Tiyunai? He suddenly turned and asked, if one day you meet the person who sealed the Chuma seal on you, what would you do? She unexpectedly asked back, why are you suddenly asking that? Then she became disheartened, sighed, and replied, if I meet him again, of course, I would hate him. After all, he ruined half my life. Lam Tiu no longer hid it, directly telling her, that person is sitting right behind us now. Tiyunai seemed stimulated and shouted, what? He pressed her hand down onto the chair to calm her, saying, don't move. Do not let him know you found out about his presence. He is intentionally trying to attract our attention. Tiyunai then asked, so what should I do now? Just ignore him like this. I can't forget that grudge. Lam Tiu also would not let his side be at a disadvantage again. Wait for him to strike. There must be cameras here. As long as he acts first, no matter what happens, the Wudu police will definitely not be able to pin it on us. He spoke bluntly, saying that to take revenge, one must use even more despicable methods than him. Lam Tiu frowned in contemplation. Anyway, we still have a long way to go, and he is about to die. Tiyunai suddenly remembered something. Noticing his serious demeanor, she looked at him for a moment, her gaze shifting to the tightly clenched hands on the chair, and decided to respond. I understand. I won't act impulsively. Thank you, Lam Tiu. This whole situation was originally my problem, but thank you for helping me. Unexpectedly, that guy was being unreasonable, approaching her as if they were close friends rather than bitter enemies. After not seeing Tiyunai for a long time, she nervously turned her head, and upon recognizing a familiar face, she gasped. How can this be? How can it be? Years ago, due to her parents' death, Tiyunai became an orphan with nowhere to turn. Every event from that day was still vividly etched in her memory. After her parents died, no one adopted her. When Tiyunai was sitting despondently in the rain at her parents' grave, it was he who reached out to help her, saying, from now on, live with me. She still remembered that he had adopted her. He was her father's best friend. Tiyunai seemed to still not believe it, looking up to say, the person I respected and was closest to. How could he be the one who placed the grudge seal on me? How can this be? Yet he shamelessly brought up in front of her without any scruples. Tiyunai, you have grown up. Even your uncle's secret technique can be broken. When Tiyunai saw the man again, she was taken by surprise, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, "Uncle Tran." He had just raised his hand, and an invisible wave of magic approached Yunai. She let out a soft cry and froze, telling herself, "I can't speak anymore. It feels like my body is being drugged. He has poisoned me." The man, Tran, warned, "In times like this, you should not scream like that. After all, we are in public. It is easy to catch the attention of the Wudu police. Even I would find it a bit troublesome." He then shifted his focus to the real target, Lam Tiu, speaking to him mockingly. "What do you say, you little brat from the Lam family? You are pretending not to know him. How does uncle know my name? Who are you?" The man, Tran, quickly managed to control him, implying, "How could I not know you? You are the one who sent my most trusted junior disciple to prison. And his six-fingered demon is still with you. He even dared to threaten Lam Tiu's life. If you know what is good for you, I think it is best if you hand it over peacefully. Or else my people on this bus will be going to the grave with you." After saying that, Tran raised his hand, using his magic to control the others on the bus. Then added, "Facing my deadly gang. Killing these people is as easy as squashing a bunch of ants." Tuna wanted to resist, but as she opened her mouth, she could not form any words. Only a muffled sound stuck in her throat. Lam Tiu shouted at him, "Have you watched too many superhero movies? How can I be threatened by you over these people? Do you think I am an idiot willing to sacrifice myself?" In an instant, Tran was left dumbfounded. All actions froze in that moment. Immediately, he exploded with anger, pointing a finger at Lam Tiu's face. "You piece of garbage. Are you not going to save them? Don't all you martial arts students dream of being heroes? Then how can you team up with the police to capture my junior disciple?" Before Tran could finish his words, Lam Tiu delivered a surprise punch along with a shout. He was knocked back to the rear of the bus. Caught off guard, he could not help but curse loudly. His face was deformed from the punch, one cheek swollen. Tran angrily cursed at him, "You little brat. You have no morals." Lam Tiu stood up from his seat, walking away while sneering. "Morals? How much is that worth? Only trash talks like that all the time." Tran trembled as he stood up from the fall, while Lam Tiu approached him with clear intent. "Since you have come here, then I can only send you off." Before making his move, Lam Tiu casually mocked him a bit more. After all, family should reunite. With that, he charged at Tran, his six-fingered demon helping him attack. Facing Lam, Tran was surprised but did not back down. "Your speed is impressive. But I won't just sit here and wait to die. Here I come." The guy unleashed a terrifying wave of poison, shouting loudly, "Don't think I am afraid. I am the disciple of Wu Lam. Once this poison touches you, your whole body will rot away to death." This move from the guy named Tran has significant destructive power, with its impact covering almost the entire space inside the vehicle. His green aura spread out, targeting our protagonist. Lam Tiu observed the aftermath of the poison, feeling a hint of anxiety, needing to focus on a countermeasure. Indeed, it had some strength. Even the seat was rotting away. In that case, he immediately used his skills to easily control the poison, preparing to counterattack. "If this poison of his is that potent, then I can't waste it. Enjoy it slowly." The guy named Tran looked at the situation in shock. "What are you trying to do?" The guy's hand then threw the poison back at his own face, which was already ugly, making it even worse. Along with his shrill scream, Lam Tiu looked at him with a judgmental gaze. "This poison of yours is really impressive." After being enraged and hit by his own attack, the guy named Tran swore angrily. "Damn it. Why are not you making a move? Are you waiting for me to die so you can sit back and enjoy the spoils?" This made Lam Tiu realize something. Not good. This guy has accomplices. I have been distracted by him and forgot about this possibility. Unexpectedly, the driver is an accomplice of Tran. That guy is currently holding Tiunai hostage to threaten me.
Good.
You are actually a bit impressive. But it is best if you do not do anything right now, or I will crush her neck. Lam Tiu seriously questioned him. "So it turns out you have been targeting me from the beginning, even breaking in here to kill the driver first, then disguising yourself as him to avoid my suspicion. But I am very curious. How did you find me?" Just then, behind you, the voice of the spider priestess rang out. "Young man, you are still quite green. Otherwise, why would you listen to me? I approached and flirted with you. After all, I am a priestess of the Five Poison sect. How could I easily offend you? Don't you suspect anything at all?" The priestess continued. "I have known for a long time that you are the rising star in Tiandiad recently. Not only did you take down the martial arts organization in Tiandiad, but you also wiped out Ha family's only rival. You still have one question. What benefits do you gain from targeting me?" She leaned in, caressing Lam Tiu's face, and replied playfully, "The benefits are quite substantial. You know, if you lose to me, then my fame in this dark martial arts world will soar 10 times more than it is now. At that point, Any man I want will have to obediently get into bed with me. The driver gave her a flirtatious glance. Priestess. Do not forget we have a date at the square tonight. Unexpectedly, the guy named Tran also joined the fun, covering his face as he spoke. Wait for me to be done with the pain. I can miss tonight's battle. They are right in front of Lam Tiu, flirting on purpose. These two annoying ones are memorable. Just worried about whether you are okay or not. You heard everything, but you just feel disgusted. You are truly sick in the square. Do you want to broadcast this for the dancers to see? Having fun with the man, then being provoked. The spider monk angrily turned to glare. She raised her hand to scold. In the forbidden area of the 5 poisons sect, you dared to throw this in my face. Now you still dare to talk like this. Do you know that right now you are the meat on my chopping board? Lam Tiu immediately grabbed the spider monk's wrist tightly, while his other hand easily lifted her neck up to threaten. I really do not know. Let Tina go, or I will tear this woman apart into 100 pieces. The driver, seeing his lover in danger, panicked and shouted, Dante, do not hurt her. If she died, I won't enjoy myself anymore tonight. I am not interested in this girl. My type is someone more tempting like her. Or should we switch? The guy named Tran witnessed this scene, feeling unwilling and decided to stop it at all costs. No way. If you switch, my face will be ruined. This guy killed Zhao Kuang, and now he is making my face look like this. You are going to give up our only hope for a woman. The accomplice Tran Tri did not finish his sentence. But that is what Tiu Nai thought in her mind. These guys are completely no match for Lam Tiu in terms of strength. The only threat now is the Triad. She frowned in discomfort. But now she has become a burden to him. Can't he just sit and wait for him to come save her like this? Tiu Nai slowly backed away, choosing a good spot to step on the driver's foot with her high heel. Then she stomped down hard, making him scream in pain. His hands, which were tightly gripping her neck, instinctively released for a moment. Tiu Nai then fell to the ground, while he quickly pulled out a knife and shouted, You dare step on my foot again. I have been too gentle with you. Have not. She lay sprawled on the ground, feeling hard to escape, looking up and telling herself, it is all over now. Just as the driver was about to strike her, the hand of the guy appeared once again, grabbing the blade to stop him. Lam Tiu successfully saved Tiu Nai from the Grim Reaper's hands. Carefully telling her to close her eyes, she obediently followed, tightly shutting her eyes without a single crack. When he attacked, the guy's hand was still holding the knife tightly, preventing the accomplice from making another move. Lam Tiu bluntly declared, The thing I hate most is playing dirty. The image of you being betrayed in your past life keeps flashing back. As soon as he finished speaking, the guy's hand immediately released the knife, directly punching the driver in the face, smashing his head into pieces, blood splattering out. Having dealt with one person, he turned back to look at the two behind him. They are trembling. It is your turn now. The man with the surname Tran wondered. The intel said this kid does not dare to kill. What is really going on? He shamelessly tried to save himself. I am a Yuni's uncle. You can't kill me. The monk was also frightened and desperately pleaded. Give me one more chance. Please. Lam Tiu. I can do anything for you. Lam Tiu directly exposed their true faces, lifting the ice demon seal off her, preparing to turn her into an altar to enhance his cultivation. Does this kind of scum even deserve to be her uncle? He did not want to give the monk another chance. As for her, I already gave her one opportunity. It was her choice not to take it. As soon as Lam Tiu finished speaking, countless hands erupted and crushed them to bits before they could react. Blood splattered everywhere. Watching the result, he could not help but think about the killing intent. Unexpectedly, this world only had 3 levels of zombies, yet could display such substantial killing intent. In my previous life, I reached the 7-level zombie to exhibit such intent. It seems the divine technique in this world is indeed much more stable than in my past life, when it comes to manifesting killing intent. Lam Tiu looked down at Tunai, knowing that during crucial battles, he could immediately unsettle the opponent's mind. With his 5-level physical body, he would have no rivals. From the 5 levels and up, one could generate mental protection. Swaying them with killing intent would be very difficult unless one is much stronger than them. He also noticed the changes in his trusty aide. The form of the 6th-level Tula was also transformed due to killing intent and changes in his mental state. What kind of special ability could this bright red color have? Following Lam Tiu's orders, danced a few circles in the air. So why not give it a try? It managed to break a window and leap outside with ease. You were very surprised by this result, never expecting it to level up. Behind you were forms of 6 different weapons. This was 100 times stronger than the previous arm. Lushen Tula no longer deserved that name. From now on, you will be called Yanla Lu Dao. After handling everything, Lam Tiu gently placed Tiu Lai down in his arms. You waved your hand to release spiritual energy, smiling as you said, Next, we need to clean up the scene. Tiu Li stirred, finally waking up. The feeling of confusion faded away. The effects of the toxin must have worn off. However, Lam Tiu wanted her to close her eyes. Wondering if she could open them now, she turned and quietly asked, Can I open my eyes now? You replied. All right. And Tuyunoi glanced around the vehicle. Sighed inwardly. 3 people were missing. But the others seemed fine. 3 people. Earlier. The one who grabbed my corner was the driver. But now it seems those 2 did not notice that a large red tanker was directly facing the bus. At this moment, Tuni shouted. Not good. Lam Tiu. The truck is about to crash. You quickly dove in to take the wheel. Then turned 180 degrees to steer away from the collision. The bus, under your control, successfully avoided the tanker in front. Tuyunoi's heart felt like it leapt from her chest. She breathed a sigh of relief. That was too close. We almost did not make it. Lam Tiu was furious. It was not dangerous at all. Those guys must have carefully calculated the route, knowing this was a one-way street and very few vehicles. That is why they dared to leave their position and cause trouble for us. Tuyunai, curious, leaned in to ask. So that is how it is. Where did they go? Did you kill them all? She guessed she heard some eerie sounds. That man had raised her during her toughest times. You directly admitted they all died. I let them die very easily. Tuyunai thanked you. Also having her own thoughts. You said that to avoid making her sad. After carefully checking the vehicle, Lam Tiu made some significant findings. The recordings in the car's camera had all been erased. They might all be hackers. Even the police did not know they were missing. This battle was completely flawless. Right on the bridge the bus was about to cross. A girl with green hair clung to the railing, quietly observing every move of Lam Tiu inside. Although Lan Van appeared to be a cute girl, her ambitions were not small. She spoke with a nonchalant expression. Lam Tiu, you took one move and killed 2 of my people. Even though I look this adorable, I am a bit angry. After all, I have no one to serve me, which makes me quite sad. When the bus arrived at the gathering point, the staff inspecting the vehicle were alarmed and shouted, "What is going on here?" Seeing all the passengers unconscious, he held his head in panic. Whose vehicle is this? Why are all the passengers in a coma? Where's the driver? After returning the car to its original spot, Lam Tiu left, but Tuyunai still anxiously asked, "Will it be okay if we go like this? These things are all in your plan. We did not use our id to buy tickets. So even if they investigate, they won't find us. Let us hurry up." Hahuan followed the 2 from behind, still trembling with anger since getting out of the car. You just killed the disciple of the Wudu sect. Lam Tiu turned back and replied, "If you keep complaining, I won't hesitate to let you join them." He thought to himself, "To me, you all are just like ants. If it were not for the fact that you have not committed murder, you would be dead by now." The girl rushed to hug Tuyunai from behind, crying and lamenting. "Look at him. Why is your boyfriend so fierce? He is fierce with me." She was startled and brushed it off. "Do not say nonsense. We are not that kind of relationship." Tuyunai quickly looked after them and called out, "Wait up." Hahuan was rolling around in her arms, demanding justice. "The disciple is already dead. Now I have no one left by my side. You can't abandon me." It did not take them long to reach the entrance of an old apartment complex. Lam Tiu was checking his phone while telling the other 2 about the situation. They were finally home. "Come have lunch at my place today. I have already called my brother. He said the meal is all ready." Tuyunai had no objections. But when Hahuan heard the words having lunch, her eyes lit up innocently as she asked, "All right. What are we eating? Is it seafood?" Lam Tiu felt like he had been struck by lightning. She had already taken advantage of their hospitality and was still demanding more. Just then, a surge of magical energy swept through the air, catching Lam Tiu's attention. He immediately looked in the direction of its movement, trying to track it down. Something smells in the wind. Just a second later, Lam Van suddenly appeared, delivering a high kick as a greeting. "This is the Lam Yen sect's killing technique. Take a hit from this long-legged girl." Tuyunai did not join in but stood outside commenting, "How could she wear such bold lingerie?" Hahuan also interjected, "Turns out there is this kind of lingerie in the world." Lam Tiu stood in front, completely blocking the 2 from Lam Van, easily deflecting her simple attack with one hand. He immediately questioned, "Who are you and what do you want?" At the same time, he thought, Lam Yen sect's killing technique. She intentionally revealed her background. "But I do not recall any sect named Lam Yen sect from my past life." At this moment, Lam Van pretended to be a friendly junior and introduced herself. "I am also a student of the Xinya Martial School. Here to see what a senior from the S-level martial arts school is like. Is that a problem? Besides, the senior is very cold and dislikes interacting with outsiders. Do we even need friendship anymore?" Lam Tiu did not care, leaving Lam Van confused, hands in his pockets, turning to walk away. "Well, she was slightly surprised at his level of indifference. "Senior, you are leaving without asking anything about such a cute junior." Playing cards did not work, so she resorted to using her body to seduce men. "Besides, I am this adorable. But once I turn seductive, I can have anyone falling for me to the point of no return." Her surprise? Lam Tiu ignored her completely and turned to leave with the other 2, leaving her seething with anger. Furious, Lam Van did not hesitate to vent her frustration with words. Are you even a man? A girl like this stands in front of you, and you do not even glance her way. Is there something wrong with you? Lam Tiu just ignored her and headed straight home. Tiune followed behind, still feeling guilty about earlier. Are we really just going to leave her like this? Maybe she is actually our junior. After saying that, she suddenly felt something was off and quickly shut her eyes to pray. I was just asking. Please, refuse her outright. In matters of love, I also need to be a bit cunning. Suddenly, a loud crash from her brother Lam Tiu's house caught his attention. What is going on? As soon as he arrived, he saw things being thrown out of the house. Along with the voice of Lei Dong. You all, stop it right now. This is the home of Lam Hien and Lam Tiu. You have no right to do this. Get out of here. Inside the house, several tall, muscular men with weapons were recklessly destroying things. The scene was chaotic. The bald man confronted Lei Dong, cursing him relentlessly. You think a useless guy like you can manage the affairs of the Lam family? Who do you think you are? Get lost. Lam Hien, sitting in a wheelchair, supported Lei Dong and said, Lam, do not push people too far. We are also brothers of the Lam family, sharing the same blood. He dared to? Not only did he not relent, but he also stepped on Lei Dong's foot, causing him to cry out in pain. Lam Hao stepped closer, pointing at his chest mockingly. The bloodline of the Lam family has been ruined by you and your brother Lam Tiu. Now, driving you and your brother out of the ancestral home of the Lam family is also the chieftain's order. What bloodline are you talking about? Do you even deserve it? If you want to blame someone, blame your father for dying too soon. Lam Hien was too angry to speak. He took the opportunity to stomp down harder on Lei Duong's ankle. As if wanting him to truly become a useless person like Lam Hien, Lam Hao smugly flaunted his strength. Recently, I heard that kid Lam Tiu has made quite a name for himself in Tandavo, but now he is hiding. Bring your useless brother out here. Is he turning into a turtle hiding in its shell? Poor little turtle. Lam Hien could still move the upper part of his body. He could not hold back his anger any longer and retaliated. You can insult me all you want, but you can't insult my brother. The thugs around him shouted warnings. It is Master Fu Nang. Young Master Hao. Be careful. To his surprise, this guy was already prepared with a treasure to counterattack, finally using the second-grade secret technique of the Lam family. Fu Kuo. This time, the chieftain had entrusted me with the task of retrieving this treasure. For someone like you with no training, no matter how good the weapon is, its power is just like a gust of wind. Lam Hien was momentarily stunned. How could this be? He was able to absorb lightning from the thunder fist. Lam Hano stood there, sneering. There is something even more interesting. This glove, although a one-time weapon, can not only absorb lightning power, but also completely release the power it just absorbed. He immediately struck Lao Dong with a powerful bolt of lightning and laughed. Kill that brat who takes care of you with your own lightning. Lam Hien could not react in time. It is, at that moment, a familiar foot kicked straight into Lam Heko's face from outside. It was none other than Lam Taiyu. He jumped high, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying to the side. The current nephew would not let him run rampant anymore. Lam Ho, the disgusting waste of the Lam family. Were not you looking for me? Here I. Lam Ho was kicked into the wall, and his subordinates were all concerned for their leader. Young Master Ho, hurry and save young Master Hao. Seeing his brother in front of him, Lam Hien finally let out a breath. Lam Tiu, you are back. While helping Lu Dong sit up, he said, Brother Oluvu, you two rest. These Lam family guys are bullying too much. Let me teach them a lesson. Lam Ho was kicked and bruised. Yet he still had the strength to threaten him. Lam Tiu, you are really bold. Do you know what my status is now? I am the most favored grandson of the Lam family head. Lam Long. You dare kick me like that? You must die. He showed no fear at that threat. You want me dead, the head of the Lam family. If I remember correctly, the heads of the Lam family for the past few hundred years have been my family's elders. You little villains have only just gotten a taste of success, and are already boasting like this. Lam Tiu furrowed his brow resolutely. Or should I say, you were just a dog who finally got a chance to bite someone. Lam Echo frantically ordered. Damn it. Go kill him for me. Kill him, and I will take responsibility. They immediately obeyed, rushing in with clubs, daring to provoke young Master Lam Echo. They will pay for it. I will make sure they taste suffering. Second son. Be gentle, or this brat will meet Yama. Faced with their meaningless threats, Lam Tiu felt bored. Truly nauseating. The 6 realms of Yama could let them taste what he had just upgraded. A brilliant red magic burst forth, racing toward them at lightning speed. Soon, the whole group was brought to tears and blood by the 6 realms of Yama. They screamed in despair. What is this? The 3 who were the most aggressive earlier. One had his hand cut, and another had his thigh sliced. The most aggressive one suffered worse, directly losing his reproductive organ. My hand. My leg. That thing of mine is gone. Lam too turned to deal with Lam Ho. Next, is it your turn to take action? If you have any tricks, Go ahead and use them. After all, we are from the same clan. I will give you some face, but I am afraid if I act first, you might end up dead. He saw you fight fiercely and was scared. Thinking about it, what did Lum Taiyun do earlier? I did not see anything at all. I also have the strength of the first segment of the body. This Lundrum Taiyun guy must have surpassed the first segment of the body. So the rumors about him in Tan Vi Fai are true. The family head is in big trouble. I must hurry back to report. Lumaho knew to run early. But before leaving, he did not forget to challenge. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Next time, I will bring people to settle the score with you. I never intended to let him return safely to the Lundrum family. Wanna leave? It won't be that easy. Just as he reached the door, he received another kick from Lam Vian, who flirtatiously said, Lum to you senior. This is a welcome gift from your junior. It is just that my strength is limited, so I could not control the force. And I hope you can overlook it. Lumaho fell to the ground right in front of Lumam Tiyu's expressionless face. Taking the opportunity, he stepped on Lam Heo's head, pressing it into the ground. Lum Tiyu responded, This welcome gift of yours is quite interesting. If it were me, I would not have been able to take that kick either. This guy has already been kicked to death by you. As soon as he praised her a bit, Lam Veen puffed up her nose. It was because of her limited strength that she could not control the force. I hope you can overlook it. Lum Tiyu sighed in his mind, rebutting silently. Only a fool would believe her. However, she is indeed strong, and I can't see her limits. He looked down at Lamas Ho and said, This is your punishment. In one day, I want you to restore everything you broke in my house. Otherwise, you will never be able to show your face again. He cowered and obediently replied, Yep. Luman Tayu. I know I was wrong. I will definitely restore everything for you. Please spare me this time. He pressed his foot down harder, threatening him. I will let you go. But it is like the debt between you and my friend. You kicked him. Now I will kick you in his place. Lodong was so moved he was about to cry. Little Lam. Thank you. Not giving him a chance to say another word, he directly kicked him away several meters, shouting, Get lost. He and his followers did not dare to act recklessly, urgently carrying their leader away. Young Master Lamaso, let us go quickly. After reporting to the family head, we will come back for revenge. This kid is so powerful. What should we do? He absolutely is not a match for our Lum family. Lum Hein worriedly asked, Luman Tayu, if you let them go back like this, they will come back with people to cause trouble. We should console your brother. You do not need to worry. I did it on purpose. If they want to take the house our father left for us, then we will take back what they have stolen from us. Hearing this, he also relaxed. So that is how it is. She has it all figured out, so I won't talk much more. This time we are lucky to have Lei Dong. Without him, our house would be in even more trouble. Lam Tu also candidly commented, You are too gentle already. If you use the water-fire technique, they would not stand a chance against you. Lai Dong shyly admitted, The little Lamzi martial arts you gave me is too powerful. I am afraid I might end up killing them. Lam Tu nodded but then dismissed it, thinking he is right. But if you use it the right way, even if you hit them 327 times, they won't die. Just stretch out your legs so I can treat your injury. Lai Duong grimaced, suppressing the intense pain in his ankle, and said, How do you know? Hitting them 327 times. How could they not die? Lam Tu confirmed, Because I have tried it before. Lai Duong immediately flinched. He examined Lai Duong's foot for a while before standing up and advising him, The injury is not serious. I have applied some herbs, and it will recover soon, after taking care of the house. Now it is time to deal with Lam Van who has followed you all the way here. Now it is your turn. Do not beat around the bush. Get straight to the point. Tell me. What do you want from me? Lam Van expressed her admiration. Didn't I already say that? I am here to see how my senior is doing. You were able to get into S level at the martial arts university. How could you not allow this junior to admire you? Tiuni felt a bit prickly watching her. Being able to say such things without changing her expression is really impressive. Hahuan, like a young child, also joined the conversation. How could she boast like that? Lam Tiu directly stated, The first time we met, your attack had murderous intent. If you really did not want to kill me, you would not have that intent. Unless you tell me your true purpose for being here, I might have to ask you to leave. You appear suspicious. Plus a charming person like you suddenly visiting a guy without a reason seems unreasonable. She still shamelessly continued, Can you guess what I am really here for? Lam Heen commented, Are these two acting in a romance movie? Lai Duong chimed in, Exactly. What else could it be? How annoying. After a few days apart, you come back with 3 girls. I am so jealous my eyes are about to catch fire. Lam Tiu, losing patience, directly kicked her out of respect for you helping us. I will give you 3 seconds. After that, I will start counting. Lam Tiu counted down to the second. Hahuan curiously asked him, Is he really trying to kill her? Tuyunu was pleased with this attitude and did not stop him. It could be like that. Lam Van had no intention of leaving. She introduced herself once again. Hello. Lam Tu. I am the leader of Lam Yin sect. Though Lam Van is an 18-year-old girl, lively and adorable, and very well liked by the boys, the reason I came here is to say this. She paused. Her foot moved slightly. Stepping forward. Then Lam Van leaned in close to boldly declare, "You will be mine." As soon as she spoke, all 4 people present froze, looking at her with puzzled expressions. Everything she did to seduce him was in vain. Lam Tu not only remained unmoved but also put his hand over her mouth. Truck Nam dismissed her words as nonsense, feeling no attraction whatsoever. Sorry. I am not interested in you. And this forced kiss is a bit cheap. Then he directly threw her out of the house without a shred of mercy. Lam Van, treated this way, showed her dissatisfaction, tears streaming down her face as she yelled, "Bastard. Lam Tu. You scumbag." After that, she jumped up, kicking and smashing things, cursing. How could you do this to a lovely girl like me? Damn it. Scumbag. I am suffering here. Passersby saw this and covered the child's eyes, saying, "Kids should not watch this." After getting rid of Lam Van, Lam Tu immediately shut the door, sighing in relief as if a burden had been lifted. The obstruction is dealt with. Now I need to focus on the main issue. All 4 people in the house were astonished. Lai Duong's eyes widened. That beautiful girl was just thrown out like that. Tu and I proudly thought. Good job. Lam Tu is mine. Ahoan looked worried, wondering if she would end up being thrown out like that too. I need to find a new support soon. Lam Heen frowned. His brother had changed. Just a few days ago, he clearly saw the boy in bed. Lam Tu approached Lam Heen, who was in a wheelchair, pulling out a healing fruit from his pocket that he got from Ahoan, examining his brother's legs closely. Bro, I might be able to help you recover, but it will hurt, so hang in there, he calmly replied. Okay, if it can be cured, that is great. If it fails, do not be sad. After all, my legs have been like this for over 10 years. I have gotten used to it. He thought, even though he knew it was unlikely. He could not let the boy down. Lam Tu immediately got to work. All right, I am starting now. He used the first spirit decision technique to refine the healing fruit. However, it took considerable effort to refine this fruit, and after just a few minutes, sweat was already beading on his face. Tuna looked over anxiously, while Ahoan watched intently, utterly amazed. Who knew there were people in this world who could use techniques to concoct medicine? Indeed, this world was just as my mother said. There are always mountains higher than the ones we see. To be honest, Trine Lam Heen also doubted whether Lam Tu could really use such techniques. Could he really walk again? The healing fruit in his hand was now radiating a rich aura, successfully refined under the influence of the first spirit decision technique. Lam Tu immediately raised both hands to channel the energy into Lam Heen's legs for healing. After a moment of transition, Lam Heen's legs finally showed improvement. He felt a warm current flowing into his legs. The previous process had exhausted Lam Tu significantly, and he still reminded him, stay calm for now, do not rush it. Try to move gently because it has been over 10 years since your legs have been active. I am afraid the bones and marrow have degenerated, making them prone to fractures. Lam Heen replied. Okay, let me. He was being polite with his own younger brother. Regardless of whether his legs could walk or not, he would remember this kindness for a lifetime. Thank you. Lam Tu readily brushed it off. Don't say that. You are my brother. After a moment of effort, Lam Heen's legs could finally move a little. They moved. Li Young had been waiting for this day for so long. It had to be a success. Tu and I stood there silently praying, not wanting his efforts to go to waste. Lam Heen actually could move. He was so excited that he kept repeating himself. My legs can move. My legs can move. Li Young jumped onto him, while Lam Tu cried. It was so good. His legs were healed. Little Lam Su was amazing. Tu and I also let out a sigh of relief. It was so good. The girl Ahuan could not believe her eyes and exclaimed. So miraculous. Legs that had been broken for over 10 years suddenly. She thought to herself, everything was as expected. Lam Tu reminded Lam Hein, at this moment, remember not to move too vigorously. You need to recover. With training, walking normally will just be a matter of time. But remember not to overdo it. He smiled upon hearing this and immediately responded, I got. After observing the entire process of using the thermal spirit fruit for treatment, Ahuan knelt down and said, Lam Tu, I want to be your disciple. Since I started to understand things, I have been very interested in alchemy. I can understand all the medicinal properties and effects, but I have never seen any alchemical technique like this. Please accept me as your disciple. She thought to herself, this girl has an interest in alchemy, a bit of talent, and it would be beneficial for her brother's recovery. After some thought, Lam Tu replied, all right, I can accept you as a disciple. From now on, you must not mention anything related to the 5 poison sect. Tell me your name. I do not want to accept a disciple who does not even dare to reveal her real name. The girl was overjoyed and hurriedly ran up to hug him tightly. Thank you, Master. My name is Huan. You can call me Huan Nai. Tu Nai on the side felt a surge of jealousy. Damn it. She dared to hug Lam Tiu. Just then, the door that had been peacefully closed was kicked open. Lam Hao had quickly found them. He was Lam Dong. And as soon as he entered, he shouted, Lam Tiu, you are really bold. Lam Hao added, Lam Tiu, were not you good at fighting? Come out and face your death. Lam Dong was stronger than Lam Hao. He threatened by punching the wall with one hand. So you are Lam Tiu, looking like a chicken, trying to rely on brute strength to cause trouble. It seems you are still quite naive. Lam Tiu thought to himself, observing that the wind brought by Lam Hefo was a formidable force. And aside from him, no one here could deal with him. But just now, I used all my energy to heal my brother, and I still have not recovered. I need to find a way to buy some time. Ahun quickly said, these guys look so intimidating. They will surely scare my master. However, if you want to take revenge on my master, you guys are not worthy opponents for him. Long Gong frowned. Puzzled. Where did this little girl come from? If you are going to meddle, you should not expect to escape. The guy Lumaho called out dismissively. Little sister, what is your name? Don't follow that useless Lam Tiu anymore. Come with me. I will take you to eat something delicious and play some fun games. The girl eagerly accepted. Okay. But where do you want to take me? While he remained silent, Tiuni kindly stepped up to intervene. Don't go there. Huan Hai. They are bad people, Lum Tugyu silently observed. Bad people. Facing the leader of the 5 poison sect. I wonder who the real bad guy is here. Lumaho lewdly rushed toward Hu. Little sister. You know that well. What is so good about getting beaten up over there with Lumam and Tu? Come over here with me. The girl was still playfully following along. Alright. Big brother is definitely better than my master. But just then, before Lumaho could even touch Hu, he was attacked by the powder in her hand, thus ruining his appearance without any hatred toward my brother. Right. His face was dotted with corrosive spots, and within just a few short seconds, fresh blood began to surface. The 2 henchmen beside him immediately rushed over to support him, asking, Lumhao To. Young master. Ahun, with an unchanged expression, cheerfully said, the poison powder I used on this brother is not ordinary. In addition to being corroded, if there is no antidote in half an hour, he will forever become a vegetable. Taimuni froze in place, thinking, she looks so innocent yet her actions are terrifying. Long also breathed a sigh of relief, thankful he did not offend her earlier. Lum looked at his new disciples Am Chiyu. She had a bit of his style. This disciple could be nurtured. Lum Heaven chuckled beside him. It has been fun ever since Dad passed away in that accident. The Lam family has been increasingly overbearing, trying to seize all the assets Dad left behind, putting us brothers in all kinds of difficult situations, even wanting to rob this house too. This girl is doing great. Lumaho painfully covered his face and lamented. Help me. Lum Gong pointed threateningly. Quickly bring out the antidote, or I will strip you down and take you back for the Lam family to play with. Hu Hon playfully held the small pill in her hand, teasing him but not giving it to him. People are terrified of dying, but they do not want to give up the antidote. He did not bother reasoning anymore, and directly jumped over to snatch it from the girl. Then die. Hu Nai quickly clenched the pill in her palm, shouting angrily at him, you are so immoral. Taking advantage of the weak. She thought to herself, this guy really acts fast. If he really has the power of the 4-section body, once he catches me, taking my life would just take a few seconds. I have to act fast. Before she could move, he grabbed her wrist, tightening his grip to threaten her. Still want to use the same old trick. Too bad. There is no chance left. Huan exclaimed. How can it be so fast? Am Dong's grip tightened with his rising anger. I will ask you again. Did you bring the antidote? The girl stubbornly replied. He is a bad guy. And you are a bad guy too. I would rather die than give it to you. And I thought, if I yield to him, what will master think of me? How can I live with myself? He was enraged, raising his hand to strike while yelling. Then die. Tiuli saw this and did not have time to react, quickly shouting, stop. Alright. At this moment, Lam Tiu tightened his fist against Lam Duang's and mocked him. A man bullying a girl. Do not you fear being laughed at? He also pushed his apprentice back. At this point, he was a bit surprised to think, this kid can actually withstand my furious punch. Lam Tiu prepared to punch him back, commanding, get lost. Lam Dong could not react in time, only able to cross his arms to lessen the impact of the punch. The force of it sent him sliding back to the door, the floor burning up fiercely. Lam Tiu began to negotiate. I have no grievances with you, but I have a grudge against Lam Hao. He messed with my face, and if he dies, he deserves it. But you do not have to do that. Just get out of here now, and I can let you go this time. But fearing Lam Dong might easily change his mind because of Lam Tiu's words, Lam Hao immediately shouted. Lam Dong, Master can't abandon me now. If I stay here, I will really die. Hearing this, he turned around to reassure. I took money from the Lam family. Even changed my last name to Lam. So of course I will be loyal to the Lam family. You all hurry up and take Lam Hao away. I will deal with this kid. The henchman took Lam Hao away but did not forget to turn back and remind. Make sure to kill them. Master Lam Dong. Over here was already blood boiling, confirming that I, Lam Dong, am not a harmful person. Lam Tiu faced him, sighed, and said, you do not know what is good for you. Your martial arts are at the lowest level, and you are storing your strength. When you finally unleash this low-level martial arts in battle, each time you release that stored power, your body will shatter into pieces. You warned in a low voice. You have not even started, and you are already at a disadvantage. Do you really think you can beat me like this? Lam Dong laughed loudly in response. You are mistaken. After unleashing all my power, 3 minutes later, it will indeed be like you said. He then instantly left his current position and charged toward Lam Tiu. Lam Dong raised his hand to attack, growling. But 3 minutes is enough to kill you. A palm strike was thrust right in front of Lam Tiu. Instead of dodging, he stood there analyzing, realizing the force behind this strike must exceed 2,000 kilograms. I could not accurately gauge the exact value. If I take this hit, I am definitely going to die. Seeing Lam Dong deliver a powerful punch that caused a massive explosion, Tu Nai, Lam Hian, and Ha Huan could not help but shout worriedly. Lam Tiu, little lamb. As that punch got closer, Lam Tiu managed to use his unique ability, Yamla 6 Realm, to create a protective shield. However, that shield quickly shattered just as it faced Lam Dong's punch. My side was slightly dazed when faced with this situation. The Yamla 6 Realms could only barely withstand one of his strikes. He was determined to fight to the death with me. Suddenly, a wave of fear overwhelmed Lam Tiu, leaving him standing there, confused. A martial artist facing the brink of life and death knows that dying can happen in an instant. And this guy made me feel that reality. Lam Dong, seeing him standing dumbfounded after the attack, smugly asked, how, weren't you just boosting a lot? Why can't you even handle one of my strikes now? Has your talent been blown away? It has been half a month since you last used it. Right, so how will you handle my next strike? At this moment, Lam Tiu regained his composure. He stood ready to fight, surrounded by a radiant aura, declaring to the opponent that he only had 3 minutes at his peak. After that, he would no longer have the capabilities of a martial artist. The best way to defeat him was to stretch this 3-minute window. But my side charged forward with arms glowing from the Yamla 6 realms. He boldly declared, I am also a martial artist. A martial artist must face every challenge. If you want to fight like this, I will give it my all as well. This is not about the grudges of the Lam family. It is about the dignity of a martial artist. Lam Dong, dodging a powerful strike from Lam Tiu, irritably said, dignity of a martial artist. Then I will wipe out your dignity. I have my own dignity too. Behind, Lam Hian was also quite surprised by the words about a martial artist's dignity that had been said so far. Meanwhile, Lai Dong felt immensely proud of my side. Now that is a real martial artist. Little lamb, you have grown up. The two Nu whispered a prayer in her heart. Lam Tiu, beyond dignity. I hope you can survive. Ahuan asked in confusion, is the master giving me a lesson? Dignity. At this moment, Lam Dong and Lam Tiu were focused on throwing punches at each other. And after a while, he smugly stated, your speed is slowing down. After taking 3 of my hits, can't you handle it anymore? You won't last much longer. You are about to. As he noticed a gap in your defense, he seized the moment and landed a fiery punch to your face. Lam Tiu's body gradually fell backward, blood spraying from his nose along with utter despair. It felt exhilarating. It had been so long since he had a battle like this, but he had lost. Regardless of past lives or this one, he had never tasted defeat before. Was this the end for him without using his talents? Martial arts or strategies? He realized he could not defeat anyone. Then he recalled Akrethan smiling and saying, because you are here, I can rest easy. His brother Lam Hin also said, having a younger sibling like you makes me very proud. Lo Dong felt the same pride. Little Lum, I am proud to have a friend like you, and a special girl. Only you can make me feel secure in this vast world. Thinking of this, he seemed to regain his spirit, balancing himself and quickly standing up from the floor. His body was just about to collapse, but Lam Tu was determined, slowly getting up and saying, how can I lose here? Seeing that rare strong will, Lum Dren could not help but feel amused. This is interesting. Just as he stood up dramatically, his opponent leaped forward and threw a punch, trying to flip the script. Get down. The punch that seemed capable of flattening Lum and Tu was easily blocked by him, who coldly declared, your strength is useless now. Lum Duvong was a bit stunned, jumping back in disbelief, asking, have you really broken through from the 3rd stage to the 4th? I can't believe someone could level up mid-fight like this. It seems I have underestimated you. I am determined to use my strongest attack next. I hope you will too. He thought to himself that earlier. When he turned around, his opponent could have thrown another punch to finish him off. But he did not. This was just like in his past life. Why was that? I want to use my strongest move. Which led to the showdown with Lam Dayoung. Just like in the past, Lam Ho came to seize the ancestral home of the Lam family. Back then, Lao Wadong stood in front of him and pleaded with them. If you want this house, I can give it to you. But please do not hurt little Lam Tai. However, he interrupted. Oh Daning, do not beg them. You should boldly declare to them. I will take back everything the Lam family has stolen from me as long as Lam Tai am alive. I want to let you get away with this. Life is still long. Lai Duong fearfully called out. Xiao Lindsay, Lam Ho sneered, pointing at him and saying, what a disgusting look. And life is still long. You think you are the main character in a novel. If you want revenge. The young master here. Do not care. I will make sure you have no way out now. Where are the people? Quickly. Skin this guy's legs for me. Be a little rougher. Whoever kills him will be rewarded. Seeing this, a thug with a knife approached the two and replied. Yep. Young Master Ho. At this moment, Lai Duong was extremely frightened and pleaded. Dante. Please. Do not. He was just joking. He won't seek revenge, I swear. If you want to hit someone, hit me instead. Xiao Lindsay just got accepted into martial arts university. He still has a future. Just aim for me. They were heartless. The guy with the knife and the guy with the baseball bat approached, and said disdainfully. Now you are begging. It is too late. This is the outcome for those who offend young Master Heko. Lam Tiu stood firm and turned to reason with his friend. Lai Dong does not need to beg them. Dying with honor is better than living in shame. The knife wielder laughed loudly with excitement and said. If you want to die with honor rather than live in shame, then I will kill you first and then humiliate you. I will take advantage of your warm corpse. Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck by a terrifying palm from Lam Duong. The knife holder fell flat on the ground under his immense anger. At the same time, Lam Dong shouted. Enough. Lam Tiu is also a member of the Lam family. People from the Lam family do not deserve to be humiliated by you. Lam Ho. Seeing this, unwillingly asked. Master, is this really the case? However, he insisted that a martial artist must have the dignity of a martial artist. And a martial artist should not do despicable things. Then he turned to me and said softly. Your name is Lam Tiu. Right. Not a bad look. I will give you 1 year. As long as you can properly use your identity as a martial artist to withstand 3 of my moves. I will ask the head of the family not to reclaim this ancestral home of the Lam family. If by that time you can take 3 of my moves, I will let you die with dignity. Dignity of a martial artist. Returning to reality. Lam Tiu was charging up with great momentum and loudly told Lam Dong. The final move will determine the outcome between you and me. Let us use the dignity of a martial artist. Hearing this, he was extremely excited. Now this is how the dignity of a martial artist should be. A second later, their fists collided, creating a massive shockwave. A dazzling light erupted from where the two were, and everyone raised their hands to shield their eyes. Lam Hien and Lai Dong were extremely worried and shouted. Xiao Lindsay, is Lam Tiu okay? Tu Yu and I was also anxious at this moment. Lam Tiu, you absolutely can't let anything happen to you. Ahuan beside him calmly raised his hands to cheer. Master. Master will definitely win. After a long moment, a figure emerged from the thick smoke. Everyone kept asking, is that Master Lam Tiu? Is that him? He pulled Lam Dong out and coughed a few times. Then said, I won. Lam Hien felt relieved. Lam Tiu, that is great. That is great. Lai Duong excitedly cheered. Little Lam, I knew you would win. Tu Yuni smiled reassuringly. You scared me. I thought it was. She did not get to finish her sentence before Hahuan interrupted. Thought what? Thought my master would lose. My master won't lose anytime soon. At that moment, Lam Dong lay on the floor, looking at Lam Tiu and Kongo, realizing how strong he was, breaking through the 4-section zombie at such a young age. Moreover, his innate combat skills were exceptional. When fighting with you, I felt like I was facing an experienced warrior. Hearing this, he turned his face away, feeling a bit guilty inside. Of course, I have lived for 1,000 years. I have killed more gods than you have met in your life, he admiredly continued. Earlier, I lost to you fair and square. I have no regrets, but I advise you to leave this place quickly. Take your family and never come back here until your strength is enough to become the supreme ruler. Lai Duong immediately got angry and asked, what do you mean? Are you unsatisfied because you lost to little Lam Su? Trying to scare him into leaving. You are disgusting. But Lam Tiu raised his hand to stop him and asked, go on. Lam Dong poured out. The Lam family is not like me. They do not follow rules, only act for profit, prioritizing their own interests. And there are many truly disgusting things. Also, in the Lam family, I am not the only one. There are 3 others stronger than me, he listed. The strongest? I think you have heard of him. His name is Lam Tran Loi, the direct disciple of the sword master of the Lei sect in Sichuan. Now he possesses the strength of a 7-section zombie. Lam Zhen Loi always tries to cover up his wrongdoings with a brutal temperament. When he gets angry, even if you are here, you will all be killed. With the Lam family status and position in this place, no one dares to interfere. Got it. After hearing all this information, Lai Dong could not help but exclaim in shock. This? Tiu and I was just as stunned. I had no idea the Lam family was so terrifying. Meanwhile, our side calmly responded, I understand your good intentions. Even if you did not say it, I would have my own plans. After all, I am past the reckless age of youth. I also do not think a 4-section zombie can compete against the world. But I am very curious. The words you said left Huan a bit confused. Is Master really that old? Later, Lam Tiu sat down, resting his chin curiously, and asked him, Why are you telling me this? Considering your perspective, you did not have to tell me this. You should have told me to go find the Lam family for a showdown. To fight to the death instead. Lam Dong laughed loudly at this and proudly said, Don't underestimate me. Over here. Lai Dong looked on in confusion and asked, Is he crazy? Huan also froze, thinking it could be true. Then he became serious and answered honestly, Because I want to see how far the one who defeated me can go. It is a pity for someone as talented as you to die in the Monkey Valley. Move forward. There will come a day when you can soar to the sky. After hearing this, Lam Tiu fell into thought, while the little girl Huan curiously watched his reaction. A moment later, he stood up, his face full of enthusiasm, and declared to him that day would come. And it would not be long now. Just wait and see. After things calmed down, little Huan sat on the couch watching TV and joyfully exclaimed, So cool. Lam Hien was cooking in the back and immediately reminded, Keep it down. Lam Tiu is in meditation. Do not disturb the kid. The girl then turned around to look at him and replied with a bright smile. Got it. Big brother of the master. What delicious thing are you making today? Your leg seems to be almost healed. The master is really impressive. Lam Hien sighed as he held the cooking spatula and said, She only cares about eating. But the master's medicine is truly effective. My leg is basically... Before he could finish his sentence, Hua Hun seriously announced, Someone's here. Watching the girl slowly walk towards the front door, Lam Hien thought anxiously. We gave up that ancestral home to escape the Lam family. We stayed in Tanya to wait for the admission notice for Lam Tu. Could it be that the Lam family still want to let us go? Are they really going to make us pay with our lives? Lai Dong's voice rang out. Hey Hien. Xiao Huan. Lai Dong. Open the door quickly. I have some great stuff here. Hurry up. At that, they finally sighed in relief. Huan wiped the sweat off her forehead and said with reassurance. You scared the little treasure to death. I thought it was the master's enemy coming. Lai Dong and So Tiu and I laughed loudly and teased the little girl. This place is very secret. Besides, it is a room my dad rented. How could anyone find it? Moreover, this time we came to bring the admission notice. Seeing Tiu and I holding the admission paper, Lam Hien stepped forward and happily asked, Come in. Which university is the admission notice for? Huan listened carefully, looking at the paper in Tiu and I's hand. She said in wonder, Is this the admission notice for the martial arts university? I have never been to school. How admirable. Tiu and I had entered and was excitedly reading the admission notice out loud. The university that Lam Tiu got admitted to is Tungthan University. Lam Hien could not believe his ears upon hearing this. He asked in shock, Tungthan University. How is that possible? He had just finished showering and came out to hear the shocking news. Unable to help but wonder. Tungthan University is a level of martial arts university. And it is the last one in the top level of universities. A general martial arts school in Southeast Huaxia. As long as you score a B+, or even just a, you have a chance. How did I get accepted into such a school? Tu and I held her acceptance letter, just as confused as everyone else. I do not know about that either. Your grades are Theoretically you should not be in this situation. But Lam Tiu did not care. He took the acceptance letter and casually said, Whatever. It is the same for me. Hearing this, Luo Hong laughed excitedly. He walked along happily saying, You only care about yourself. Can you see I am full of vitality this time? He continued. Tu and I are 2 stunning classmates from high school. Hui Than and Hai Thine are also applying to the same school as you. Tu Na blushed and said to him, Oh Donning, you are just talking too much. We only got in due to luck. My grades are not as good as Lam Tiu's. Then she felt a bit dejected, thinking to herself that girls like Hai Than and Hai Thine were much more valuable. Comparing herself to them was just unfair. Ajia is great, beautiful, and strong. What do I have? Lam Tu pondered over his acceptance letter for a moment, and then happily said to Tu, Nay, catching her off guard, Not bad at all. It looks like we can be classmates again in the coming years. Hearing his words, Tuyunai could not help but smile brightly in response. Good. This is really good, she told herself. Lumen Taiyu. He is smiling. He is smiling because he can be classmates with me. So what if the Ha sisters are around? If it is because of Lam Taiyu's words, I absolutely will not give up. I swear. Just then, Lam Hien happily walked over and said, "Oh, darling. Tuyunai. Stay for dinner tonight. It is getting late outside anyway." Since Lum and Tiyu received the acceptance letter, he will be classmates with Tuyunai, so they need to grow a bit closer. He heard this and dashed into the room, saying, "I will go change clothes first." Lo Hung was extremely excited and agreed immediately. "Of course. I would love to. It has been a long time since I have enjoyed your cooking. I will lend a hand." Hee Hoon saw the gloomy look on Tuyui's face and immediately went over to tease her. "Your master has gone to change clothes. Wake up. I did not expect there to be a girl in high school who is so into guys like you. What is the rush? Later, you will have many beautiful girls who adore your master. So I propose a humanitarian suggestion. Tuyunai, do not fall too deeply for my master. It is not good for you to get hurt." She turned to face Hee Hoon determinedly and said, "I want to give up no matter who comes to take him away. I will never give up Alum Taivyu. I will always be by his side." Hoon helplessly said, "Oh my. I was just joking with you. Why sorry?" Tuyunai anxiously turned to look at Li Duong and Lam Hien, then quickly covered the girl's mouth with her hand and justified herself. "Her mind is a bit scrambled. Just ignore her. I took her to watch some cartoons. And that helped." Lam Hien, still a bit confused, asked Li Duong, "Did you hear what Tuyunai said just now?" He may be hard of hearing but he speaks loudly. It sounds like he said someone is being hunted down to death, refusing to give up. Doesn't that make the one being hunted pretty miserable? Right now, in the private room, Lam Ti was still very suspicious, repeatedly checking the acceptance letter and searching online. Tongvan University. Really, I have no memories from my past life with it at all. In this current world, it is just a university at the high school level. But why did it accept me? Based on the admission criteria of Wu Dao University, students with scores like mine should have many schools competing for them. Or is someone playing tricks behind the scenes? Then he glanced far away and spoke of a danger. If the Lam family is behind this, then why did Tongvan University also accept Harathan, Havriathan, and Simo? At this point, he suddenly fell silent as he realized something. Then immediately pulled his computer closer and began searching for something. If I am not mistaken, Tongvan University is where the Lam family members are studying. The president of the Wu Dao Association at Tongvan, Lam, is currently a sophomore, waiting for me to officially enroll and become a junior. In the first semester of sophomore year, she challenged the former president of the Wu Dao Association alone, making history for a sophomore president. After reviewing the biography of that guy, he stroked his chin and deduced that they want to use Lam to eliminate me from the university's martial arts association. As for Harathan and Harathane, it seems the Lam family wants to use this opportunity to befriend the Hever family. And concerning S. Tayo, it is probably just because of me. At this point, Lam Tiu leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. He was very excited about his deductions and said, Lam. Great job. These records are making history for you. It seems that the position of president of the university's martial arts association was obtained through fighting. Che Bang is about to create a huge history as a freshman who became the president of the Wu Dao Association. Right. At this moment, Lam Hien's voice called from outside. Lam Tiu, time to eat. Respond immediately. At this point, inside the courtyard was the martial arts hall. The Lam family's martial arts school. It was located behind a tall building, looking completely out of place. But the tall building next to it had a brightly lit sign. It read Lam Family Corporation. And someone asked, "Have you finished the work?" One person replied, "Done." When filling out the enrollment form, I had someone secretly wash the documents. Lam Tiu has been enrolled at Tongvan University. Lam Longhai reminded that causing Lam Hao to be injured, and Lam Dong to be disabled. Thinking that if they hide, everything would go smoothly. You really underestimate the Lam family. And you also underestimate me. Longhai. He then emphasized with some annoyance. Nam Hai. Handling Lam Tiu this time is entirely up to you and Lam Nai. So that the Lam family can sit more firmly and stronger, he and Lam Heen must be completely eradicated. Lam Ham confidently replied, "Yep, my lord father." As he turned away, he felt pleased with his schemes. 10 years ago, we were the disgrace of the Lam family. And now they are so scared they do not even need our ancestors anymore. So what is there to worry about? We need to focus on the Hao sisters. If I can marry both of them, then all the Ha family's assets will naturally belong to the Lam family. At that point, won't Lam family have the final say in everything? Thinking of this, his face lit up with delight and satisfaction. 3 months later, on the first day of class at Martial Arts University, the campus was bustling with students. Ha Huan entered the university for the first time and could not help but excitedly exclaim, There are so many people. Hwan is so nervous. Hearing this, Tiyunai reassured her. These people will all be our classmates. But since you and Big Bro Heen are here, you probably won't have much to do with them. So there is no need to be nervous. Just as she finished speaking, she turned to see Hwan grinning widely, posing for Lam Heen to take pictures. She helplessly said, "Are you really that nervous?" At this moment, Lam Tiu pulled his suitcase and told Tiyuni to ignore them. "We only need to take attendance." She was slightly startled but responded anyway. However, just as he took a step, someone called out from behind, "Lam Tiu." What a coincidence. That person was none other than Lam Lam. He stood in the crowd and said to him, "I am afraid you do not recognize me." Lam Lam's fame quickly attracted many female students. They surrounded him, shouting, "Look, that is the president of the Martial Arts Association. So handsome. Even better looking than in the school flyer." When my friend saw him, he immediately turned and said, "Lam Lam, president of the Martial Arts Association at Tongvan University. I know you." Hearing that, he replied with satisfaction, "Good. That makes things easier, Lam Tiu. I will be waiting for you in the Martial Arts Association at Tongvan University. I hope you won't disappoint me." After challenging Lam Tiu, Lama left, basking in the admiration of the female students. He even gave a thumbs down as if to belittle Lam Tiu. Seeing his condescending attitude, Tiyunua leaned against him and said, "Just wait until we actually fight. You will see how formidable Lam Tiu is." Lam Heen chimed in, "My little brother is definitely stronger than you," Hwan confidently stated. "If my master takes it seriously, he could finish someone like you in just a second." Lam Tiu, bit surprised, asked, "When did you all come over?" The students who were just mesmerized by Lam Lam now shifted their attention to someone else. They looked her over, laughing and chatting excitedly. "That girl is so beautiful. And there are two of them. Are they twin sisters? Who would have thought Tongvan University would have such stunning beauties? It looks like my college life won't be boring at all. But those two have bodyguards, looking like they are extremely wealthy. I guess there is no drama here. As long as you have guts and soft rice, just eat it. But my stomach is not good, so I will go ahead." Hahun saw this and was not satisfied. She patted her chest and arrogantly asked loudly, "Why does just going outside cause such a commotion? Or is it that the boys at Tongthun University have never seen a beauty? I am right here. You know, you are still young." Lam Heen sighed and reassured her, "Just wait until you grow up a bit more." Tu Nai was very curious and seemed to have guessed something that could make all the students at Tongthun University go crazy. Could it be that Lam Taiyu, standing across, also realized and added, "That is right. It is the Havaraya sisters." Lam Haivin's older brother also noticed the crowd and agreed. "Yep. Only they have this kind of power." And Tiyunai could not help but curiously look over. "I completely forgot they also study at this school." At that moment, Hoithan stepped forward. She glanced around the school and gently asked, "Is this really Tongthun University?" Hoithan also observed everywhere and seemed disappointed. Is this the university we have to study for 4 years? It does not seem special at all." The stunning beauty and overwhelming aura of the two sisters left the boys in awe. "So beautiful. Truly so beautiful. If those two could just say one word to me, it would be worth dying for. Dream on. They would not even notice you, because they are not into boys. It is a goddess. Wow. Why do we have to meet this kind of goddess that shatters my perception of goddesses in an instant? How can I get married later? I wonder what kind of guy is deserving of a girl like that." Tu Nai saw Ha Than Hafathain walking in and hinted to her friend, "They are here to enroll too. Should we go say hi?" But he did not care much and hurriedly turned away to refuse. "Once we finish the enrollment procedures, we have to go to the dorms. We do not have time to waste." Havre Than's attention caught on the familiar back of Lum Tiu. "It is. He really came to enroll." Then she reminded herself to ask her dad to check. Lum Tiu also received the enrollment notice from Tongthun University. "Last time he saved my family. I still have not thanked him. I definitely need to properly thank him in front of him." Thinking that, Andre Than quickly walked in the direction of her friend. A few boys blocking the way thought she was looking for them. He blushed and shyly said to those around him, "I am right here. Goddess. The goddess is looking my way. You guys better back off a bit." The boys standing across heard him and scoffed. "Dreaming? Do you need a pinch to wake up? But even if you were brave, you would not dare to say it. Right. It seems the goddess is greeting some rich kid. Who knows who the lucky guy is?" The closer Athan got to Lam Taiyu, the faster he walked. Confused, she ran after him and asked, "Hello, why are you walking so fast?" "I'm Hanathan." But his back was getting farther away, and he did not even glance back. Havrithan watched Lam Taiyu disappear from sight, feeling a bit sad as she asked, "Can't he hear me? Why is he just walking away?" Havrithan saw her looking lost and quickly reassured her. "There are so many people here. If he heard you, that would be strange. Once the roll call is done, he will definitely find you." Hearing this, She could only accept it with a sigh. Meanwhile, Hoa Thane was glaring at the direction of the Lam house and secretly cursed, thinking that Lam and Taiyu really had some tricks up his sleeve. Her sister was now acting like this around him ever since they were at her family's villa last time. Her sister kept bringing up his name. She really hoped her sister would not be deceived by that guy on Lam Taiyu side. He was walking uncomfortably as Heva Hu was sitting on Lam Hyen's shoulders, continuously giving him discontented looks. After walking for a bit, Hyun could not hold back anymore and raised a finger, asking irritably, "Master, are you deaf or what? Why is not he turning around to answer when such a beauty is calling him?" He glanced back and explained, "There are too many complicated people around. It is hard to avoid being watched by some of the Lam family's minions. If he suddenly responded to Ha Than's call, it might bring her trouble. Besides, if the Lam family thought Ha Than was important to him, they could use her as leverage against him, which would be quite troublesome, even for him." His reasoning immediately changed the girl's attitude, and she gave a thumbs up proudly. "No wonder he is my master." Lam Hen completely agreed. His younger brother was impressive, but only Tiyunai was silently thinking to herself, "I never thought about that. I thought Lam Tiyu hated that Hever girl." At this moment, Lam Hen seriously asked him, "Laman Taiyu, earlier you mentioned the Lam family. Was it Lum Lam who said those provoking words to you?" He turned back to look at his brother, his face slightly serious as he replied, "Lum Lam is just a pawn. I am afraid he is hiding behind the curtain. If Long Hai put in so much effort to bring you here, then it means he has decided to eliminate us. Lum Lam will definitely show up. It is just a matter of time." Lum Hein felt a bit worried upon hearing this and quietly responded, "Understood." Then Lam Tivu instructed his brother, "Take Ihahun back to the dorm. Once we settle in properly, we will go out for a nice meal tonight. Be careful on the way back." Lam Hin agreed, while the little girl excitedly raised her hands and shouted, "Tonight, I want to eat a delicious meal. Barbecue hot pot." After everything was done, Lam Tiyun dragged the suitcase back to the dorm. Tiyunai also instinctively pulled her suitcase and followed behind him. Seeing this, he turned around and asked Tayunai, "Are you wanting to go to the boys' dorm with me?" She shyly pulled her suitcase back in the opposite direction and stammered, "I will go ahead." A little later, Lam Tiyu arrived at the boys' dormitory. He looked for a bit and stopped right in front of a room, mumbling, 502 is this room. Inside, 3 male students were already there. One standing by the window talking on the phone. "Hello. Did not I tell you?" The second one was frustrated, his computer working intermittently, swiping when it cooperated. And finally, one person was quietly focusing on reading. "You confirmed it was your dorm room." Then swung the door wide open and called out to the others inside, "Hi everyone. I am Lam. Did not expect to be the last one here." Everyone immediately turned their attention to you. The guy who was frustrated with the computer now greeted you cheerfully. "Just in time. Our dorm is all here now. We can live together from now on. I am Thin Sitomf. Nice to meet you." The guy reading also introduced himself warmly. "I am Tae Chitavan. Nice to meet you." The chubby friend on the phone also came over, grinning. "I'm Chu too. We are roommates now." But earlier, Thin Sipug stood up enthusiastically adding, "We need to establish our ranks in the dorm, mainly to decide who the leader is." Chu Tun laughed loudly and continued, "Just waiting for you to arrive. The 4 of us can have a match." Tachihan Nian calmly closed his book. "Since we are all students at the Martial Arts University, let us use our skills for the greeting ceremony." Lam M. Tiun listened to his 3 roommates' request and pondered for a moment. These guys really wanted to fight. At this moment, all 3 eager friends stood opposite Lun Rem Tu, ready for the martial arts match. Fierce martial arts battle was about to unfold in the dorm room. Seeing this, you smiled happily and softly voiced your opinion. "If we want to compete, let us keep it light. We still have to live together for 4 years. Don't ruin the harmony over this. Plus, let us each share a bit about our families. We can use this opportunity to get to know each other." Thin Sipog started introducing himself, flexing his muscular arm confidently. "I passed the entrance exam to this school on my own. No family legacy. Relying solely on my own skills. I am currently at the 2nd level of ability. Next is Chuda." He smiled warmly and introduced himself to everyone. "I am different. I come from the Chu family's 32nd generation legacy. I am also currently at the 2nd level of ability. And lastly, the calm boy T Chai Nian. I do not come from a legacy either. Based on the martial arts techniques taught by my high school instructor, I am also at the 2nd level of ability." After hearing all 3 introductions, Lum Tu already knew the outcome of the match. He immediately suggested, "If we are all at the 2nd level of ability, I do not see anything worth competing over. The gap between you guys is too small, so I will pass. There is really nothing worth competing for." Seeing your disdain, Tithian Sepsing and Chu Tone showed angry expressions and asked you in turn, "Are you scared?" As for Chine Nian, he calmly explained that even though the ranks are the same, fighters do not just rely on rank, luck, circumstances, state, weapons, and techniques are all essential factors. Brother Lam 2. Your rigid thinking about rank is not good. Mina let out a sigh of frustration seeing their attitude. He no longer held back and stated the reason directly. That is not what I meant. What I mean is, you guys can't beat me because I am a level 4 entity. His 3 friends immediately mocked him. Don T. Bragg, how could you possibly be a level 4 entity? If you were a level 4 entity, would you even need to hang out with us? If you really were a level 4 entity, you would have already been accepted by a high-level S+ university. Right. How could you end up in this basic A-level Tongue than? Classmate Lam 2. If you want to use this kind of bragging to attract attention, I suggest you better not do it. Because it will have the opposite effect, with no other choice. Lam T reached out and asked them, if you do not believe me, then attack me. The 3 of you can attack me all at once. Hearing this, Thien Quang arrogantly stepped in front of him. He took an attacking stance and kindly reminded him, Brother Lam 2, my Dulong technique is quite heavy, so be careful. You two do not need to join in. I will handle this. Lam Tu noticed that only Thien Quang was disagreeing and repeated his suggestion once more. You guys should listen to me. The 3 of you need to attack with your strongest moves. If I can handle your attacks and get hurt, it won't be your fault. But if I win, then I get to decide who the boss of this dorm is. Lam Tu's smug remark made Thien Quang smirk internally. This guy really has no sense. Classmate Chuan also raised both hands, putting on a fox-sincere smile. Replying. Then Chu Tuan accepts the challenge. A Chinese also raised his leg with a warning. Be careful. Classmate Lam Tu finished speaking. And all 3 jumped up together, then rushed in like a gust of wind, preparing to launch fiery strikes at him. Lam Tu was ready too. He grabbed Chai Nian's ankle with his left hand, and held Thien Quang's wrist with his right, saying to them, your attacks are not bad. But unfortunately, the ranks are too far apart. Then, he used his strength to throw them down. Chu Tuan was also pulled along, and soon all 3 landed painfully. The 3 fell in a heap on top of each other, their heads spinning and crying out in pain. Why did you kick me so strong? Thien Quang stared at his hand, lamenting quietly. He had just unleashed the strongest strike of Du Long, yet did not expect him to block it so easily. Chu Tuan looked disappointed. The 32nd generation Chu valued the Tip Ho fought the most, yet he unexpectedly lost here to him. Jing Nian reassured himself that using his legs to block Chu Tuan was indeed clever. But nobody below the 3rd rank could stop him. At this moment, Lam Ti used his special ability, Yan Lulit, to support Thien Quang and comfort him, saying it was just a friendly competition, so everyone should not take it too seriously. I did not join this school for nothing. Because some people leave the game behind. Do not get discouraged. In this martial arts university, becoming strong is just a matter of time. He was stunned and stammered. You also have a special ability. Chu Tuan and Jing Nian looked at the hands helping them to stand up in admiration. Oh my. That is an external transformation ability too. The 3 of us joined forces. And it turns out we were not worthy of you using your special ability. They then looked at Lam Tu with shining eyes, each expressing their respect for him. Big bro, please be the leader of our dorm. Boss. Starting today, you are the boss of Chu Tuan. I can't believe classmate Lam Tu has this ability. I am really impressed. However, he firmly declined and told them, no need. I do not like those superficial titles. Let us just go by age. When I walked in earlier, I glanced at the manager's record. Chu Tuan is older than us. Let him be the leader of our dorm. He was very confused upon hearing this. He waved his hands vigorously and objected. No way. No way. That is not acceptable. We all admit defeat. If Lam Tu does that, I won't have the face to meet others anymore. Ignoring what Chu Tuan just said, Lam Tu walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Smirking. Boss. Stop pretending. Among the 4 of us, you are the richest. Your phone is the latest model from Yali. Right. We will follow you for good food later. He was dumbfounded, thinking, oh my, this kid can even see this. Then he awkwardly scratched his head and asked Lam Tu, what did you observe so carefully? Actually, it is not a big deal. I do a bit of small business. Feel free to ask for my help later. All 3 of them gave a thumbs up in agreement with boss Chu Tuan, and Jing Nian added a bit of input. So tonight, our dorm leader should treat us to a nice meal to celebrate our successful gathering. Right. At first, Chu Tuan was a bit displeased, thinking, are we starting to exploit him already? But then he happily said voluntarily, sure. Do not look at me like that. I really can't stand you guys. I earn hundreds of millions a month. Treating you guys to a meal is nothing. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Tungj Martial Arts University under the hazy moonlight. Inside the building, Lam Ham was lounging in the director's chair, while Lam Lam sat right in front of him. After a long moment, Lam Ham praised, brother, this chair of yours is really comfortable. As expected of the martial arts president position of Tungdan University. At this moment, Lam Lam felt very shy. He stroked his chin, thinking for a moment, and said seriously, I have met Lam too. His aura is very strong. No wonder he could defeat Lam Dong. He really has some ability. Seeing the rare look of difficulty on his younger brother's face, Lam Ham could not help but ask, what is wrong? I feel it is tough too. Is this kid really that dramatic? Half a year ago when I met him, he was just a waste preparing to choose literature. How could he suddenly become so formidable? Lam Lams stood up to rub his neck, then confidently told his brother, I do not find it tough at all. I just feel he is very strong. If he poses a threat to the benefits of the Lam family, then of course I will take him down myself. If I were to fight him now, I am 8 parts sure I could take him down without a sound. Plus, I could use martial arts to defeat him, making him taste defeat. Hearing Lam Ham's confident words, he felt a bit relieved. He thought of the 2 sisters, Hui Than and Hai Thine, who proudly said, no wonder he is your little brother. With words like that from you, I feel reassured. It is time for me to deal with the Ha sisters now. After all, 2 beauties like Ho are bound to have many guys drooling over them. If I wait too long, there will be nothing left. Lam Ven had somehow found herself sitting on the roof of the university. After eavesdropping on their conversation, she felt extremely annoyed and disdainfully shouted, if you want to defeat the guy my son likes fair and square, that might be a bit difficult. Unless you grow 2 heads. Maybe you would have a chance. After all, my Lum to you has 8 ears. Hearing the voice, Lam Lam immediately threw the door open and yelled, who is eavesdropping? He jumped onto the roof. But there was no one there. Just the sound of mockery. If you could defeat Lam Taivu, maybe I would pay attention to you. But from what I see, I am afraid you do not have that skill. Lam Lam got angry and shouted, if you have the skill, come out. Hiding like this is pathetic. Lam Ham walked toward the window and told his brother, stop calling. If she wanted to come out, she would have shown up by now. From this voice, it seemed she was not there to help Lum Tu, but more to stir up trouble. Hearing this, he jumped back into the room, puzzled. Stirring up trouble. So who exactly is she? Lam Ham calmly replied, I do not know, but I suspect she has a grudge against Lumdrum Tu. Otherwise, she would not need to come do things like this herself. Lum Tu has arrived at Tung Then, so of course he will go to the Martial Arts Association. We just need to nurture and accumulate, waiting for him to come to us. There is no need to be distracted by these small matters. Switching scenes to a roadside bar not far from the school. 4 boys from room 502 happily raised their beer mugs and shouted in unison, to our 4-year friendship. Cheers. Lum Tatun looked at the 3 roommates sitting in front of him, laughing and chatting, while he silently analyzed Tathian Sipema and Chu Tone without focusing on the details. Kucha Nain was a promising one. Meticulous and clearly had mastered the intense training methods. He was undeniably strong. To his surprise, once the alcohol kicked in, Tithin Sepsu no longer held back and laughed heartily, saying, just say what you want. I got into Ting Then University thanks to my ancestors' blessings. If it were not for luck, I really would not be sure where I would end up. However, this cannot be separated from my own efforts, based on a basic move, as Dulong said. In that environment, it is like defeating the world without any rivals already. Hearing this, Chu Tun walked over, threw his arm around him, and playfully teased, keep boosting, talking as if you are so amazing. Aren't you just like us who got defeated by a single move from Tu Lam? I fear you won't even make it into this year's martial arts selection. Of course, if we are talking about opponents like Tu Lam, the ultimate monster, my dear friend, then you are just being too modest. Lao Chu, you are still a man among millions, Chesan Nian seriously asked. Tai Yu Lam, with your current strength, it is unlikely you would get into Tang Thun University. Earlier, you mentioned someone plotting against you, and I am a bit curious. Did you offend someone where you are? These Incepting and Chu Tone turned their attention to him, urging him to elaborate. Quickly tell us what is going on. Exactly. Tai Yu Lam, just say it. Maybe I can use my family connections to help you. Yu straightforwardly shared. Actually, the person plotting against me, you all probably know his name. And the fact that I can get into Tung Then University is definitely because he is behind this. The 3 friends listened to him and could not help but ask curiously, do we know him? Who's it? We just arrived in Tung Then. How could we know anyone here? He raised his full beer glass and seriously addressed everyone. There is someone. The current president of the Martial Arts Association in Tung Then. Lum Lam. All 3 of them were left speechless in shock. One of them stammered. Who are you talking about? The president of our Tung Thun University Martial Arts Association. The current president of the Martial Arts Association is named Lum Lam. Tai Yu Lam. Your last name is also Lam. Could there be some connection between you two? This is indeed a big character. I heard he defeated the current president in his 2nd year, becoming a legendary figure at Tung Then University through martial arts. After taking a gulp of beer, Lum Taiyu spoke again. If we are counting, he is like my cousin. As for the feud between me and him, that is my family matter. I do not want to bring it up again. You guys should not get involved. I am afraid it might hurt you. Achun sighed and thought to himself, this is how pursuing martial arts is, without strong power. No matter how prestigious your background is, you are just a dish on someone else's plate. In recent years, the country has implemented countless measures to control the amplification of martial arts. Although it is effective, the big companies truly in power still lead the martial arts scene. Without enough strength, sudden support will only bring disaster. The four of them continued to chat and laugh together at a nearby table. The guy Trombio picked up a beer bottle while keeping an eye on Lum Mtu, thinking that he seemed familiar. After racking his memory, he suddenly realized, so it turns out it is him. I remember the president mentioned there is a new student about to enroll at Tung Than University, and he is an enemy that he must defeat. If I can defeat the president's enemy here, would not he owe me a favor? Thinking of this, he immediately stood up. The guys at the table were puzzled and asked, "Hey, why are not you drinking anymore?" "Of course. Let us drink. Are you trying to practice your skills? Looks like there is going to be a show today." Trombio immediately picked up an empty beer bottle and excitedly told them, "Brothers, follow me. Today, Trombio has to teach the new student in place of the president. Today, I will show you real boxing techniques." Missed it. This time you can only see it at the martial arts competition. Hearing his overly confident words, each guy at the table picked up an empty beer bottle and followed him. "Are we really going to fight? Then we definitely have to see this. Come on. Come on." Just as they were about to reach Lim Taiu's table, Trombiro suddenly stopped, then slammed the bottle on the table, shattering it and loudly asked, "Hey, first-year students, are not you coming over to toast the upperclassman?" Lum Mtu's three friends were startled and turned to look, but he remained calm, sipping his beer. At that moment, Trombio pointed his half-broken beer bottle at them and aggressively shouted, "If you do not show respect to the upperclassmen, then I will step in to teach you a lesson." The two guys beside him agreed, saying it was indeed disrespectful. "We have to fight. Get up and greet the brother. Unless you want to get hurt, hurry up and stand up to apologize." Thin Sepeng was furious and slammed the table, but Chuton remained calm and advised Thin Si Tunung, "These guys must be drunk and causing trouble. Si Peng, do not pay them any mind." Then he friendly raised his beer and cheerfully spoke to Trombio. "So you are an upperclassman. My apologies. We were just drinking beer. I am here on behalf of the dorm to toast you all. Upperclassmen, I would like to invite you to a drink on behalf of the dorm members." However, in response to his kindness, he received a terrifying slap from Trombu. He angrily shouted, "Who do you think you are? Who are you representing? Did I say I wanted to drink with you?" Then he pointed directly at our guy and gruffly ordered, "I want to drink with him. Get up for me." At this moment, Thien Chipeng and Chiain lost their composure. Both gritted their teeth and angrily asked, "Does he really want to fight?" But Chutun raised his hand to stop them once again. Don't he get agitated? Seeing everyone sitting still and not reacting, Tronbo laughed mockingly and started to insult them. "What is wrong? Just watching your buddies get slapped. And you do not dare to fight back. So all the freshmen are a bunch of useless fools. What are you even learning at Tung Thun? Go home and drink milk." It seemed to hit a nerve with Lam Taiyu. As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Taiyu slammed his beer down on the table, then used his power to create a giant hand that grabbed Tronbo and lifted him high, leaving him in shock. "What is this?" His friends were also surprised and exclaimed, "Ability. That guy has an ability. This time Brother Bo has kicked the wrong place." Lam Taiyu stood up, looking annoyed as he ordered him, "Now you kneel down and bow to our big brother, and we will let today's incident go. If not, I will make your brain explode out of your skull. Anyway, leaving it won't do any good. Your face has become incredibly terrifying. Your eyes are wide open, as if you want to devour that guy alive." At this moment, that giant hand had a tight grip on Trombolo, causing him to scream in pain. Chu Tone, seeing this, panicked and said, "Lumen Taiyu. Little Lam, we just started college. Do not commit murder here. Let go. Let go." Patron Bro was on the verge of breaking down, his face pale with fear as he cried out, "Brother Lam. Brother Taiyu. Please. Spare me. I can't bow down to you. Fat guy. Please. The brothers who followed me just now are already running away in fear. Run fast. We have hit a tough spot. Brother Bo is done for." Lum Taiyu then controlled his power to let the guy drop to the ground and said, "Then you can start now." Tron Bibio immediately bowed his head to Chutun and pretended to cry pitifully, begging, "Fat bro, it is because I can't see Mount Tay. I know I was wrong. You are a great man, so be magnanimous. Consider me a fart that slipped out." Chutun immediately replied, "Get up. It is not a big deal." Inside, He marveled at the power. Just a moment ago, Ding Deguang was so arrogant. Now faced with Lam and Taiyu's strength, he immediately knelt down. Then he looked up, forcing a fake smile, and quickly said, "Thank you, fat bro. Thank you. I will leave now. You guys continue to eat and drink." Inside, they were cursing non-stop. These guys were relying on that cunning guy named Lam. "Wait until you guys are alone. I will take each of you down one by one to teach you what it means to be part of society." Just as Tron Biao stood up and turned to leave, Lam Tiyu called out, making him freeze in place. "Are you just going to walk away?" Terrified, Tron Biao slowly turned his head back and asked, "Brother Lam, do you have anything else to say?" At that moment, he pointed at Chu Tone standing beside him and discontentedly said, "My big brother still has the slap from earlier on his face. Do you think apologizing can make up for it? According to our Chinese law, a slap costs at least 20,000. Right?" The NC Tepeng and Chai Zhenhain were excited and praised him upon hearing this. "That is impressive. You could even ask for a sum. Looks like we need to learn some laws." "Who knows? It could be a way to make money." Chu Tun felt helpless against his actions. Lam Tiu truly is the king of confrontation. After hearing the ridiculous demand from him, Atron Biro said in confusion, "I do not have that much money right now." "Brother Lam, can you be a bit lenient? I will prepare it and bring it to you." While continuously cursing Lam Taiyu for 20,000. Damn it. How could an ordinary third-year student have that much money? If my family had money, I would not need to use tattoos to stand out. Just driving a Ferrari would be enough. Right, getting a tattoo hurts a lot. Hearing this, the guy slammed his beer glass down on the table, then came up with a solution for Tron below. "You do not have money, but do not you know how to borrow?" He then suggested, "I can show you a way. Are not you part of the Martial Arts Association? I am looking for the current president, Lam, to borrow from. His house is filled with nothing but money." Hearing the name Lam, he could not help but feel scared and stutter. "But me," Trine Bao thought. "Even though I am the minister of the Martial Arts Association, Lam does not even look my way. If he did, I would not have to go through all this flattery. If I go asking him for help now, he will just tell me to get lost." Lam Tu did not care about the awkwardness and demanded loudly, making him jump. "I am giving you 1 minute to call him and get him to bring the money over. Otherwise, you can go to the police station." "Understood. I heard you are already a third-year student. Why have not you gone for your internship yet? If you leave a criminal record, no company will want to take in an intern with a record." Hearing those threats, sweat poured down Trine Bao's face. He thought while his mouth hung open in fear, "I absolutely cannot leave a record. If I leave a record, not only will I not find a job, but my parents and friends will also be affected. I have no choice but to risk it." "Think again." He immediately pulled out his phone and called Lam, raising the phone to his ear. As he heard the ringing, Trine Bao prayed in fear, "Please, pick up." "President." After a moment, the guy finally picked up. Trine Bao immediately poured out, "President. Listen. I am in a bit of trouble here." On the other end, Chu Tuan anxiously reminded him, "Little Lam, we do not need to blow this out of proportion. If you really disturb the martial arts president, even you will get into trouble." Thien Kuang and Chai Nian also agreed with him. "Exactly. It is better to avoid trouble than to create more." "Little Lam, we all know you care for your brothers, but you do not need to do this." However, he stubbornly insisted on his decision. He seriously told everyone, "This is intentional on my part. If Lam hears I am looking for trouble, he will definitely show up, and I want you all to be witnesses." Big Brother Map was very puzzled by what he said. "Witness? Witness for what?" "Little Lam, are you seriously thinking of fighting the martial arts president?" Upon hearing Chu Tun's words, Thien Kuang was also stunned and hurried to stop him. "That is not a good idea. With so many people here, whether you can fight back is another issue. What if you can't win? What will happen to your 4 years of college?" Chai Nian Dime Dam placed a hand on his chest and seriously supported him. "If this is your decision, then I will support you unconditionally." The two of them were shocked, unable to help but ask again, "Are you crazy too?" At that moment, Trine Bao regained his arrogance. He glanced at the four and smugly announced, "You guys are in luck. The president of the martial arts club from Tungdan University will be coming here. The president is not like me. If you want money, then go demand it from him yourself. Unless you want to get beaten to a pulp." After that, he held his phone screen up and spoke with a sneer. "Right now, I really agree with you. If you had let me go earlier, this would not have gotten so serious." The president was really angry on the phone just now. Lum Tiyu's 3 roommates were shocked upon hearing this. They anxiously thought to themselves, "The martial arts president is coming here." They thought they would send a representative, but now it is over. If they really make the president angry, then the chance to join the martial arts club is out of the question. If they can't join the martial arts club, Then after 4 years at Tungthan University, they won't be able to get into any big companies, in contrast to their worried faces. Lam Tiu remained calm and confidently told them not to stress too much. Besides, I assure you that with your abilities, if I just give you a little guidance and open a back door to the martial arts club, it won't be hard. Seeing Lam Tiu turn away, Chu Tuan felt even more anxious and doubtful. How could that be? This time, we have really offended him. Now, Thien Kuang did not care at all. If they can't get in, so be. What does a martial arts club that operates so ambiguously even mean? Dime Dam remained the calmest. After listening to the two, he leisurely said that it is just that you won't find it easy to get a job without a good background, no martial arts credentials, and not qualified to participate in the national martial arts competition. You can only be a cheerleader. Chu Tuan and Thien Kuang immediately exploded with anger and asked Dime Dam, whose side are you really on? He saw this and maintained an indifferent expression, replying, I am just stating the facts. Lumen Taiyu, hearing the commotion behind him, turned around confidently and said, don't worry, because I will take down Lam Lam quickly, and I will become the next president of the martial arts club at Tungthan University. Chu Tuan and Thien stared blankly after hearing this. The big guy stared at him and asked, Little Lam, are you joking? Trine Bao sighed. Then with great interest said, interesting. Lumen Taiyu, you really have a big mouth. But do you have the skills to back it up? Just then, someone approached, and the 4 guys from room 502 became serious again, staring at him without a hint of joking. Lam Lam glanced at Lam Taiyu and flashed a smug smile. You think you can defeat me, based on you? Seeing Lam Lam's terrifying expression, Dime Dam could not help but worry. Sure enough, the martial arts president Lam Lam had really come, and he was starting to feel anxious. Lam Tiu can really make Lam Lam show up here. It seems their grudges run deep, and Big Bro Chu Tuan is staring wide-eyed, screaming inside. I can't believe he actually showed up. Lam Tiu is in trouble now. Trine Bao walked over to Lam Lam and started mocking him relentlessly. Weren't you guys acting tough just a moment ago? Our president is really here now. Keep bragging. You first-year students. Damn. You guys are something else. Trine Bao's outrageous actions made Lam Lam furious. He slammed the guy's head down and shouted in frustration, Get this embarrassing piece of trash out of my sight. And you do not need to show up for martial arts class tomorrow. You are expelled. He was terrified and begged frantically. President, please do not kick me out. I am already a third-year student, about to graduate and start working. If you expel me now, what will I put on my resume? Being expelled from the martial arts club in my 3rd year will leave this humiliating record, and no company will want to hire me. Teacher Lam Lam did not say a word, while Trine Bao, losing all his pride, knelt down and pleaded desperately. Brother Lam. President, you do not expel me. My family is on the brink of bankruptcy, just so I could join martial arts. Your words mean everything to me. He hesitated for a moment and then earnestly requested Lam Lam to reconsider. As it is not just about him, it is about my whole family. I am their hope. Please. Hearing this, the president did not rush to answer. He kept a stoic expression, arms crossed, watching Trine Bao. The 3 of them felt a bit moved and thought to themselves that Trine Bao, despite everything, still thought of his family. He is not a bad person at heart. If his family was not stable, they would probably feel even more inferior compared to him. Talking about colleges like ivory towers. In reality, it is just as cruel as the outside world. After pondering for a while, Lam Lam finally approached Trine Bao and asked him, You say you are the hope of your family. Right. He felt a bit scared but quickly responded. Yep. President, please give me one more chance. I am begging you. Upon hearing this, Lam Lam had a wicked thought and smirked with delight. Trine Bao saw the corner of his mouth lift and was overjoyed, continuously promising, Just give me one more chance, and I will work like a horse for you. But as soon as Trine Bao finished speaking, the president kicked him hard in the chest, sending him flying straight into the sign of a shop behind him. After that, he frowned in disgust, showing no mercy as he shouted, What does your family's hope have to do with me? I only know that a useless person has no right to stay in the martial arts club. The trio was once again horrified, stepping back a few paces, feeling sorrow for the cruelty displayed. That guy named Trine Bao will probably never be able to practice martial arts again in his life. That kick directly severed his meridians. How cruel. At this moment, Lam Lam turned to face Lam, serious and superior as he said, Are you satisfied with this approach, my good cousin? You just said you wanted to defeat me. I can give you that chance. Just do not know when you want to choose. I am always available to fight you. Hearing Lam Lam's challenge, he did not think twice and immediately responded, If I am going to challenge someone as significant as you, of course, it should be at a place worthy of your status. I will challenge you at the highest arena of the Martial Arts Association. I want to take your position as president. The three friends behind him were shocked, their faces pale. They were stunned by his reckless determination. Little lamb, do not be reckless. You need to think this through. You just enrolled, and you are challenging the president already. If you lose, you will be expelled. In contrast, Lam seemed extremely excited. He smirked and laughed loudly. Mocking. How ridiculous. Do you really think that just because you beat Lam Duong, you can swagger around as if you are invincible and take on the whole world? I will let the entire academy see how I humiliate you. 3 days later, we will meet at the Martial Arts Association of Tung Than University. Hearing this, his friends could no longer stay silent and immediately rushed to advise him. Little lamb, you are rushing too much. That person is the president of the Martial Arts Association. He deliberately chose the Martial Arts Association, sure to make it widely known. If you lose then, even the dean won't be able to protect you, no matter how much he regrets losing talent. I just want to remind you, challenging the president is a matter of life and death. Lam will surely take you out. However, time and again, no matter how much they warned him, Lam Tu's calm expression remained unchanged. This time, he even picked up a skewer of meat and casually said not to worry because he would also take him out. The scene shifts to the girls' dormitory. We're in the room of the two sisters. Avaria. A Thing's voice echoed loudly. That annoying guy called again. Watch me curse him out. Drythan was also a bit irritated, but she hesitated to stop Howardthine's intention. Don't. After all, he is from the Lam family. His status is equivalent to ours. If we do not give him face, it could affect our family's business. Howardthine glared hatefully at the name Lam Nam displayed on the phone screen and angrily said, What does our family's business have to do with me? If it gets affected, we can just sell everything and throw it all in the bank for interest. Finishing her words, she pressed the answer button forcefully, without letting the person on the other end say anything. Howardthine yelled angrily into the phone. Hello? Lam Ham. You bastard. Do not call me anymore. If you do not make an appointment, I won't meet you, even if you ask 100 more times. I won't meet you. Just get lost. I am hanging up on you now. Hearing this, Lam Ham immediately tried to calm her down with a question. Don't be angry. What if I told you I have news about Lam Tu? After saying this, his face turned smug. When Howardthine heard that question, she immediately stood up. Lao rushed over and anxiously said that he claimed he knew news about La Rim Tayu. Howardthine hesitated as she looked at her phone screen. Then she quickly held the phone tightly to her chest and irritably reminded Howardthine of something. Be a little careful. Today, you chased after a shadow in broad daylight, and now just hearing the name makes you unable to sit still. Howardthine ignored her sister's advice and anxiously reached out. Stop mocking me. Ask for clarification first. Howardthine had no other choice, so she put the phone to her ear and sternly asked, You know news about La Rim Tayu. Don't lie to me. If you dare to deceive me, I will tear your mouth apart. Lumenham on the other end laughed teasingly. Thin Hai. You still sound so cute, but this time I am telling the truth. However, if you want to know more about La Rim Tayu, I can't disclose everything. She immediately understood the implication of his words and quickly asked, Where are we meeting? As long as there is news about Lam Tayu, those details are not an issue. Lumenham replied with great satisfaction. Thin Hai really understands. So let us meet at the Black Jade Cafe. It is close to your school, so you can get there quickly. You should arrive before 10:30. If not, I won't wait. Just a reminder, it is already 10. He hung up abruptly. Howardthine was left stunned by the sound of the dial tone. Turning to see her sister starting to get ready, she incredulously asked, Are you really going? Howardthine did not answer but hurriedly urged her to change clothes. Hearing this, she complied, sighing in frustration and wondering, You are going for love. But what about me? What should we do about the deep feelings between the two sisters? Meanwhile, Lumenham was sitting relaxed with crossed legs, reflecting on the conversation that had just ended, feeling extremely proud of his scheme. These two sisters are still too young. What good is it to like someone? The young master here baited them. Get pregnant with my child. As long as your body is mine. Whether the news is true or not does not matter. Right. Many people were gathered around a white car speculating. Isn't that the beautiful twin sisters who just entered school today? It is so late. Where could those two be going? Could they be going to meet some young master? What a shame. So young and already going astray. Lumtinya's group also saw the car pass by, and Thin Sitaman could not help but say, That is the car of the two beauties we met this morning. Such a nice car. And when you see Hayathan inside, you just stand there in contemplation. Chutun also looked on curiously and asked, Out this late? Are they going shopping? T-Che John Nian thought of something and immediately turned back to ask, Maybe they are going to meet the leaders of the academy. What do you think? However, he responded gruffly, I do not know. Hearing that curt response, the three young men turned to Tu Nungo. Chi and Sepeving and Chutun could not help but admire his attitude. They saw him as a shining example worth learning from, and remarked how he was not the least bit interested in gossiping about such a stunning beauty. No wonder Tiu Lum, despite being young, was already a level 4 powerhouse. Tung Ti was truly unbeatable. He heard this and sighed, saying, "It is not that I am not interested. I just feel like I can't figure it out. You guys go back to the dorm. I still have some things to take care of." Hearing this, the three immediately turned and left Lam Tu standing there alone. However, on their way, they could not shake their worries. Then Sepug looked back at him and asked in confusion, "What could this kid possibly have to do at this hour?" Chutun voiced his suspicion, wondering if he wanted to follow those two girls. He said he did not want to, but his body was very honest. "Of course. A few words of explanation on behalf of our friend. He always has his own reasons. Let us head back." By this time, the noisy students had all left. Now, only Lam Tu's shadow remained on the school grounds. He was extremely worried, thinking about Hera Than's anxious expression and silently speculating. Just now, Than's expression was quite strange. It seemed like she was going to meet old friends. In Tingthun, does she even have any longtime friends? She does not even seem to know anyone. Thinking this, his face grew serious as he already had an answer in his mind. There is someone she knows in this city, and I also know Lam Em and Lam Ham. If Lam Lam was so loud, then the young master Lam and Ham must have also come to Tingthun. These two brothers would not harm me, but they certainly won't leave Tingthun easily, so there is only that possibility left. After deducing the matter, Lam Tu immediately pulled out his mobile phone. When he opened it, he saw a message from Hava Than that he had forgotten to read. "Have you gotten home yet? How was today?" "I cooked, but my sister said it was extremely unappetizing. Why did not you reply to my messages?" "What are you doing? I got the enrollment notice today. It is from Zi Hafsi Tungthun. And you can even call me. Are you really that busy?" After reading, Lumdrama Tu made a decision in his heart that, because he had changed the doomed fate of the Hera family, plus the task of finding medicine for his brother, he could not have any further connection with Havai Than. After all, this place is no longer the same as in his previous life. Sooner or later, he would return to the celestial realm. Howie Than's life had changed. She should not have any relationship with him. After that thought, Lum Tu immediately turned and ran towards the speeding car. He raced after the car at breakneck speed while telling himself, although he did not want to disrupt her life, if Lundrum Lam and Lam were to harm Hai Than behind her back, he would not allow it. He then stopped, panting heavily, remembering how she got hurt for him in his past life. This made him even more determined, vowing to himself, "I would not dare ruin her life. No one else has the right to. If you harm her, I will make you pay back 100-fold. The two girls' car stopped in front of the coffee shop. Prythan quickly walked inside, urging her to hurry. "Let us go inside quickly. Why is my sister so anxious? It is not like we have found Lam Tai. Just some news about him." Hearing this, Hoathan blushed with embarrassment and calmed down to walk more slowly. "I guess it is because you are too tense." Havriathane gently reminded her, "A lady should be more composed. Do not you think? I feel like you are being too proactive. Which is why that guy Lemonum to you is avoiding you. What guy would not be scared of a girl who keeps messaging him for no reason?" Inside, a bodyguard saw the Ha sisters walk in together and immediately informed Lam Nam, "The target has appeared, without any guards or attendants, so we can proceed to the next step." Havriathan was still unaware of what was about to happen, engrossed in conversation, wondering who that strange girl was. Meanwhile, Hoathane happily replied, "Yep. My beautiful, carefree sister could never be the weird girl. She just keeps messaging like crazy. You keep talking, and I will hit you." So the two of them laughed and teased each other all the way into the cafe. As they reached the door, Lumham approached, extending his hand and greeting them politely. "It is a pleasure to meet the two sisters," he said. Feeling honored, Hoathan and Hythine did not respond at all, and the younger sister cautiously pulled her sister back. Then Havriathane stepped forward and slapped him on the hand with a thud. "Good friends should slap hands first," he said, then put his hands on his hips while teasing them. Unexpectedly, Lumam turned out to be quite generous, slapping hands right away. I have heard rumors about him back in Tenendai, but they all seem to be false. Afriathan stood behind, feeling helpless regarding her younger sister. Thank goodness she is here with me. At this moment, Lumaham remained friendly, extending his hand and suggesting, "I wonder what rumors you have heard about me in Tenendia. Please sit down and let us talk." Hoathan gently declined. "No need to sit down. I just want to know where Lam Taiyu is." Meanwhile, Hoathane became irritable. She kept making snide remarks about the guy's evasiveness. "Didn't you say you would tell us about Lumdrum Tu if we came to the cafe? Now that we are here, you are not even offering us coffee. Hurry up and tell us. I need to go home and wash my feet." Hearing this, Lumenham got furious but still tried to hold it together. He forced a smile and tried to convince them. "Ladies, We are from the same hometown in Tindia. Why not chat a bit? I only invited you to come into the cafe. Is not it better to talk over coffee? However, they were not easily swayed. Athan firmly refused and demanded from him, sorry. We are not close to you. I just want to know the news about Lamem Tayu. Please tell us. Then she suddenly bowed her head respectfully. Confusing Hoethen, I will sincerely thank you. If I ever need help in the future. As long as it does not go against common sense. I will do my best to assist. Although her actions deeply hurt Harathan, and she was unwilling to accept it, she still only spoke in her heart, lowering her head. Did I just leave? You are not afraid that this will lead you to find me, truly valuing a man over your sister. Seeing this, Lumenham was incredibly excited. He opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly, slyly saying, okay, I did not want to resort to special tactics, thinking that with my status as a young master, I am not weaker than that turtle, Lumen Tayu. But unexpectedly that kid made you drink the enchanted soup. After boasting, he ordered, where are the people? Immediately, several tall bodyguards rushed in to surround Harathan and Harathan, shocking the two of them. Not stopping there, Lumham put on gloves and smirked maliciously. You refuse the wine offered to you and want to drink the punishment wine instead. Then I won't hesitate to unleash your nightmare. Transitioning outside the store, Lumen Tayu, after chasing the car carrying the two sisters, stood there out of breath. After a moment to recover, he turned to look at the coffee shop window and thought to himself, although my physique is already at level 4, racing against a machine-made car, speed is not exactly my strong suit. They have probably gone inside already. I should just stay here and keep watch. If those two brothers Lumham are not around, would not that just be a joke? At that moment, one of Lumham's bodyguards was kicked out. Glass shards from the window fell along with curses. Lumham, you bastard. If my father finds out, the entire Hedda family will use all their power to annihilate your Lime family. Hearing this, Lum Tayu was shocked and rushed inside, realizing it was Hathan's voice. Something has happened to them. He rushed in with all his strength while silently cursing. That Lumenham bastard. Lum Tayu thought to himself, if he dares to harm them, I will make him regret coming into this world. Soon after, he kicked the shop door open, but when he stepped inside, he saw a chaotic scene. Tables and chairs scattered on the floor, and blood everywhere. Seeing the situation before him, Lum Tayu could not help but ask, where is everyone? Why is no one here? Quickly, he remembered the guy who had been kicked out earlier. Finding a glimmer of hope, right, there is him. He must know something. But looking out through the hole in the window, he felt a wave of disappointment. They seemed to have noticed him already. Suddenly, there was a clattering sound beneath a large cat box, and Lum Tayu immediately turned around to look. He then roughly kicked the box away and growled, who is here? Inside the cat box was a girl in a staff uniform. Trembling, when she saw Lum Tayu, she was scared and quickly explained, I am just an employee. I do not know anything. Please let me go. Lum Tayu believed her and gently sat down in front of the staff member, then kindly asked, what happened just now? Can you tell me? I swear, I absolutely want to harm you. I just want to know what happened to the two girls that came in here earlier, the staff member. Hearing this, did not hide anything and told him everything. Just now, those two girls were talking to a boy. And then, for some unknown reason, they started fighting. It seemed those girls were really tough, pushing back a few guys in suits. But there were just too many of those suited guys for them to handle. Lam Tiu still worriedly asked, what happened next? Suddenly, she rushed over, leaned against him, and with crocodile tears said, I do not know what to do anymore. Big bro, I am so scared. Can you take me out of here? Unknowingly, she had pulled out a dagger. Holding it up, Lam Tiu smiled slyly and asked, Big bro, help me. A second later, the dagger was buried deep in his chest. The fake staff member smirked with delight and said, looks like my big brother is really easy to trick. It is hard not to want to enjoy this. As she slowly pulled out the dagger, she kept babbling on. A handsome guy like you, dead. What a shame. What a pity. Who told you to offend the young Master Lam Ham? This time, the price is quite high. I will take my leave now. Just a reminder, my dagger has some snake venom on it. Once it meets blood, if you struggle more, you will die faster. But when she completely pulled the dagger out, she was shocked to see that the blood had disappeared, replaced by a fine powder floating everywhere. What is this? Didn't I stab your heart? Lam Tiu sighed, then straightened his clothes and proudly said, I recently took in a new disciple. She loves to research things like this. I happen to carry some with me to test the potency on people like you. She looked at him, horrified, and screamed, test the potency. Why is my face itching so much? As the powder started to take effect, her face grew hot and began to scratch. She could not help but feel uncomfortable, rolling her eyes and shouting, it is so itchy. What is that powder of yours? My face is itching so much. Lam Tiu laughed and explained, itchy. It is not over yet. This medicine, as my disciple said, will make the user scratch their face until it tears. And it seeps into the flesh and blood, making the entire body itch non-stop. After that, you will end up scratching yourself raw. Too bad. Even then, you won't be able to stop the itching. The staff member, panicking, pleaded with him. I was wrong. I should not have helped Lam Nam. I can tell you where those two girls are. Please save me. It is so itchy. Seeing her humble herself, Lam Tiu raised up the antidote and smugly said, This is the antidote. Just one pill. And you will be saved immediately. Seeing the savior before her, she immediately reached out in agony. Please. Save me. They are here. But he coldly replied, You do not need to tell me anymore. Then Lam Tiu forcefully broke the antidote in half, handing her one half while threatening her. I want you to take me to find them yourself. If you do not lead me to them, do not even think about taking this half pill. Then he smiled and said, I will give you half a pill, which will only keep the itching away for half a day, so it is best not to mess with me. After taking the half pill, the redness on her face had faded, leaving her utterly surprised. It really was no longer itchy. Seeing this, she raised her hand with determination and confidently told Lam Tiu, Don't worry. I will definitely help you find them. I am only doing this for the money. It is not worth risking my life. Hearing her confident statement, he felt reassured. He hoped she was being honest this time. The scene shifted to a room where the two sisters, Havareya, were tied up on the bed. Havriathin, feeling utterly hopeless, said, It seems like this is the end for us. Earlier, I tried to remember the way they brought us here, but it turned out to be like a maze. Havrithan was also scared but a bit calmer and advised her, Below this coffee, there is a labyrinth-like dungeon. Save your strength. Do not talk anymore. Just then, Lam Ham, wrapped in a towel, swung the door open. Upon seeing the two girls sitting on the bed, he could not help but exclaim in delight. I have to say, having two girls like you is truly something only Lam Naham could achieve. The Hana sisters are really sharp. They can even see the location of this young master's maze clearly. As soon as Athathain saw that annoying face of Lam Naham, she burst out. Damn it. You are really useless. If it were not for your people, how could you have caught us? With a useless guy like you, I could take on 10 of your men. Compared to my brother, you are just a bunch of useless thugs. At least he acts with honor. While you are just a petty man, I am not your woman, so do not touch me. Lam Ham, thick-skinned, sat down beside the two girls and leered, saying, What are you still struggling for at this point? Now that you are on this young master's bed, there is no escape for you too. Then he added, This Black Jade Cafe is a secret place I built when Lam entered Tungthan University. No one can rescue you two from here, without a guide. You would not even be able to find this room. Athan snapped. Aren't you afraid we will expose this? The Lam family in Tanda is quite influential, but my Havareya is not to be underestimated. And yet you are doing such shady things. Aren't you afraid of the police in Voodoo? If something happens to us, do you really think our father will let you off? Lamham smirked maliciously and replied, What kind of person is your father-in-law? Of course. I know. After all, I have interacted with him quite a bit in the market. I am indeed a bit worried about the Voodoo police causing trouble, but I believe I can handle you both. Once you both get pregnant with my child and give birth, your father-in-law won't be able to do anything to me. Right. The crazy words made Harathan and Harathane both furious as they asked, What exactly do you want to do? He rushed in with a lecherous expression, gleefully revealing his intentions. Of course. He wanted to lock the two of them up here for about a year, then have them bear his child. That despicable remark hit like a thunderbolt, leaving the two girls stunned. Harthaking's eyes turned red with anger as she shouted, You have gone mad. Let us. Lamanam ignored her, standing up and raising his hand to give orders. Where are the others? Bring the drugs for them. Immediately, two burly bodyguards rushed over, forcing Athan and Ha-Thin's mouths open, slowly administering the drug. Lumaham could not help but boast arrogantly, This drug is something special, called K-Dam-Hipahon Vine. If they do not engage in intercourse, it will cause excruciating pain without an antidote. Only through intercourse can its effects be nullified. He then smiled wickedly, his eyes glinting with cunning as he instructed, You two better enjoy it. The two men in black shoved Haverthai and Harathan into a room. Afterwards, they looked at Lamanham with flattery. Young master, it is certain they have swallowed it. It will take effect in 5 minutes. We won't disturb your good work any longer. Everyone. The two guards left, leaving him with a sinister look at the two girls. Howie Thing gritted her teeth and shouted, You bastard Lamanam. You will pay for this. My father will never let you go. I wish I could peel your skin off. Hefarathan, on the other hand, was calmer and reminded her, Stop screaming. Focus on staying alive. He looked at the two and teased, Havriathan, feel free to curse. The more agitated you are, the faster the drug will spread. Soon, you will be serving under me. Keep cursing. I love that high-pitched voice of yours calling out, Hevriathene shouted in anger. But the drug was making her blush and moan. She was gasping. What is happening to me? My body feels so strange. Aoithan tried to calm herself and focus on her breathing. Once the drug enters your system, you won't be able to resist. It is starting to take effect now. Athen replied softly. What is wrong with me? My body feels so unusual. Her face flushed as she spoke, feeling truly strange. It is. Aoithan fell onto the bed, mumbling. This feels too strange. Aoithan could not take it anymore and collapsed. It itches so much. It feels so strange. What is happening? At this moment, Lumenham quickly approached the two, undressing while explaining. The effects of the K-Diamond Pop Hone are starting to kick in. Hey beautiful ladies. Let us have some fun. Both of them screamed. You will regret this, even if I become a ghost. I won't let you off. He paid no mind and continued approaching. Then you both better make sure to please me this time. Suddenly, a guard behind him fell to the ground with a grunt. Catching Lumenham's attention, Lamtiu entered, dragging along the serving girl. She looked at him and shouted. Found it. Hurry. Give me the antidote. He grabbed half a pill in his hand, and upon seeing it, her eyes lit up with joy. Lamtiu tossed the pill away, and she quickly snatched my antidote, glancing at the condition of the two. He frowned. Huathian immediately called out. Lamtiu. We have been poisoned. Hurry up and kill this guy. Huathan looked at him in surprise. Lamtiu. Why are you here? Lamam angrily grabbed her hair and taunted. Lamtiu. You have got some guts. Where are my bodyguards? Then he threatened. I suggest you do not move. If you do, I will kill these two. Lamham's expression turned sinister as he warned. This Lamtiu is very strong. We absolutely should not engage him. As long as my bodyguards arrive in time, this kid is as good as dead. Among those bodyguards, the weakest one was still a level 2 fighter. Instead, he remained calm and pointed at the bodyguards lying on the ground. Are you talking about these guys? He exclaimed in shock. What did you do? How could you? There were about 30 people here. But in an instant, Lamtiu lunged forward and grabbed his head. His expression turned cold. Seeing this, Lamam felt anxious. The speed was too fast. He could not even see Lamtiu's movements clearly. He immediately threw Lamnam against the wall and said, I do not know who you usually are. How many people you have bullied? Or how many you have harmed? Lamtiu coldly looked over and continued. But if you dare to touch my people, you are asking for death. Hearing this, the two Huya sisters blushed. Huya then thought to herself. Lamtiu said I am his person. That is enough. Just hearing him say that is enough. Unconsciously, she snapped her fingers loudly to catch the attention of the two sisters. Then Lamtiu turned and asked, Are you two okay? We need to leave here quickly. Something happened here, and Lam Lam will surely get the news soon. He was thinking that he did not want to fight him here. Defeating Lam Lam here would be too advantageous for him. Not seeing their reaction, Lamtiu turned back and asked, What is wrong with you two? Huathian hesitantly said, We have been poisoned by those strange pills. We cannot control our bodies anymore. We need to leave, Tirthan urged. Lamtiu. Hurry up. With that, the two sisters stood up in unison. Heading towards him, Lamtiu thought to himself that the drug Lam Nam used was quite depraved. Very much like him, he was a bit pensive. But at this moment, Fan was an ordinary man, who would not be overjoyed and advise others to leave. The two silly girls, the Huya sisters, both hugged him. Huathian whispered, I can't hold it anymore. Huyathan similarly said, Me too. Lamtiu. At this moment, Lamham turned back and laughed loudly. Ha! That is more like it. Making the Huya sisters and the abandoned one from the Lam family cause chaos together. By then, Lamtiu, you won't be able to explain yourself, he smugly declared. I will make you the laughingstock of the female students at Tungthan University. I will make sure you can't hold your head up for life. Lamtiu replied. The sisters' eye will testify for me. But who do you have to back you up? Your words left him speechless. Lamtiu added. Who knows? Once we get out of here, the sisters might say you are just trying to harass them. However, you make a good point. If I slept here with the sisters, it would be a bit troublesome. You raised your voice, so the best way right now is to detoxify them first to bring them back to their senses. Then we will give you a good beating. Lamham reacted. No way. You think your powder can break my love potion? That is something that has no antidote in the world. Lamtiu immediately asked him. No antidote. Really? Do you know where this love potion comes from? He quickly replied. It is from the 5 poison sect deep in the mountains. Outsiders can't find them, let alone the antidote. Don't try to scare me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lamtiu immediately held up the antidote packet, and fine dust floated out. You confidently declared. Too bad. My senior disciple is actually the former leader of the 5 poison sect, the last sect master. Lamham shouted in disbelief. No way. Yuan Kaidan is something that has no antidote. He gritted his teeth and said, Lam Tiu, you have lost your mind. How could the sect master of the 5 poison sect be your disciple? That is a big lie. If you keep lying, Huithan and Hyathan will be upset and start panning. But it is better than before. He gritted his teeth and angrily said to you, how can this be, Yuan? This special poison. How could it just be undone like that? Lam Tiu calmly murmured, not done yet. Then count to 321. Hyathan hugged her stomach and thought, what is going on? Why does my stomach feel like this? Huithan's face darkened, saying she could not hold it anymore. Then from behind the two, a wave of purple gas was released. It turned out to be flatulence. You said with a cold face, that is it. The detox is successful. But I am a bit helpless thanks to that kid during the time we were close. I kept teaching her the divine methods of medical training. And she taught me the ancient poison techniques of the 5 poison sect. That is how I managed to get this out at a crucial moment. I have to thank her. Huithan was so embarrassed that her face turned red. Oh no. This embarrassing thing happened in front of Lam Tiu. He definitely won't like me anymore. Everything's over. And Hyathan looked at her thoughtfully. You just stepped into the river of love. I fear this time you might get pushed back to the shore. Lam Tiu calmly approached, rubbed Hyathan's head to reassure her. The poison is resolved. Do not you want to leave me yet? If outsiders come in, I won't care. But your purity will be in trouble. The two of them jumped in shock and quickly stood up to keep their distance from you. Huithan kept saying, thank you. This time, consider my sister and I owe you. Next time we will definitely repay you. Hyathan blushed and looked at you, saying thank you. Then Lam Tiu looked down at Lam Nam, who was knocked down on the ground, and asked, what do you want to do with this guy? Just let him go. The faces of the two sisters turned cold, their suppressed anger waiting for a chance to explode. He fearfully pleaded, ladies, the beautiful heroes, our Haverlam family in Tanada has connections. You cannot kill me, I beg you both. But the expressions of the two sisters became filled with murderous intent as they moved closer to him. Huithan furrowed her brows and questioned, just a moment ago, you mentioned that I would bear your 2 children so both of us would marry you. Huithan also spoke coldly. You lured us here, and if Lum Tu had not arrived in time, something terrible would have happened by now. Lumenham was sweating in fear. He uttered a single word, do not. And then blood splattered all over the room. At that moment, many cars were rushing outside. Then all came to a halt in front of the dimly lit cafe. Lum Lam stepped out of the car, and a security guard approached, saying, second young master, that Lam Tu has barged in here. The eldest young master is still inside. Everyone was astonished looking in. Could this all really be done by just Lundram Tu? How strong could he be? Good thing I was not here. Following the second young master is definitely much safer than with the eldest young master. These guys will probably take at least half a month to get out of bed. Their hands are too strong. Then they all entered the room to take a look. At that moment, Lum Lam saw her brother lying on the floor. He raised his hand and called, little brother, you finally made it. Lum Lam hurried over, worried, and asked, was it that Lam Tu who did this? Lumenham complained, it is not just him. He coughed a few times and stammered his response. There are also the Haya sisters. Lum Lam hugged him tightly and ordered, what are you all waiting for? Quickly take the eldest young master to the hospital. When she saw everyone still in shock, she angrily repeated, quickly take the eldest young master to the hospital. Lum Lam instructed, be careful. The eldest young master's injuries are severe. He is furious. All his bones are fractured. Even if he survives this, he will spend his life in a wheelchair. He angrily punched the wall, causing the area to crumble. Lum Lam's expression turned dark. He shouted, Lumen Tayu, you really have some guts. Lumen Tayu, the Hefia sisters and I will make you pay for your blood debt with blood. The scene shifted to the school. This is the student dormitory. Lumen Tayu was returning with the 2 Haya sisters. She felt embarrassed thinking that she could not find a topic to talk about. It was not easy to finally meet him. She had to think of a way to start a conversation. Then Hyathan, blushing, started the conversation. So you are also attending Tung Thun University. Which class are you in? Lumentyvian glanced back and replied, we have not been assigned classes yet. I assume we will know later. The Institute of Martial Arts at the University of VO is not large. It is just the martial arts section. Training coaches, physical strength, and supernatural arts departments. There is a chance we could be placed in the same department. Havrathan worried about him, but with someone as capable as him, the physical strength and martial arts departments would surely have many specialties, wanting to recruit him. Right, I really admire you. There is nothing remarkable about me. I guess I can just wait to see how the school arranges things. Which academy do you want to go the most? It must be the Force Institute. Right, after all, they have the most resources there. Lam Tu shook his head. I actually want to enroll in the martial arts specialization of the Arcane Institute. she exclaimed in surprise. Why do you want to join that specialization? Hothan reminded him that although the Arcane Institute is famous for its mysteries, the teachers there are all quite laid back and carefree. Usually, it is pretty easy to finish 4 years there. The curriculum is light, but once you finish, it can be quite tough. She worriedly asked if he had thought about the job prospects after graduation, as most students from the Arcane Institute tend to be unemployed. Have you thought it through? Lamtiu Jacques Nietzsche replied. The Arcane Institute indeed has some complications. The teachers there have complicated backgrounds, and the resources provided by the country are pitifully scarce. However, his expression grew serious. The Arcane Institute is also the most mysterious, and I want to thoroughly understand what martial energy really is. Lamtiu recalled his past life, with the help of the Divine Decision Sutra. He never thought about using the powers of martial energy, but this time he wanted to evolve on his own. The 6 paths of Yama allowed him to see the countless possibilities hidden within martial energy. The world has probably never seen someone evolve their martial energy on their own. If he could understand martial energy, combined with the divine abilities of the Divine Decision Sutra, his path of cultivation this time would surely be smoother. Hoathan decided not to persuade him anymore and said, I understand now. If you decide to join the Arcane Institute, just go for it. She smiled in support. I will always back you up, and with your strength, you will succeed no matter which academy you join. Lamtiu looked at her and said, Thank you. Although your previous words had a hint of business exchange, I still feel very touched. He asked again. So which academy do you want to apply for? Inside. Hoathan thought. I did not mean it as a trade. It is just how I feel deep down. Then she blushed and answered. I think I will choose the Arcane Institute. Hoathan blushed as she looked at Lamtiu, thinking to herself. Does he think too much about what I just said? If it really is like that. The two of us stood in silence in the courtyard for a moment. After dropping her off, he waved goodbye, saying, well, maybe we can become classmates. And if we are lucky, we might even have the same teacher. You have safely returned to the girls' dorm, so I will head back now. Hoathan felt regretful. He did not have any contact at all. Did he? She saw him run out and waved, calling. Wait. Hoathan thought. There is one more thing I must tell him, or else I will get tricked again later. He turned around, frowning and asking, what is it? Is there anything else? She hesitated and said, can you reply to my messages in the future, or whenever you see my messages? Just reply whenever you have time. She felt her face burning, thinking how embarrassing it was to ask a guy like this. He quietly looked at her, slightly surprised by her initiative. Then Lamtiu took out his phone and said, Scan my code. My brother and I changed our phone numbers to avoid the troubles from the Lam family, so I have not read any of the messages he sent before. Athan is happy. So that is how it is. I thought she was secretly delighted. I thought you hated me. What a surprise. After achieving her goal and getting my contact information, Afriathan waved goodbye. Suddenly, Havriathan ran up behind her, saying it is just adding each other on the phone, but she is so happy. Even saying goodbye when the person is already gone. Havriathan's face turned completely red as she hugged her phone and ran off. She did not care what I said. Her mouth was on me, and she could only take responsibility for her own love. Hawathan called out to her sister. Feeling bewildered, Thrithan was about to go crazy, completely losing her mind. Is this really the cold, aloof Arthan I know? She looked like one of those girls who just jumped into the river of love. This world is really done for. All about the flavors of love. At this moment, Lum Taiyu had returned to the dormitory, meditating, while Kim Khan mumbled in his sleep. Let us get it over with. He thought to himself that cultivating the Divine Decision Sutra could also replenish his body. Today, running and fighting, he had exhausted a fair amount of energy, while also gaining a lot of combat experience. These are the best nutrients for the Divine Decision Sutra. The special technique of the Divine Decision Sutra lies here. The closer to death, the stronger the gratitude it brings. In other words, the stronger the opponent, the stronger the man becomes. Then Lam Tvu unleashed a surge of spiritual energy. He opened his eyes, breathing heavily, thinking that he could not afford to be hasty in cultivation. He needed to return to the heavenly realm quickly. Lum Tu recalled the figure of his beloved and pondered that if there were any major changes during this time, everything would be over. The sooner he returned, the more chances he would have to find her. If there were also significant events in the heavenly realm, even if he became the divine emperor, even if he became a revered god king, what could he do? At that moment, the image of Lum Lam appeared in his mind. Lum Tu frowned and mumbled. Lum Lam. I hope you can give me a bit of a surprise, nearly making me die. Help me become a 5th level being again. The scene shifted to the classroom, where chatter filled the air. Last night, I almost had a heart attack when I saw the academy distribution news. Why was I placed in the physical enhancement department? I clearly play the game Kanaf Cox. Lumdrum Tu and Haya then walked in and heard that he was worse off than the others. I originally just wanted to enter the physical enhancement department, But now they think I am in the martial arts department. How could I afford to buy martial arts equipment? Martial arts equipment for second-year students could buy homes in the center. Can you all stop making noise? There are 3 idiots over there assigned to the magic arts department. Everyone was noisy and discussing. A total of 3 people entered the magic arts department. These 3 unfortunate souls are truly among the lucky ones. From a certain perspective, their future is destined to be without money and capability. Those days are waiting for them. The world of martial arts is a very realistic place. To learn magic, you first need to have martial skills. And even if you do have skills, if you are too weak, you will never rise above your circumstances. Hui Than looked at him worriedly and said, "Don't listen to what they say. As long as you like it, that is all that matters." Lam Tiu calmly replied, "You do not have the skills. You should not choose it." She gazed at him and said, "I respect your choice. So I hope you respect mine." Adra Thane felt uncomfortable witnessing their affectionate exchange. "Lumen Taiyu, you must treat my sister well. She has given up her future for you." Hearing her say that, Luzon Yutu turned to reply, "I understand." The group of classmates looked at the 2 of them, murmuring, those 2 girls could understand. After all, they would rely on men in the future. But look at him. A boy. That kid is going to have a tough time. However, the 2 girls sitting beside him were not bad, especially the one wearing fishnet stockings. Waiting for the moment to strike, at that moment, a girl boldly stepped forward. It was Tihaiwu Ven, a freshman from the Magic Academy. She exuded an oppressive aura that intimidated others. "Can't you keep your gossip to yourselves? Otherwise, wild dogs will swallow your tongues." They all thought in shock that this was a manifestation of martial skills. Who would have thought our university girl would be such a character? Damn. This girl seems like trouble. She stepped forward to introduce herself. "My name is Tihaiwu Vine. Looks like it is just us in this class. Let us get to know each other." He reached out a hand to show goodwill. But just as he mentioned the surname Lam, he suddenly froze. Right behind the 3 of them. Something exploded. Everyone was terrified. What was that? What happened? Did the new students at the Magic Academy get into a fight? Hurry and call a teacher. But at that moment, a strange figure appeared through the smoke. It turned out to be Lajum Lam. He walked over angrily and shouted, "Lumen Taiyu, you really have some guts." His face twisted as he yelled, "After beating my brother to this state, you still dare to show up here?" Haiyu Van's eyes widened in surprise as she still did not understand what was happening. Harithan gasped in shock. Lam Lam, furious, shouted and demanded an attack. "Lumen Taiyu, I am going to kill you right here." He furrowed his brows, thinking that this guy was already about to reach level 5, and his punch was charged with energy. He could not take it head on. He needed to use that. Just as the punch was about to hit him, a rigid golden arm blocked it for Lam Taiyu. Hiu Deng appeared, stopping the 2 of them, one hand gripping Lam Lam's shoulder. He shot a glance and mediated. "This student Lam Lam is a new student just starting today. Do you think being a senior gives you the right to bully them? Not really. Is it?" He angrily tightened his fist. "You are not my teacher. What right do you have to control me? Do you know the grudge between me and him? Get out of my way." But Hiu Deng calmly pushed up his glasses, and an arm appeared from thin air to block his attack. Lam Lam stared at the golden arm in disbelief. "How could this be? This thing has made me unable to move." The teacher hinted, "You are truly outstanding. At just your 2nd year, you have already become the martial arts president, and even the principal praises you." But behind him appeared a shadow of a Buddha. Hu Donghona said, "But if you intend to take risks, I won't hold back. I am here to bring down a rising star." Lam Lam regained his composure and retracted his hand. He glared at Lam Tiu in anger, threatening, "This time, with the guidance of the student protector, I will let you off. After all, there are only a few days left until our challenge. By then, everyone at Tongven University will see how you die at my hands." He frowned, deeply contemplating as he watched Lam Lam leave the classroom. That guy really had the intention to kill me. He struck with that punch without holding back at all. Even if I used that move, I could block it. But it would not be gentle like that. Then Lam Tiu looked towards teacher Hiu Duong and commented, "It seems that Tongven University has hidden talents." The teacher spoke to ease the tense atmosphere. "Honestly, seeing the 3 of you makes me very happy. In previous years, it was very difficult to recruit students for our magic department. I did not expect this time to have 3 students voluntarily sign up." The teacher was truly favored and worried. Hugh Van said irritably, "Why talk so much? Aren't you our guidance teacher? Hurry up and lead the way." With that disgusting smile. "What are you smiling about?" Howathan immediately noticed something off in her tone, and was suspicious. It seems this student is already familiar with the teacher. Or is there something going on between them? Hugh Duong smiled and said, "This student seems to have some misunderstanding about me. I am not your guidance teacher. I am the supervising teacher. Whether you graduate from the magic department successfully or not is related to me." Hugh Van slammed the table in anger. "What? My guidance teacher is actually you?" Athan looked at Hugh Duong suspiciously. It was indeed the supervising teacher personally leading the way. Lam Tiu frowned, calculating in his mind. This person's strength is unpredictable, and his martial skills seem interesting. If he is just a guidance teacher, he might have limited use. But as my teacher, is not that just perfect? The teacher gently put his hand in his robe and said, "We have gotten to know each other quite a bit, have not? Next, you will have to complete the tasks assigned personally by the dean." Hui then became more alert. Why so? Could it be that Hu Van gasped, saying to herself, "This guy is not." The teacher pulled out a piece of paper and cheerfully exclaimed, welcoming the first-year students of the magic department warmly. All three of them looked at the teacher in disbelief, speechless at his antics. The atmosphere froze for a moment, and Hu Duong's actions attracted the attention of the other students. The people in the hall laughed at them. They were the new students of the Sorcery Institute. It is so funny. The teacher held up that sign himself. Only the Sorcery Institute has this? Right. If it were my teacher, I would be so embarrassed. Then, he took the three of them to an empty classroom. Hu Duong said with a frown, "This is our academy's classroom. From now on, the teacher will lecture here for you. I hope you absolutely won't skip class." "Okay," Hu Van angrily shouted. "Is this really the classroom of the Sorcery Institute?" Drythan looks confused here too. "Isn't this a bit too shabby? Can it hold all the first to fourth year students?" The Sorcery Institute was quieter than a temple at that moment. Hu Duong raised his hand to explain. "Of course it can. Right now, the entire Sorcery Institute has no one else besides the three of you. You have two seniors, one big brother, one big sister, 150, and 153. The previous class did not have anyone enroll in the Sorcery Institute, and all the forced students have run away," he confidently said. "So you all are the hope for the future of the Sorcery Institute." They looked at each other in doubt, their faces showing clear worry. This is really going into a dark place. Hu Duong quickly led the three of them into the room. "Then let us go in here first. Let us start our first lesson. You all find a cushion to sit on." Soon after, the three of them sat inside. The teacher stood right in front of them. Hui Than looked at Hu Van sitting with her legs spread and thought, "Why does a girl sit like that? Her underwear is about to show." Hu Duong stepped forward to clap his hands for attention. "Very good. You all are sitting neatly now. To enhance understanding between teacher and students, and to check if you are suitable to be my students, the content of our first lesson will be for me to emit golden light and simultaneously make sounds of survival." At that moment, a golden gate appeared behind Hu Duong. Hu Van smiled with delight and said, "You are starting off strong right away. That is just like your style." She summoned a spirit beast behind her and murmured, "But you are the one I must surpass. It is not a bad thing to know your strength now." The wolf quickly attacked the golden gate. Athan thought in confusion, "What is going on here? The first official day of school is already fighting with the teacher." Hu Duong reached out, and the figure of the Buddha also reached out from behind. He cautioned, "Be careful. My martial energy is a high-level biological transformation. A martial energy Buddha form. A diamond finger country sky." She felt the oppressive force and was scared, asking, "What is this?" Lam Tiu explained, "Having been in the celestial realm, I know that there were celestial beings who could cultivate martial energy to the highest level, becoming a second incarnation of themselves, becoming a loyal deity. If we get the chance to meet, this teacher might just say that Hai Yu Ding will charge into attack, reminding us that there is no time for you all to be amazed. If you can withstand 3 hits, only then will he accept you as his students." He grabbed Hathan's hand and said, "Is he serious? But none of us can compete with him. We can only think of ways to buy time." She blushed from him holding her hand. Hai Yu Ven over there was still energetically giving orders. "Wild dog. Show me how that golden hand of his tears down. Be careful of it." That golden hand grew larger. Lama Tiu quickly grabbed Hao Vine and ran away, making her exclaim in frustration, "What are you doing? Let me go so I can fight him." The golden hand quickly slammed down where they had just stood. Hai Dengying looked at the dust cloud and laughed, saying, "Running away? Quite a good choice." "Indeed." Then his expression changed as he said, "But how long do you think you can hide?" Lum Tinyu's group had now hidden behind a wooden pillar. He said to Hai Van, "If you act so recklessly, you will get yourself killed. Just now I thought you saw that guy really wants to kill us." She calmed down and pondered. He was not wrong. That guy really did show a bit of killing intent earlier. Lum Tuyu released Hai Van's mouth and advised, "This teacher is very powerful. We really can't win. The best strategy is to buy time. But based on my predictions, even if we try to stall, it is hard to last 3 minutes. So we can only—" His expression became strange as he said 3 words. "Surprise attack." The figures of Levam Tiu and Hai Van appeared in the mist. Teacher Hu Ding sternly said, "You 3 come out here. Trying to hide in the fog 1T work. Also, if I were not worried about destroying this precious classroom, even with the fog, you would still die in a heartbeat." In the mist, a figure appeared. Athan charged in and yelled, while she threw a punch. Her arm quickly approached Hu Ding, But he did not move at all. Ah Than growled. Don't underestimate us. He Wong gently grabbed her wrist and analyzed. Heifer Than. Your overall performance is Coming to this Tung Thun school is indeed a bit disadvantageous. But I also do not like people with good grades. Maximum theory score. No practical skills. You won't survive in this martial world. The Buddha statue behind her raised its hand, causing her to be frightened. In this life and death moment, a wolf lunged at his hand, but Haiyu Dung simply used his other hand to lightly swipe, sending the wolf flying away. He remained indifferent, biting. Unfortunately, it was completely ineffective. Haiyu Van had approached at some point. She attacked with her foot, but it was not over yet. Haiyu Dung quickly raised his hand to block and continued to comment, using techniques without caring about his own image. You are completely not up to the standards of our magical arts academy. Then he tossed Haiyu Van away, and she muttered, what is the point of worrying about my image when survival is so fragile? Today, I am going to smash your face. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and Su Young's eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming pressure radiated from him. The teacher unleashed a terrifying aura, sending both of them flying out. Su Won was shocked by the pressure. On this side, Hui Than's expression mirrored hers. Wide-eyed and mouth agape, Su Young unleashed his power and coldly stated, you all are underestimating me and overestimating yourselves. Suddenly, blue arms appeared from above. Yan Lu, the Lord of the Six Realms, was a bit surprised but quickly regained his composure, looking at the arms and saying, you are the final card. Su Yang swiftly dodged the attack from the arms. They are not my personal belongings. Yet they can outdo my own. Lam Tiu immediately appeared behind the teacher to remind him. Be careful. Su Yang smiled in annoyance and told him to be careful. They are standing in a precarious situation here. That said, Su Yang snapped his fingers. The hand of the Buddha statue behind him lunged toward him, and he assessed it with satisfaction, skillfully maintaining his martial prowess in every move. It could actually turn him into the strongest weapon. This is the first thing you taught me. Lam Tiu, unafraid, charged forward with a powerful kick. Su Young was taken aback. Not good. This kid had been holding back power since the start. He was not rushing in to strike at his heart. Lam Tiu sneakily pulled off Su Young's outer pants. The teacher's expression darkened, looking extremely confused. Hui Than blushed and immediately covered her eyes. Su Won quickly teased, does the teacher wear that kind of underwear? I can't believe it. I really did not expect that. Su Young embarrassedly used his outer garment to cover himself, his voice filled with anger. You all should not look at this messy situation. From the start, you were eyeing the teacher's underwear. You really underestimate yourselves. The atmosphere in the room became slightly awkward. Lam Tiu glanced and asked, teacher, I guess this means we can't continue. Right. Besides, in 10 seconds, it will be 3 minutes. Are you planning to use the last 10 seconds to put your pants back on and defeat us? Su Young crossed his arms, shyly responding, this time, I will reluctantly let you all pass. However, I look down on this trick of yours. I look down on it very much. Su Won, supported by Hui Than, defiantly said, so what if you look down on us? We have already won. We are now officially first-year students of the Occult Academy. Teacher, quickly put us on the register. I still need to go back and catch up on sleep. You talked too much up there today. You woke us up at 6:30. Lam Tiu scratched his head and handed Xu Yang his pants back. He smiled ingratiatingly. Teacher, I am really sorry. We are truly far behind you. And we just came up with this plan. It won't happen again. The teacher irritably snatched the pants from his hand. Su Young turned away to put on his pants, feeling a bit less idle inside. This kid actually knows how to talk. While Lam Tiu is smiling and thinking that this teacher initially did not want to harm us. But if it is a fragile life, low-level and high-level interactions can lead to serious wounds. I have had experience before, and you feel a bit embarrassed. Plus, winning just now was mainly about playing nice with him. After putting on his pants, Su Young's, if you have passed the test, then your dad is officially enrolled. I will introduce myself first. My name is Tae-Shu Yang, and for the next 4 years, I will be your guiding teacher. All your subjects will be taught by me. Hui Than voiced his confusion. His name is Tae-Shu Van, and this teacher's name is Tak-Shu Young. It can't be a coincidence. Right. The similarity seems too high, Su Van explained. What coincidence? He is my brother, my biological brother. He and I share the same mother and father. Afia Than was surprised. What? You two are actually biological brothers, she thought to herself. No wonder from the start I felt a connection between Van and this teacher. There is a strange bond. So that is how it is, she pointed at herself, full of dissatisfaction, saying, so what if you are biological brothers? This time I am here to surpass him. And everyone in the Da family should know that our family does not just have one Xu Yang hiding out as a teacher in this Tung Than University, but there will also be this name. Thanks. Shaking the world. The teacher gently chided. And before we even start class, You are already thinking about becoming famous, Su Van. This world is much bigger than you think. Lam Tiu calmly observed the teacher talking with the two, thinking more and calculating, but this person is still young. Looking at him, he must have faced some failures at the National Martial Arts Association. And if he has a father, he would know. This teacher seems to hide something in his eyes. Could it be that he faced difficulties in his youth? After a while of conversation, Su Young handed out some cards and said, "Here are the student cards for the three of you. Don't lose these. When the time comes, I will only accept the cards, not recognize faces." Each card appeared with the teacher's instructions. "If there is nothing else, you can go now." Athan mumbled. "The student cards are done for us. And there are some admissions tests as well." Su Van teased instead. "Seems that this teacher Ta is worried we might run away and not come to the institute. So he finished up all the little things like enrollment and student cards." Su Young, frustrated, shouted, "Get out now, out!" She smiled. So urgent. So urgent. Drythan was also feeling happy inside. This teacher is quite lovable. Plus, having Lam Tiu with me brings a bit of hope for university life. As Lam Tiu was leaving, he suddenly heard a voice. "Stay for a bit. The teacher wants to talk to you privately." You cautiously glance at Haiyu Dong with suspicion. Speaking in a hushed tone, "It is Teacher T. What does he want me to stay for?" A moment after the other two had left, he looked at you and said, "Lumen Taiyu, your overall performance is a disciple of the Lam family intended at. But it seems like you have left the Lam family, and you used your skills to earn it yourself. Right." Your expression showed slight displeasure as you questioned. "You are investigating me. But I won't leave any traces. Even if you know I earned my skills on my own, there is nothing you can do about it." Henning Drung replied calmly, leaning back and saying, "Your hostility is a bit much. I know these things are not meant to harm you. I just hope to understand my students better. It is only to teach you better. Nothing more. And you mentioned that these skills were earned by you. My intention is for you to awaken your own unique abilities." Lum Tiu's expression became excited as he asked, "My abilities belong to me. Are not these skills all innate? Can they be awakened from outside?" He explained. The essence of skills is actually a natural talent. Everyone has skills. Some can awaken them on their own, while others may never be able to. Plus, the effectiveness of training also depends on one's physical condition. Even a beginner can shake the mountains and rivers, and skills require a lot of energy. You need to reach the second level to see any results. That is why practitioners of skills are becoming increasingly rare. Hearing this, Lumatiu sighed. The second level. Then the levels of skills are quite clear. He narrowed his eyes, recalling how he broke through to the 10th level in his past life, relying on his strong body, yet knew nothing about skills. It seems there are still many things about these skills that I do not know. He Dandring looked at Lam Tiu seriously and continued. Training skills actually has 5 levels. Venin Then. Hein Uninian. Efala Vit. Thivunodinian. Hun Trung. Trung. Then, an ordinary person can only reach Hun Trung in their lifetime. If you want to advance to the higher realm of Trung then, you must break through Li Hoven. He recalled your skills and said, "Your skills, though unique, are actually still at the lowest level." Hein Uninian. Next is Hiu Ven. T. Hiu Ven's skills have evolved into a living state, although it lacks intelligence. She has reached the level of Hefo Avut. If a wild dog can further evolve, reaching Theneshin would just be a matter of time. Then he summoned his Buddha statue, saying that his Kim Tong Chok Kwuk Thean is the legendary living state of the highest evolved human skills. If one day I can break through Lizone, it might be able to transform. But I do not know what form it will ultimately take. You were curious about the highest evolved human skills. Teacher, do not you think your previous statement was a bit flashy? Habunung replied nonchalantly. I do not like to hide things from my students. Moreover, you are my first batch of students. Lum Tiu frowned, thinking to himself, this teacher is really not bad. Not hiding anything. Truly a teacher who guides and nurtures. Then Heu Dekung waved and called him. Come here. Teacher, help me unlock my own martial ability. I am really curious about what kind of martial power a genius like you will have. He placed both hands on Lumzum Tai's head while the boy kept his eyes closed. Heu Dung instructed. Don't struggle. Do not resist. Just let it happen naturally. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his head. A shadowy figure appeared in the air, surprising the teacher. This is hard to believe. Heu Danying stuttered. Even the teacher could not see your martial power. And he quickly jumped back. Inside, Hu Hung felt panic rise. He could not even see his own martial power. What kind of monster could it be? At that moment, a purple aura began to envelop him. Hai Du Dung frowned in worry. Moreover, I have a bad feeling that if that guy appears, it might lead to a great catastrophe. Even the gods might not be able to defeat it. Should I eliminate this future threat right here? Suddenly, A voice rang out from behind. For the greater good. Demon. Were not you once like this? It turned out to be the Buddha statue speaking. It has only been a few years. Have not you also been called a demon by others? The statue continued explaining. The title of demon has only been on you for a few years. Who would have thought you would end up like this? Have you been a teacher for too long? You have even forgotten your original appearance. Hinudeng frowned and closed the door, saying, I know what to do now. The Buddha statue replied softly. Of course you know, because I am you, and you are me. Moments later, Lam Tiu woke up, gasping and asking, Did you see the true form of my martial power? Hu Deng honestly replied. I did not see its true form, he asked in surprise. What is happening? Could it be that even you can't stimulate my martial power? The scene shifted to a house where Ho-Hoon was angrily shouting. Big brother. Master. Is dinner ready? I am starving. Lam Heen replied. Does complaining about being hungry help? Come help me choose the dishes. Suddenly, a bell rang outside the door, causing the girl to rush out. It was her master and sister Suf returning. I will go open the door. Lam wanted to call back and wait a moment. Hyo-hoon gritted her teeth and thought. Good people do not come. Only bad ones do. This person definitely has ulterior motives. Heen is not in martial arts. I can only protect him myself. When the door opened, Lam Veen smiled and said, Why refuse someone who has come from so far? Did I come specially to catch you? The two immediately became wary. She approached and said, If Lum Tu keeps blocking people at the door, then I have no choice but to take action. You just need to cooperate with me a little, and it won't hurt. Quickly. Hoon felt a bit scared. What do you want to do? Aren't you supposed to be here? The girl turned back and shouted loudly. Run quickly. In-ka. Lam Van's hand reached out and grabbed the girl by the neck. She smiled, tightening her grip on Hahuan while saying, I collect useless trash. If you do not want to die, it is best to play nice and not use tricks. The girl struggled and shouted. Cyan bro, run. Hurry. Lam San remained calm and negotiated. I am Lam Tu's brother who was kidnapped. I am much more useful than kidnapping her. Let her go. I will go with you. The girl called out in surprise. Cyan bro. Lam Van also took delight in saying. You actually have feelings for this little girl who has not fully grown up yet, but that has nothing to do with me. If you voluntarily offer yourself, then I will let you go. With that, Lam Van forcefully threw Hahuan back. She moved forward, enveloping Lam Shan in a bubble of water, saying, Don't worry. It won't hurt. My water bubble is very gentle. After that, Lam Van quickly left, not bothering with Hahuan. Little girl. You won't catch up with me. Meanwhile, Lam Tu was sitting in the cafeteria making a phone call. Reassuring. Don't panic, she said. Then his expression turned angry as he asked. You said. The big brother. I was kidnapped. Timuni was also stunned and asked. Cyan bro was kidnapped. What happened? He quickly stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and left. Lam Niyun glanced at the phone still dialing, running and saying, No time to explain. It should not be anything serious. I will be back soon. Tiyunai was sweating, thinking, Isn't he being kidnapped a big deal? Why do I feel so strange? Lam Tu hurried home, recalling memories of Lam Van and pondering, what does she really want to do? Previously, it was all minor troubles. But this time she went straight for the big brother. What is her goal? The scene shifted to a lake. Footsteps imprinted on the water's surface. Lam Tu had run here. Standing in front of someone, he glanced at Lam Shan, who was being captured. Worried, Lam Van joyfully appeared and said, You really came. Looks like your brother holds a significant place in your heart. He asked. What do you really want from me? Your goal is for me to release my brother. Lam Tu's expression grew serious, thinking that this clearly required immense strength. Her previous performance showed she did not have such strength. She hit it very well. Lam Van controlled Lam Cyan's body to move away and said, All right, if you are here, then this person is useless. Just toss him somewhere. Seeing this, he did not hesitate to dive into the water. Lam Tu shouted, Big bro, hang in there. I will come to save you. But it was too late. Lam Cyan's whole body had sunk underwater. Lam Van stood above, laughing and saying, Wait, if you want to save him, why not ask me if I have any demands? I said to throw him here, not to let him go. He asked coldly, What do you want? As long as it is not unreasonable and I can do it, I will give it to you. Speak quickly. She revealed an amused expression while looking at Lam Tu. Lam Van jumped to your side. She leaned close to Lam Tu's ear and said, I want you to help me finish that kind of thing. You turned red and shouted, Are you crazy? Who asks for something like that? Lam Vance. Didn't you say that as long as it does not hurt others, you will do it for me if you can? Now that it has come to this, you want to change your mind, she threatened. Are you really going to break your word? Lam Tu disagreed and walked away. You are just a frog who does not know how to talk. Shut up. I won't meet your demands. If you want to stop me, Come at me with your strength. I know you are very strong. Lam Van seriously stepped closer and said, help me out. Only you can help me. If you do not do it, I will. You angrily shoved her away and questioned. What are you doing? Lam Tu's voice became hesitant as he saw a symbol on her chest. This is cultivation. She replied calmly. You know what this is? It is no wonder my destiny was foretold. This is indeed cultivation. But actually, this is something that happened to me when I was young. Being planted with ice poison. You were puzzled. Ice poison. Lam Van explained. I told you before. I am the leader of Lam Yin sect. The goal is to make you my man. I am not deceiving you, because I received a prophecy that only you can save me. No one else can remove the ice poison from me. Do you really believe her that much? We have never met before. Who exactly made that prophecy? Aren't you afraid that person is deceiving you? She acted weak, saying the one who foretold was her master. She was killed by my own hands. This is what she told me before she died. Lam Van recounted. I was weak and sickly, unable to practice martial arts, not even able to do normal activities. My father went bankrupt trying to cure me, until I met my master. She said she could heal me and teach me martial arts. The image of her master trying to save her continued. At first, she really took care of me, using her own strength to help restore my body. At that time, I regard her as my closest master. But I never expected that a crystal of ice would be injected into my body. She continued, that closest master was interested in my innate abilities, wanting to use my flesh to refine the unrefined flower pill of Van Lam that she could not create for 100 years. To help herself break through. She was confident. But she did not expect that I had a special physique, like cultivating rapidly. No longer just a fish on the roof. Then Lam Van used a dagger to deal with her own master and continued. I took the chance to deliver a fatal blow while she was unprepared. Even though she had nurtured me for many years. I did not want to die. No matter what. I did not want to die. Then she continued as I rummaged around like crazy, trying to find a way to break this cursed seal. Heaven rewards the diligent. I indeed found it. But I never expected to be hated for it. The page displayed the words. This charm cannot be broken. But if a pure yang entity engages with it, the effect can be nullified, and their power will advance. After years of searching, only the second son of the Lam family, Lam Tu, is a pure yang entity. If I do not complete the Yen Ho Dan, find someone to save my disciple, Thikli Lan. DDKs. Her voice then became despondent. I never expected she once helped me find him. In that moment, I did not know whether to hate her or feel something else. 5 years of living together flooded my mind. Lam Veen leaned close to Lam Tu and said, I have told you everything. Can you help me just this once? After this, I won't disturb your life anymore. I just want to lift this curse. And I will disappear from your life forever, she earnestly proposed. I am only asking you this time. There is no other way. I would not lower myself to this. I have my own dignity. Lam Tu sweated as he thought. The Yemen Ho Dan seemed like something he had seen in the texts of the world. He recalled a floating structure where he had previously helped her break through, accessing the divine scripture to look up some texts, including one. At that time, he was walking around inside. And when Lam Tu saw a book, he focused on reading it. The content stated, Yin Ho Dan is recorded in the Ma Tu and Tench, requiring a pure yang entity to use their life force to cultivate the ice core, while supporting the unique cultivation until maturity, which must be paid for with life, cutting it into elixir. This method is extremely brutal and requires great willpower and luck to achieve. However, this technique also has a way to resolve it. Then, a stream of purple energy appeared in his memory, indicating that one must engage with a pure yang entity to create a fake elixir. But Lam Tu suggested, I have indeed heard of this curse of yours. The poison of the wolf is extreme, but you kidnap my loved ones. I cannot help an enemy. But before that, I have a question, she replied with a hint of weakness. Go ahead. I will seriously answer any question. Kidnapping your loved ones is also an act of desperation. Recently, this thing has become increasingly powerful. I truly can't endure it anymore. I just resorted to this lowly method. Please believe me. Lam Tu frowned and asked back, if I do not help you break the curse, what will you do? His somewhat difficult question made the two of them fall silent and look at each other. Then, Lam Veen quietly stood on the water. She said sadly, if you can help me, I would be naturally happy. If you do not help me, that is your freedom. I do not like to force anyone. Especially you. Lam Van lifted Lam Hind's body on the water and said, take him back. Heaven K is just an ordinary person. I never intended to harm him, or cause him more trouble. I am really sorry. But suddenly, he rushed to hug Lam Van. Lam Tu seriously said, this time, it is just to save you. Do not think too much about it. She asked Lam Tu in surprise. Are you really agreeing? Then Lam Van's expression became joyful, her cheeks blushing shyly. The two embraced each other as they sank into the water. She looked at him and murmured, thank you, Lam Tu. Then Lam Van took the initiative to remove his shirt. In the lake, they became intimate. And the scene shifted to the next morning at school. At this moment, After a night of hard work, Lam Tiu was lying there, just opening his eyes. He had a headache. Recalling last night, was it already morning? Last night was really something. Lam Tiu blushed, remembering Lam Van's figure. Thinking he never expected his first woman in this life to be someone with no connection to his past life. It seems this life is not too similar to the previous one. Women are good. Martial arts are fine. They are all the same. The door was opened by Lam Hine, who said worriedly, Lam Tiu, you finally woke up, Ahuan said sadly. Master, you were too late. He wondered. Late, if I am not mistaken. Today is the weekend. Late for what? Suddenly, Lam Tiu's expression turned to shock. He murmured, I remember now. Today is the day of the life and death duel with Lam Lam. The scene shifted to the school's competition area. Everyone was cheering and discussing Lam Lam, the champion of the world. He stood silently, listening to every contemptuous remark about Lam Tiu, not expecting that even a foolish freshman would dare to challenge the senior Lam Lam. Truly reckless, a once-in-a-century martial arts genius. I heard he is now at the 6th stage of mastery. And even the teachers might not be able to compete with the senior. Where is that fool? Let us see what that guy looks like. I am dying to know. Someone stepped forward and said, I did not expect you to accept the challenge so quickly. It feels like just yesterday you threw the previous president off this stage. This era belongs to the youth. Us old folks can only play the role of referees. Lam Lam turned to ask, Are you saying I will end up like the previous president and get thrown down? He stroked his chin and replied, I am not a deity, so I can predict the outcome. However, your strength now is much greater than mine. Maybe the result won't be like that, but it would be best. His gaze turned sinister. If you surprise me, I would be very pleased. Lam Lam scoffed, saying surprise. That kid has not even shown up yet. If he does not arrive in 5 minutes, he is missing his chance. In the martial arts university, missing a duel means expulsion. It is incredibly disrespectful to martial artists. Perhaps that is the surprise the teacher can expect. He shouted, Now, let us invite the challenger. Lam Tiu, come to the stage. The crowd, not seeing him, began to murmur. Come on. Come on. So that kid is named Lam Tiu, a common name. This kid dares to challenge the president of the martial arts club. Just because he has a common name does not mean his strength is common too. Hurry up and get out there so our president can have a good fight. After all, he will just get beaten down. It seems I have heard that name somewhere recently. Right now, there are only 2 people on the field, the referee and Lam Lam. The crowd keeps chatting. Is not that kid Lam running away? This is a missed battle that will get him expelled. Is that kid crazy? I heard he is just a freshman in college. Acting like this is basically asking for trouble. I remember now. He is the one who willingly signed up for the useless magic academy. The referee shouted. Lam Tiu, you have 10 seconds left. If you do not show up, it is a missed opportunity. The whole school began counting down together. That kid definitely is not coming. He is probably hiding somewhere crying. Just when there were 5 seconds left, he walked in slowly wearing a t-shirt and said, Hi. Everyone was surprised to see him. That is Lam Tiu. Does not look special at all. Right. They thought he was much weaker compared to senior Lam Lam. And while he was somewhat good-looking, they wondered if he would get beaten up. What a pity. Some even regretted saying that the freshman might have some skills. Too bad he underestimated the martial arts club president. Tung Than, the martial arts club president, could be considered the strongest college student. Ray Than was worried that nothing would happen to Lam Tiu. The opponent is the martial arts club president. Hua Than reassured. He won't get hurt. If anyone's in trouble, there is definitely something wrong with your head. That Lam Lam is the older brother of Lam Nam. He will definitely beat him up. A Than asked in surprise. How can you be so sure? She raised her hands and said, Because there is a little girl like that who willingly protects him. How could she lose to Lam Tiu? Right. A Thing teased. You are the pervert. People do not want to play with you anymore. She blushed and mumbled. Are you teasing me again? Haverthine persisted. Do women in love really say things like that? Tiu Nai in the stands was anxious, praying to the heavens. Please give Lam Tiu some good luck. She silently wished he could not lose. Suddenly, a voice called out. Excuse me, can I sit here? Lam Van stepped forward. Introducing herself, I am here to cheer for Lam Tiu. She replied in surprise. Of course. You can. On the field, the two were staring at each other, getting into fighting stances as the referee raised his hand to start. Lam Tiu calmly looked at Lam Lam in front of him, smirking. I thought you would not dare show up. I did not expect you to be fearless. Everyone in the stands noticed Lam Lam's expression. He was definitely furious. The martial arts club president in a rage was truly terrifying. That kid is definitely going to get hurt. It is probably better to call an ambulance now. Lam Tiu asked. Am I? The crowd shouted. Damn it. He is not looking directly at the president. Is that kid adding fuel to the fire? Are you trying to stir things up? The referee clearly stated. Not yet. You are still 3 seconds away from being late, but today, we see that the tournament might end very quickly, while your opponent is getting furious. So pray for your safety. Then he signaled, and the head of the challenge started. The crowd above cheered enthusiastically. President Lam Lam is trying hard. Lam Lam is at the top of Tongcheng University. Keep it up. Don't lose to that first-year loser. Beat him. Let him know the true strength of Tongcheng University. Tu Yuna worriedly cheered him on. Lam Tiu, do your best. Rithan is no less concerned. Lam Tiu, please do not get hurt 1,000 times. Lam Van is very confident in him. He will definitely win, because Extra Thayan is watching eagerly. Don't lose to that loser. Lam Lam cracked his knuckles and said, my brother was bedridden for half a year because of you. That kid is tough. The Lam family remembers this. And I can finally settle the score with you, he calmly replied. No rush. It will be your turn soon. He growled and attacked. You are already dead and still pretending. I will make you dead now. The referee frowned, thinking that Lam Lam had used all his strength with a spiraling pressure. This punch could probably crush anyone below the 6th tier strength. We absolutely cannot have a death here. The two fists collided directly with each other. The impact from the two caused a large crack in the arena. The referee was shocked. How could this kid withstand a full-force attack from Lam Lam? This was only a punch close to the 6th tier strength. Consider it a compliment. The audience could not believe it, thinking that this kid actually took the punch from the president and could still hold up. How is that possible? The president's punch is like a truck. No one can withstand it. Lam Lam gritted his teeth in disbelief. His brow furrowed as he started to worry. Lam Tiu smiled and rushed into counter, while provocatively saying, you do not seem as strong as the rumors. Next, it is my turn. A surge of purple energy gathered in his hands. Then he reminded him to receive it. Lam Lam was surprised. This was an outward release of energy. This kid is at least at the 5th tier strength, maybe even higher. I can take this punch. He purposely chose the moment I could not retract my move, using a small amount of force to counterattack. He looked at his fist coming toward him, every unease emerging in his heart. This kid. Both strength and intelligence are not weak. Lam Lam crossed his arms in front of him to brace, but he was sent flying far by that punch. Lam Lam was pushed back and lost his balance, sliding across the arena floor. The people in the stands were shocked. How could he push President Lam Lam back with a single punch? What kind of monster is that guy? Can a first-year college student really do this? Lam Veen smiled proudly, making the others behind him feel intimidated. My guy is no longer the same as before. Looking at the scene before him, the crowd could not help but exclaim, this is a manifestation of his supporting energy. The current president must be at least at the 6th stage of martial arts. No wonder he was able to defeat the previous president. With such strength, he would not be outdone even in the top 10 universities nationwide. Indeed, Lam Lam was currently brimming with fighting spirit, ready to battle back. The crowd watched in amazement and commented, looks like this kid is done for. Facing a 6th-stage monster is a death wish. This year, Tongthan University might just make a name for itself in the national martial arts competition. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience fell silent in fear. In contrast, Bai Dun on this side showed visible disdain, thinking to himself, if I had not underestimated my opponent from the start, I would not have lost to that kid Lum Lam. However, Lum Lam indeed has some skills, but I can see through that kid. Witnessing the scene before him, Lasted Tran could not sit still and expressed his astonishment. If this kid really can defeat Lujum Lam, I might have to acknowledge his strength. After all, there is no president more ruthless than Lum Lam anymore. If he can replace Lum Lam, I would like to see that even more. Eining Dek sitting next to him also agreed. Indeed, when Lum Lam took the stage, quite a few talented martial artists left the association. His methods were subjective, and his misdeeds were not just 1 or 2 days old. On the other hand, that little kid, I am quite looking forward to his performance. Hearing this, Ingaid also loudly expressed his agreement. I only recognize the strong. Whoever wins is the strong one. At the same time, on the other side, standing in front of Lunam Tu, Lum Lam had to be wary and hesitated, not expecting that the kid actually grasped the supporting energy. It seems like breaking through the next level is only a matter of time if he can endure. At that point, the Lam family will become the Bitandian market, which should not be too difficult. Before this, Lam Tiuchi coldly smirked, saying, what a pity. Your talent is too obvious. This instantly drove Lam Lam mad. He immediately became furious and shouted, what a pity. What do you rely on to surpass me? You will be dead in my hands soon. Saying this, Lam Lam suddenly broke into a strange smile, decisively ready to unleash a deadly move. In the next moment, a powerful strike came rushing in. Lam Tu calmly thought that the supporting energy was the strongest way to use the foundational energy. His body entering the 4 segments could generate energy that those at the 6th segment could utilize. Thinking this, he decisively took his stance, determinedly channeling the supporting energy into a technique that boosted his strength by 5 parts. This was Lam Lam's strongest move at the moment. Even an ordinary teacher at the academy might not handle it. But it is just the right opportunity to test my abilities. Witnessing this scene, the crowd in the stands gasped in shock. What does that kid want to do? No way. He wants to directly take on the president's supporting energy strike. He is finished. The previous president was completely defeated by that punch. That kid is definitely looking for death. He knows he is going to die for sure. So he wants to trick the president one last time. That is definitely it. At this, everyone immediately turned their gaze to the one who spoke, making him feel embarrassed. Am I wrong? On this side, Lam Lam was driven mad by Lam Tu's calm demeanor, shouting, "If you directly take my punch, you will regret this decision for the rest of your life." But just then, Lam Tu suddenly shouted loudly. A surge of energy erupted instantly. He quickly summoned a massive shield. Lam Tu was immediately enveloped within the shield, brimming with confidence as he faced Lam Lam. Seeing this, he was horrified and questioned his abilities. Against absolute power, these tricks were useless. After saying this, he immediately launched a powerful attack, using the second-tier supporting energy. Before this attack, Lam Tu showed clear signs of frustration, saying, "Haven't you eaten? Can you put in a little more strength?" At the same time, he thought to himself, it is time to make him angry. Right now. Indeed, at this moment, Lam Lam was driven mad and shouted, "Then I will do as you wish." Supporting energy 3 strikes. This directly stirred the people sitting in the stands. Everyone hurriedly whispered among themselves. That kid Lam Lam actually concealed a 3-tiered strength. He still held back when fighting me. Damn. That kid facing him can actually withstand such a demonic attack. It seems that no matter what, we at Tungthan have gained another strong hand. That guy is impressive. Indeed. On this side, Hu Duong was continuously excited and nodding. This kid Lam Tu knows how to utilize external forces. Having so many people witness your transformation is truly interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, Teacher Tay had a serious expression and speculated. So what will you awaken this time? Is it the monster in the shadows or just a part of it? Right now, Lam Tu vaguely remembers what Hu Duong once advised him. The teacher can't activate your abilities, but you have your own way. Before death, everyone has the potential. He immediately furrows his brow and thinks to himself, before death, everyone has the potential. And then, in an instant, a bold thought suddenly flashed in Lam Tu's mind. Before death. Before death. This is the moment. Indeed, at that moment, Lam Lam suddenly attacked. Shouting loudly, he took advantage of the situation and charged forward. You have lost. I won. The Lam family is mine. The situation is extremely perilous right now. Lam Tu panics and thinks to himself, I am about to die. I am about to die. The god is about to die. But then, in the next second, he regained his composure. I cannot. Instantly, a series of bright energy waves erupted around Lam Tu, leaving him momentarily stunned. This also caused Lam Lam to be taken aback, hesitating in confusion. What is going on? My punch could not break through at all. Indeed, at that moment, a hand suddenly appeared, blocking his attack outright. Lam Lam was terrified, his face pale, wide-eyed as he questioned, What are you? A dragon's head appeared in an instant. The creature appeared just in time to save Lam Tu from the Grim Reaper's scythe, directly countering Lam Lam's attack. Those around them were momentarily terrified. What is the president doing? Why is not his punch landing on that kid's face? They could not help but wonder. And what about that terrifying expression from the president? Is he afraid of that new student? It should not be. Could it be that kid has defeated the president? President, hurry and punch him in the face. But after a while, Lam Lam still showed no signs of action, causing everyone to turn pale again. What is going on? This must be related to abilities. The president seems to be in big trouble. Not seeing anything at all. Standing aside, Tu and I could not help but feel shocked, wondering what was happening. Hearing this, the Hever sisters could not help but confront each other. Is that thing related to abilities? What is Lam Lam doing? Has he suddenly gone crazy? Lam Tu, do not let that crazy guy knock you off the stage. Is that for real? Lam Van stood to the side, looking worried. Aren't you going to use your powers? You already have your power. Is not that your strength? Why be so stubborn? Suddenly, in the arena, Lam Tu unexpectedly called out to the referee, asking if knocking out an opponent in a match would lead to punishment from the school. Without hesitation, the opponent, sweating profusely, replied, Martial arts competitions often lead to injuries, so before a match, it is usually accepted to sign an agreement. Hearing this, Lam Tu was no longer hesitant and smugly raised an eyebrow, brushing his hands off. Then I can relax. As soon as the words ended, you loudly ordered the beast path, go eat his head. In an instant, Lam Lam's head was bitten, causing immense pain. He breathed his last and fell to the ground, abandoned by the beast path. This is so hard to bear. It is unbearable. If it were not for you endangering my master's life, I would not bother biting your broken head. Standing aside, Lam Tiu finally spoke up. Which path are you from in the 6 paths? Without hesitation, he clasped his hands respectfully and replied, I am from the beast path in the 6 paths. Today, hearing my master call, I finally awakened. Hearing this, Lam Tiu partially understood and coldly ordered, if that is the case, then go back. With that, he fell silent, looking at the group with his hands, thinking that he had long sensed the Yama 6 paths, which, although it took away power, unexpectedly matched his soul. Each finger represented a part. This time, he indeed awakened only a portion of that guy, but if this part is cultivated well, he will surely be a tough opponent. On the other hand, Lam, across from him, was terrified and lay screaming on the arena floor. The dragon head. It is so beautiful. So scary. Lam Tiu thought to himself. It seems the beast path truly took away his soul part. He can no longer restore his consciousness, and will have to live like this for the rest of his life. I won't take your life. Living like this is worse than death. Witnessing the entire bizarre scene, the heavy-set man was immediately frightened pale. This kid actually left. Could it be that this guy awakened some powerful ability just now? If that is the case, that kid Tahiu Dong must know. Then my teacher Del frowned, thinking it is a pity that this seed of Lam can only live foolishly in this life. But with his personality, something will happen sooner or later. It could be considered the best outcome for him. At that moment, Lam Tiao, having waited too long, could not help but urge the referee. I won. You should announce the results. This immediately startled my teacher, who quickly became flustered. Right. I almost forgot. At this point, the referee also let out a helpless sigh. What happened in this moment was too shocking. Thinking that, my teacher quickly took hold of my hand, raised it high to announce. The winner is first-year student of the Sorcery Institute, Lam Tiao. In an instant, this directly shocked everyone present in the stands. Everyone was buzzing. The champion president actually lost, and moreover lost in such a bizarre way. That is too terrifying. That kid is truly frightening. Is he really a first-year student? The Martial Arts Association of Tongthan University is about to change drastically. Standing aside, Havre Than was stunned and hesitant. He won. He actually won. Havre Than looked confused and asked, how did he win? Why do I feel like Lam Tiao has not even made a move, and just won like this? What am I looking at? Indeed, Tai Yunai over here also felt the same. I knew Lam Tiao would definitely win, Lam Van added. Winning was a sure thing, but then she paused for a moment, thinking to herself, it is not quite like the win I imagined. At the same time, on the other side, Hu Duong could not help but marvel. It seems something has appeared that can compete with you now, the other party. Hearing this, also happily replied, looks like I won TB board for a long time. Thus, the group of La Si Tran sitting in the stands was once again incredulous. It is truly bizarre that they managed to defeat Lam. It is simply unimaginable. I can see through it. Indeed, Aining was also left amazed. He is truly a perfect little handsome guy. In contrast to them, Wanninguite silently calculated a new goal. He must surpass that guy. Suddenly standing on the stage, Lam Tiao raised his voice dramatically. From today onwards, I am the president of the Martial Arts Association of Tongthan University. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly raised his hand, cleared his throat, and confidently declared, my first order is that all minister-level members of the Martial Arts Association gather in the conference room. A moment later, the scene shifts to the front of a spacious room, where Lam Tiu looks visibly frustrated, thinking to himself, despite being handsome, he got lost, and this hall is surprisingly large. Hearing this, a glowing spot nearby scoffs and provocatively challenges him. Isn't it because you are directionally challenged? Actually, if you just let your senses guide you, you would find your way quickly. This made Lam Tiu furious as he shouted, shut up. With that, he confidently pushed the door open, drawing the astonished gazes of everyone inside. Lam Tiu had deliberately given these people enough time to arrive. Thinking it unreasonable for the president to wait for others, he smoothly walked past, frowning and silently judging, noting that in this martial arts club, only 4 of them were competent, while the rest were below the 4th rank, truly a mixed bag. Watching him walk away, the group could not hide their displeasure. Lam Tiu, you made us lose our leader Lam, and now you expect us to listen to you. In your dreams, brat, we may not be able to beat you, but we have to make it clear to you, if you mess with us, do not blame us for playing dirty. However, Lam Tiu quickly stepped forward to confront the crowd in the hall. In an instant, he pounded the table and declared, hello everyone. I am your new martial arts club president. My name is Lam Tiu. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Cheng quickly introduced himself with a serious face. My name is Lu Cheng, the vice president on the left. How can I assist you? Just mention the names and details of others, and I will prepare a list for you to get acquainted. Following this, Bi Dong quickly chimed in. I am Bodo, the current vice president on the right. Lam Tiu, however, brushed them off, saying, Thanks. But that is not important. This immediately left the people present in the hall wide-eyed in shock. Everyone wore expressions that showed they were at a loss for words. That was just too outrageous. One of them could not hold back and suddenly stood up, banging on the table. No president has ever expelled members right after taking office. What do you really want to do? Do you want to dismantle the martial arts club at Tongcheng University? He suddenly questioned with a tense expression. Do you want us to completely lose our eligibility to participate in the National Martial Arts University tournament? The people around him saw this and eagerly joined in.
Yep.
Do not be so arrogant, they angrily scolded. Expelling members like this is unacceptable. Even the instructor of the martial arts club would not allow it. Let us go find the martial arts instructor right now and demand justice from her. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man with white hair immediately took the lead in rallying the group to protest. Just wait for us. Don't you think being the president of the martial arts club gives you the freedom to do whatever you want? Even the president must follow the rules. A moment later, the scene shifted to Butch Cheat, who could not help but laugh upon hearing their complaints. He can really do whatever he wants, and I won't interfere with any of his decisions. At this, the group was momentarily infuriated and pressed. Why are you like this? Standing to the side, Lam Tuk calmly spoke up. Now that you know the teacher's thoughts, I invite you to leave the Martial Arts Association immediately. Just like that, his face darkened as he added. You three are expelled. Hearing this, Bach Kiat felt excited and waved her hand. You guys do not need to worry about me. Just continue with what you were doing. Today I am just a spectator. Without hesitation, Lam Tu lowered his voice. Does anyone still have questions? You still have a chance to speak up. At the same time, she wondered. This martial arts teacher is someone I am meeting for the first time. But why is she helping me? It is very strange. In response to this, the group quickly showed their discomfort, secretly blaming. Who would dare to say anything in this situation? Is not it just a matter of having some skill? What is this? They frowned in frustration. Being stronger now only meant they had to bow their heads. But sooner or later, there would be a chance to turn the tables. Witnessing such a silent scene, Lam Tu could no longer hold back and spoke. It seems you all have no objections. So let us proceed according to my rules. I know many of you here look up to me, so I can give you an opportunity. A chance to challenge me. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd shared a single thought. What does this kid want to do? He just beat President Nyan. They gritted their teeth in anger. Who would want to fight with a monster like him? Isn't he that just asking for death? He is clearly just pretending. He is obviously putting on a show. Damn it. Seeing this, Lam Tu firmly stated. Of course. Anyone who challenges me does not need to defeat me. Just withstand 3 of my moves. And I will recognize you as qualified to stay in the Martial Arts Association. You all are high-ranking officials of the Martial Arts Association. You should not lack even this little bit of strength. At the same time, he thought to himself, I still do not quite understand their mindset. But this taunting strategy is definitely usable. Hearing this, the group was immediately stirred. Feeling frustrated. Don't he be too arrogant. I know you are strong. But our Tongthan University Martial Arts Association is not a place for anyone to just push around. If it comes to 3 moves, then count me as one. The people from the Luck family love to fight and learn the most. Indeed. Aningok then added. Then I must learn well from President Tan Nam. After all, opportunities to spar with a master like you are not easy to come by. Ingayat also felt excited and nodded in agreement. Then count me in for the fight. It is settled. Lam Tu laughed heartily, thinking, this is just perfect. I need 4 people. Standing aside, Bach Kiat could not help but snicker with delight. Hiu Dong. What kind of surprises will this new disciple of yours bring me? I really can't wait any longer. After a while, the scene shifted to a tall building. Here, everyone had gathered in full on the arena, watching Butch Cake take the initiative. She cheerfully said, if you want to compete, let me. Your instructor, be the referee. My beloved students can't get hurt. After all, at her words, Bai Don immediately showed his displeasure and spoke up. If I am challenging, then tell me. Who do you want to fight first? Me or them? In response, Lum Tiuch frowned coldly. No need for that. All of you can come at me. I do not want to waste time. As soon as he finished, the group was enraged and shouted in unison. If we all go at once, you will definitely choke. President Tenheim. Being confident is good, but arrogance is bad. Don't underestimate others too much. That statement was too absurd. Lum Tiu scoffed disdainfully. Come at me. As long as you can endure 3 of my moves, I will accept defeat. No need to hold back. Show me your full strength. With that declaration, the group was instantly filled with fighting spirit, since that is how it is. The referee believes they should fight, so it is better to comply. Standing to the side, Butchkech helplessly chuckled. If that is the case, I won't stop you any longer. Go ahead. At the same time, she thought to herself, If this is a disciple of Haidong acting like this, then they must have some skills. Right now, Lum Taiyu was ready to engage. Why waste work? Come on. Without hesitation, Badidon suddenly charged from a distance. Be careful. Nguite seized the opportunity and charged straight towards him. Ainingduk also quickly summoned her spiritual power. A Trem Veloci Tran suddenly launched an attack from behind. Just like that, Lum Taiyu was quickly surrounded. Frowning as he thought, Baidon had a solid foundation of the 6th stage, slightly lower than Lum Lam's strength. With his family's inherited sword technique, Boitha Long Ham V, he quietly assessed Lasas Tran, who was currently at the 3rd level of the fiery realm, and found his strength to be decent. Timpong Gaigalukai looked like she was skilled in martial arts. Thinking of this, Lum Taiyu unconsciously clenched his fist. Filled with fervor, he was brimming with killing intent. Believing Mir, Nguite had no techniques, but his strength was pure physical training. But then, the image of a beast flashed before him, and he smiled with satisfaction, confidently affirming. However, in front of the power of his own form, he could not withstand a single blow. Lum Taiyu then fell silent, taking his fighting stance. Seeing his strange behavior, Budon could not help but wonder. Thinking, why is not this kid defending? Could it be he has some secret technique? Las Tran also showed a puzzled expression. Questioning, is this guy strange? Lam clearly displayed strange movements on the high platform, indicating there was a problem. Indeed, Nguite on this side also agreed, thinking to himself, this kid is not defending. He is underestimating others. I have to make him pay. I Nugok, unaware, did not hesitate to initiate an attack. Disregarding defense, this could lead to a fatal incident. Hearing this, the 4 of them were instantly shocked. How could the energy not be overwhelming? How could there be that kind of energy? What is this? This is a powerful ability. I heard my grandfather mention it. Is it this kid's secret technique? Indeed, at this moment, they were all dazzled by the brilliant light radiating around Lam Taiyu. The beast path appeared cheerfully, waving its hand in greeting. To become a rival to my master. You all are very strong. At this remark, Bidon was left speechless. Confused. What is that? A bizarre, dragon-headed monster that looked just like him. Luktran was also left flustered, pointing and exclaiming, is this really a powerful ability? I have heard of some things related to powerful abilities, but I never expected it to be this miraculous. Nguite standing nearby also gasped in amazement. Aren't all powerful abilities supposed to be weakened? How could that be? Anangok also agreed. It truly is a powerful ability. It seems Lam has fallen for this trick. But how can a powerful ability be this strong? In response, Lam Taiyu calmly asserted, don't get it wrong. It is not the power of the gifted. It is my strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his wrist, sending everyone around him flying in an instant. Step back. Seeing the miserable sight of people falling before him, he let out a helpless sigh. Do you understand now? At the same time, Lam Taiyu thought to himself, you are too far from me. With that thought, he furrowed his brow and clenched his fist. Is this the power of the gifted? Compared to pure physical training, it is truly overwhelming. At this moment, Boydon struggled to get up. If he had experienced such opportunities in his past life, even betrayal would not have led him to such a disastrous defeat. After saying this, he immediately bowed respectfully, softly saying, all right, we admit defeat. You are very strong. We can accept losing. Now I will withdraw from the Martial Arts Association. It is Boymo's inability that leads to this, so he can't blame anyone. This left Uinuk, who was standing by, stunned for a moment, rushing to intervene. Oh boy. Vice President. Do you really want to? But upon hearing this, Lam Taiyu cleared his throat. Rush. What are you rushing for? I never said I wanted to expel you. These words caught Boydon off guard. He was shocked and turned his head in surprise. Not what you said. Without hesitation, Lam Taiyu calmly replied, you are indeed defeated, but only because you do not understand my abilities. Saying this, he lowered his voice and calmly admitted that if you forced my hand, perhaps I would be the one to lose. Upon hearing this, Bidon became cautious and quickly lowered his head. Even so, we have still lost. However, we can't help it, but we must accept defeat. We are not the kind of people who break our promises. Hearing this, Lam Taiyu darkly questioned. So you think it is easy to give up everything for the martial arts university? I think with your strength, it won't be simple. Just to make your graduation qualifications look a bit better. Hearing this, the group immediately became flustered. You really understand human nature. I want this to prove myself. What I bear is the hope of my family. I realize the issue. Lam Taiyu quickly raised his voice. Although I have just entered the martial arts university, I know that every martial artist does not want their life to be anonymous. What you need is to establish your name on the path of martial arts, and the simplest and most direct way to do that is to win the National Student Martial Arts Championship. Unfortunately, a few years ago, Tongthan University could not make it out of the southern province. Upon hearing this, Budong could not help but interrupt. Are you saying you can lead us to win the National Student Martial Arts Championship? The martial arts leaders from previous generations were much stronger than you in competitions of that level. Our opponents are top to S-level university students. They are the real monsters. In response, Lam Tiu was visibly excited. What does defeating the monster mean? What I need is to beat the monster. If the past presidents could not lead you to victory, then I will be the one to make history. His words sparked a wave of anger from the crowd in an instant. That guy. How can he be so confident? But why do I feel that just because he said it, there is a chance? Is crazy. How long has it been since I have seen someone so passionate? Do we really have a chance to become the National Student Martial Arts Champion? At this moment, Lam Tiu suddenly turned around, clearing his throat and brushing his hands off. I acknowledge your strength. Go check the abilities of the other participants in the Martial Arts Association. If you four are recognized by them, then that means you are recognized by me. We do not need useless people to remember this. Soon, everyone was quickly subdued and eagerly continued. Damn it. That guy. Do we have any other choice? Labai. What do you think? I only trust the strong. With that one decisive word, they all simultaneously bowed and loudly replied. Yep. Esteemed President, witnessing the whole scene, Bachkiat stood by, feeling excited and secretly laughing. It seems the Martial Arts Association is truly about to change the world. It was finally no longer a struggle for power, but a burst of dreams. Hudong has really found a decent disciple. Should I try to get in on this? She thought, excitedly touching her lips. After all, having one more person would not hurt. Right. Contrary to the cheerful mood of the crowd, Lam Tiu was in pain, clutching his chest and blaming himself. Indeed. Once again summoning that reckless guy was too much of a burden. Before I can master my own strength, I can only use it as a weapon in critical moments. Otherwise, I will eventually be overwhelmed by it. Suddenly, a hand unexpectedly landed on his shoulder from behind, saying loudly, Lam Tiu, are you leaving so soon to meet your master without staying with us? This made Lam Tiu frown in discomfort. Wondering, back, may I ask if you need something? Without any hesitation, Bachkiat firmly proposed. I do not mean anything else. I just want to ask if you are interested in being my student. Hearing this, Lam Tiu was momentarily confused, thinking, does this beautiful teacher really use this trick on her students? The former divine emperor did not know how many enchanting women had seduced him. How could he fall for this trap? To prevent this kind of thing from happening again, it is better to end it here. Thinking this, the next moment, he straightforwardly rejected her and turned away, making it hard for Bachkiat to respond. Don't rush to turn her down. Being her student could give you benefits you won't find anywhere else. At this, Lam Tiu immediately felt his cheeks flush. Bachkiat seized the opportunity to sweetly make her advance. Do you really want to miss out on the allure of a mature woman like me? As soon as she finished speaking, a loud noise suddenly erupted from afar to interrupt. Sister Bach. Do not tease him anymore. He is the disciple personally recognized by Taihu Dong. You are stealing him away. Taihu Dong will only hate you more. You need to think carefully about this. This immediately made Bachkiat frown in displeasure. There are actually other people. How did I not notice? Standing aside, Hugh Van grumbled against the cold, saying, and you, do not think that Sister Bach will really give you anything good, as a martial arts association instructor. She just wants to achieve a good ranking in the National Student Martial Arts Finals, to win the bet against Taihu Dong. You are just a pawn. Do not overthink it. At this, Lum Tu could not help but wonder and pressed on. You are my teacher, Gok, with no other options. Bachkit boldly admitted right away. That is right. She momentarily wore a serious face, as if recounting. She and Taihu Dong had indeed made a bet. As long as she leads the martial arts team of Tongthan University into the top 8 this year, he will marry her. That was quite sudden. Love Miu was taken aback and flustered. Marry, indeed. Bachkit excitedly affirmed, covering her face, saying she and he were childhood sweethearts. She had liked him for many years. Except for him, she would not marry anyone else. Standing aside, Hyu Van spoke up again with a gloomy expression. But I feel that if you use these tricks to steal his apprentice, he might not want to marry you at all. If you really like him, I suggest you be honest and win him over in a normal way. In response, Bachkit remained stubborn. I will decide what happens with me. And you should think carefully about your own matters. Saying that, she suddenly moved closer to Hyu Vine, mocking her. To surpass Hyu Dong, you will need to put in tremendous effort. At her words, Hyu Van was immediately provoked and shouted, what is so impressive? Sooner or later, I will surpass him. I will prove to everyone that I am the real genius of the T family. Hearing this, Lum Tu began to understand the situation and could not help but scratch his face in exasperation. What? Just now. Thank you for helping me out. I did not expect there would be so much going on here. I did not see it coming. In response, Hao Ven frowned in annoyance. She knew that there were many things he did not expect. And today he had caused a big scene at the Martial Arts Association. Did he think he was very impressive? Without hesitation, she jabbed. Do you realize how much trouble you have caused? Making Lum Tiyun immediately tense up. You really got yourself into big trouble, did not you? Lum Tiyun listened and felt a knot in his stomach. He frowned and confirmed. All my matches today were above board. I signed a waiver. And no matter what happens, I won't cause any trouble. At the same time, he thought to himself, could Lundrum Lam really have some backing? But Lam Lam is the last of the Lam family. What kind of backing could she have? Again, Hao Van continued to mock him. Someone with a bit of talent, like you got accepted as a personal disciple right away. You think someone as talented as Lam Lam would not be accepted as a disciple? This made Lum Tiyun look confused and hesitate. You mean to say that is true? Hao Van then solemnly acknowledged everything. Lum Lam's teacher is the deputy principal of Thit Hait B, Kui Tham, the top of Tung Thun University. It is said that his strength is such that even the principal would not dare guarantee a win. You better watch out. As soon as she finished speaking, Lum Tiyun was startled. Thit Hait but Kuaith. That really is a prestigious title. Thinking about it, he fell into deep contemplation. So the top martial artists are all about passing down their legacy. And the master chooses disciples based on their potential. It seems that I might have obtained the divine technique from my previous life. But it really does not matter. At this moment, Hao Ven unexpectedly spoke up in reproach. What is going on? That is our vice principal. Tong Van, you already got on his bad side. Are you still nervous? If he wants to kill you, it would just take a moment. In response to this, Lum Tiyun just coldly waved his hand. It is not important. Now I am really curious. Why are you worried about me? If you say it is because we are classmates, then I won't believe you worrying a bit. Really? That is quite unusual. Hao Ven immediately blushed upon hearing this. She thought to herself, why am I so tense about his issues? What is wrong with me? He is clearly an outsider. Why do I care about him? Wait. Then Hao Ven suddenly realized. Could it be that I am worried about his disciple for him? I am actually worried about that jerk's disciple. Damn it. What am I doing? Without hesitation, she immediately ran off. No way. How can I worry about his disciple? No way. No way. What is going on? What is happening to me? This left the Lum Tiyun dumbfounded, thinking to himself, this girl is really an idiot. With that, he coldly turned his back and resolutely decided to leave and head to his room. He still had classes in the afternoon, but then Lum Tiyun had to stop in his tracks when he saw the scene in front of him. A tall man suddenly appeared, speaking in a firm tone. Are you Lum Tiyun? The principal is asking for you to come over. His words left Lum Tiyun immediately puzzled, and he retorted, what if I do not go? At the same time, he thought to himself, this guy clearly looks like he will force me to go if I say no. Sure enough, I have really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. The guy immediately affirmed, I advise you to go, because teacher T-Fi Yu Dung has already arrived before you. Hearing this, Lum Tiyun was momentarily stunned and asked, he is already here. That is right. The man in black replied confidently. Yep. And the reason teacher T-Hi Yu Dung was invited is because of today's event, where you defeated Lam Lam, and became the president of the Martial Arts Association. Soon after, the man in black led Lam Zum Tiyun to the door of a room and announced, I will go in and let them know. You would better not run around. Or if Principal T gets angry, the consequences won't be something you can bear. Upon hearing this, he obediently replied, I understand. Now that I am here, I won't leave. At the same time, he could not help but feel confused, frowning and thinking, if that guy affects the teacher, I would not mind making him disappear completely from this world, even without martial arts. I have countless ways to deal with him. But then, the next moment, the door suddenly opened, leaving Lum Tiyun wide-eyed in shock. How did that guy come in and out so quickly? What game is this again? Immediately, the man in black suddenly bowed respectfully and said loudly, I apologize for the offense earlier. The principal invites you inside. In an instant, this made Lam Tiyun reflect on himself. This guy was just acting so proud and arrogant, and now he suddenly changed. Who gave him that slap? Just like that, he quickly moved deeper into the room. Upon seeing the scene before him, Lam Tiyun was momentarily astonished, gasping in awe. The deputy principal's office was extravagant, complete with a guest reception area. After all, this person could become the deputy principal of a prestigious university. And if he were in a company, he would be a local ruler. In no time, he encountered Hu Dong and quickly asked, Principal, you were looking for me? Without hesitation, Chin Siu eagerly opened his mouth. You must be student Lam Tiyun. Come in. I invited you here because I need a favor. At this moment, Hu Dong could not hide his delight, looking at him with satisfaction. Seeing this, Lam Tiyun felt somewhat relieved. Thinking that it seemed the principal was not going to make things difficult for him, He thought this guy was coming to accuse him, but it turned out he was overthinking. Soon after, Siu got straight to the point. First, I must congratulate you. You defeated the former president Vodao Hai right after enrolling and became the new president of the Vodao Association. And moreover, you made the former president look like a fool. Your strength is impressive. Hearing this, Lam Tiu's expression turned serious as he flatly denied it. It is not that I am strong. I just had good luck. Meanwhile, he silently wondered if this was a threat against him, or was he trying to intimidate him? Was he deliberately bringing this up to back Lam in front of the principal? Lam Tiu then showed visible discomfort. Glaring fiercely, at that moment, Siu spoke up boldly. You really did have good luck. But do you know who Lam is? He is my disciple. Before you showed up, he was the pride of Tongvan University. But now you have turned our hope into a fool. What do you think should be done? Faced with this statement, Lam Tiu simply replied coldly. He and I signed a life and death agreement before the duel. Any unforeseen events won't be held against the other. He truly fought with the intention to kill me. It is just a pity that his luck was not good. Is the principal saying all this just to back him up? At this point, Siu was immediately infuriated. Shouting, Lam Tiu, do not be so arrogant. But just then, an arm suddenly appeared, directly blocking his strike. Hu Dong appeared with a mocking smile, saying, Principal, we adults should not act like children. If you have signed a life and death agreement, then if something unexpected happens, it can't be blamed on others. Right? Hearing this, the principal remained stubbornly insistent. So what? This brat is so arrogant. Should I teach him a lesson for you? One word was enough for him to immediately shout again. Don't think that defeating Lam makes you invincible. At this, Lam Tiu gritted his teeth, realizing that this guy was very strong. Under his pressure, he could barely stand firm. Wanting to rely on martial arts to defeat him, it is really as hard as reaching the sky. At that moment, the principal entered the fray, filled with killing intent, ready to fight. Standing aside, Hu Duong immediately reminded him, I advise, it is best not to do that. My disciple does not need anyone else to teach him. In response, the principal reluctantly agreed. Fine. I won't provoke you. Let us get down to business. If he defeated the previous chairman and destroyed the rising star of Tung City University in the martial arts competition, then he must give me an explanation. Saying this, he frowned, thinking to himself that this T was really angry. It seemed he valued this student a lot. He could not afford to clash with him right now. This is a bit too arrogant. Lam Tiu could not hold back and said, I did it alone. I will take responsibility. What explanation do you want? At the same time, he thought to himself, this person seems very afraid of the teacher. What exactly is the teacher's status in the school? Isn't he just an ordinary teacher? And he does not even have the most basic title, according to what the teacher himself said. Without hesitation, Principal Tu Lian declared, I want you to lead the Tung City Martial Arts Association, no matter what. You must break through the provincial martial arts competition to the national competition. This was the dream I once entrusted to Lam. If you defeat him, then you should take on this responsibility. Once that was settled, Lam Tiu laughed with delight. All right. I will make Tung City shine in the national martial arts competition. Saying that, he felt somewhat relieved. Although he did not know what this guy really wanted, it seemed to align with his current goal, so it was fine. In this situation, Principal Tu was overjoyed, shouting, then it is settled. But before he could finish, Hu Dong suddenly appeared, slinging an arm around Lam Tiu and pulling him away, saying they had said enough and should leave now. This instantly drove him mad. Principal Tu furrowed his brows in anger, silently blaming, this guy actually dared to interrupt him, truly more and more disrespectful. Don't think this is the end. It is just because that old principal is about to retire, and he can't make any trouble, especially since he is at a crucial moment to potentially become the principal himself. So he endured, waiting until he becomes the principal of Tung City. Thinking of this, Principal Tu firmly asserted, Tiu Hu Duong, everything you have, I will uproot it. When the time comes, you and your master will pay back 100-fold for my disciple. He painfully thought of Lam, believing that the genius he had painstakingly cultivated must make them pay a price. Lam Hai. Just wait. Your master will avenge you. Meanwhile, over here, Hu Duong was visibly excited, with his arm around Lam Tiu, reminding him not to look back. Do you know how dangerous you were just now? That principal was actually prepared to kill you this time. If the teacher had not come, those words make you sound confused. Questioning it, is it really that serious? Without hesitation, He Nong nodded in agreement. Yep. That person is extremely good at covering flaws. Seeing this, Lam Tiu frowned again and asked, then why was he just smiling happily with you? What happened? Hai Dong immediately laughed and admitted it, because the teacher and he made a deal with him. Hearing this, Lum Tiu's expression darkened as he pressed for more details. A deal between the two of them. Can the teacher handle that? At those words, Abhun became furious. Reprimanding him. The teacher said it was a normal deal. What nonsense are you thinking? Saying that, he shook his head in frustration and turned away. The deal the teacher mentioned was actually just for the new principal selection. 1 vote from the teacher will go to Chen Siyu. Along with that, all of the teacher's friends will also vote for Chen Siyu. Upon hearing this, Lum Tiu looked confused and responded. The teacher has friends. That is a bit too naive. The more Hevu Dong listened, the angrier he got, so he grabbed Lum Tiu by the neck. If you keep talking, I won't consider you my disciple anymore, making you cry out in pain. The teacher stopped and said, I really am. Nearby, a group of girls misunderstood the situation and could not stop gossiping. Look at that. Who would have thought in their lifetime they could see such a live drama? Over here, Lum Tiu and his teacher did not know anything, still shouting loudly, look at me, play the fool. This made the 2 girls restless again, surprised to find it was 2 birds. I really can't accept this kind of oral deal. Suddenly, Hu Dengye's expression turned serious as he lowered his voice, saying, nothing happened earlier. You just need to know that things are very complicated now. If the teacher and his friends vote for Chen Siyu, the chances of Chen Siyu being chosen as principal will be very high. Do you understand what that means? As he said this, he frowned. Thinking quickly, just ask the question. This time it is a real pressure. But contrary to Heivudong's expectations, Lum Tiu boldly replied, of course I know. Leaving Heivudong shocked. I know, really? You firmly followed up, of course. To save you? The teacher risked Tung Gai's entire future. Being the principal of a university basically determines the future rules of that university. And someone like Chen Siyu is unlikely to establish good rules. At these words, Heivudong had no choice but to admit it. If you already know, then good. Just understand. We have 1 year left, which is also the remaining term of the old principal. If in this year we can't establish a ranking for Taniai in the national martial arts competition, then all of this means nothing. Hearing this, Lum Tiu without hesitation took on the responsibility. All right, leave it to me, but I am very curious. You said all the teachers would vote for Chen Siyu. What about the other competitors? Who are they? Without a moment's hesitation, Tronter Heivudong replied immediately. The only 2 contenders for the principal position this time are actually just 2 people. One is the vice principal Chen Siyu, and the other person. Upon hearing this, he suddenly laughed, insisting, the other person is the teacher. This statement was quite abrupt. Lum Tiu's face went pale with shock. The teacher seemed to understand that, at this moment, Hu Ding spoke darkly to explain. Although it sounded a bit strange, the teacher really is the only one who could compete for the principal pole position against Chen Siyu. Because the tradition of Tung University is very special. To become the principal, first, you need to have enough qualifications and capability. And second, you must have public support, which means having enough votes. Hearing this, Lum Tiu somewhat realized, saying, maybe I've underestimated the teacher. I always thought he was just an ordinary teacher at the occult academy. At this, Avung Hung felt a bit guilty and cast a distant glance. All right, talking to you will drive me crazy sooner or later. Tomorrow at 8 of the clock, wait for the teacher downstairs. After that, we need to start special training. With that settled, Lum Tiu agreed without hesitation. Yep. 2 months will pass quickly. In that room, the 2 were chatting excitedly. Little Lumity is quite strong. He has been practicing like crazy every day for 2 weeks. Indeed. The other person nodded in agreement. After all, if the martial arts president does not set an example, how can those below do their work? Suddenly, the boy with glasses spoke up. Aren't you guys curious? What made the group fall silent? Curious about what? Without hesitation, he replied. Why is Lum Tiu working so hard? Clearly, he is already strong, yet he trains specially every day. His current strength has already entered the middle tier of 6 segments. He can walk around the university. And as long as he does not go to the first-tier cities, his strength is more than enough. Indeed. The others nodded in agreement. Right. So why is little Lumimp to pushing himself like this? Does he want to? Hearing this, the boy slammed the table excitedly. Answering correctly. He wants to lead the Martial Arts Association of Tung University to make history. At this point, he frowned and emphasized. Tung University is only a second-tier university. So our Martial Arts Association has never broken through the South China regional competition, let alone the national competition. The others were left wondering about this statement. But what is good about that? Honor can't put food on the table. The person beside him firmly asserted. If I had strength like little Lam T, I would directly work as a bodyguard for a wealthy businessman, the super rich type. Is not that better than being a champion? This statement was quite foolish. The boy frowned at this. scolding them. Did you guys forget something? This made the group immediately chatter again. What is it? Thus, the boy confidently reiterated the rewards for the National Martial Arts Competition champion. Do you all remember what it is? Do you really think all participants are here for the honor and the trophy? At this, the opponent was momentarily confused. I do not really care about the prize. What is that reward? Is it really valuable? The friend beside him quickly replied, it is the right to explore a secret realm. Meanwhile, over here, Lamantiu was working hard on his physical training while thinking, no matter what, he had to make Tengai the champion for that secret realm because inside the hidden treasures of the lead hen cultivator. If he could find a clue, the path back to the divine realm would be easier. As he thought this, a series of old memories flashed through his mind. In his past life, although he obtained a divine decree, he did not realize the risks of revealing his talents, which led to him being forced to give up secrets when others noticed him, making himself stronger. At that time, I was not their opponent. After a brutal fight, I barely managed to escape, but I was severely injured and near death. My body was shattered, and if caught, there was no chance of survival. Indeed, Lamantiu sighed bitterly. In the moment close to the Reaper's scythe, an unexpected event startled Lam Tai. The group quickly became aware of the situation. They swiftly surrounded Lam Tiu. Let us see where you can run to this time without revealing your secrets. I can plead with the sect leader to spare your life. But otherwise, you will be sent to the White Soul Ridge for the White Soul Lord to inspect your soul. The sensation of soul inspection feels like having your brain pulled out while alive. You should think carefully about that. In a life or death situation, Lam Tiu boldly declared without hesitation. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. You want the secrets in my head, do not you? He firmly asserted with deep anger. When I reach the underworld, you will see. As soon as Lam Tiu finished speaking, the group immediately panicked and stirred in fear. Not good. This kid wants to blow himself up. He is actually practicing such a vicious technique. Run. He is playing with fire. Get out of here. Damn. I have been in the martial world for many years, and have never seen someone so reckless with their life. He laughed loudly with excitement. Just let them bury me. Faced with the situation, the group immediately fled in panic, shouting, I have not finished my business yet. In the next moment, a devastating explosion erupted. Everything was swept away. Lam Tiu was thrown away. He helplessly let himself be carried by the wind, thinking to himself, it seemed this was how it would end. With that thought, Lam Tiu suddenly plunged into the clear water. He thought he was surely dead, but little did he expect what would happen next. Lam Tiu reminisced. In that deep place, he unexpectedly encountered a secret realm. He was fondly aware that the realm's first power was the ability to heal and grow stronger, as long as he did not die. Indeed, in just a moment, all of Lam Tiu's injuries were healed. Witnessing that strange scene, he could not help but stare in astonishment. The wounds on his body glowed with healing light. What treasures could be hidden within? Without hesitation, Lam Tiu quickly resolved to search. What exactly was inside? How could there be such powerful healing abilities? He thought to himself, if its light could heal my wounds, then there surely could not be anything harmful inside. After all, I only have one life. Just like that, Lam Tiu was instantly drawn into a small hidden path. As he ventured deeper inside, he was awestruck by the scene before him. Lam Tiu recalled fondly. At that time, I had no idea that the place I entered was a secret realm. In a moment of madness, I took a risk and decided to consume it. I must have had some issues in my head at that time. Back to reality, Lam Tiu gasped and blamed himself. But after eating that lotus flower, my strength increased dramatically, directly breaking through to the soul-linked realm. Not only wiping out the sects that hunted me down, but also eliminating the Lam family. Basically, I can say that after encountering the secret realm, my past life truly turned around. However, I paused for a moment, but after that, I never returned to that deep marsh again, nor did I find any trace of other secret realms. Later, when I ascended to the divine realm, I finally understood the reason. The secret realm was, actually, where the powerful broke through the soul-linked 13th realm in their cave dwelling before ascending, and that lotus flower was the culmination of a lifetime of hard work. It was ironic that in the first half of my life, I desperately cultivated, and after entering the soul-linked realm, I had to fight to break free. Thinking about this, Lam Tiu suddenly became serious and told himself that the final reward of this national martial arts competition was indeed a secret realm, which is why I was so eager. No matter what, this opportunity belonged to me. Suddenly, from a distance, two girls approached abruptly, cheerfully saying, "You are all sweaty. Wipe it off. Lam Tiu has trained hard. Let us go have some water." At the same time, they faced each other and silently signaled, "What is going on?" "Lam Tiu is mine." "Who said he belongs to you?" "Lam Tiu belongs to me." Standing aside, the onlookers could not help but admire. This guy is so lucky. With two gorgeous girls at the same time offering him towels and drinks. If it were me, I would run to my death happily. You would run to your death. If two beautiful girls were fighting over me, I would be okay with reincarnating. At this moment, Su Teen suddenly appeared from afar and hit them with a painful slap. Then you two go reincarnate right now. Get lost. The crowd, feeling frustrated, could not stop cursing. That she-wolf is killing people. Witnessing this scene, Lam Tiu was speechless. She is really lively. The two girls agreed. True. Suddenly, his phone rang unexpectedly, startling the two girls. Who is calling Lam Tiu? Is it a girl? He stood aside without hesitation and answered the phone. Hello. Lam Tiu. The conversation immediately made him furious, darkening his face. Hold them there. I will be right over. The person on the other end obediently complied. This immediately alarmed the two girls. They turned pale and wondered, what happened? Is it something from the martial arts conference? Hearing this, Lam Tiu immediately turned cold and walked away. Someone from the neighboring university has come to cause trouble at the martial arts conference, and they are looking for me. This left the two girls stunned. The neighboring university. They suddenly realized that the closest university to our Tung University is not the A-level university ranked third in the province of Honam, the Huagong Martial Arts University. They usually do not come to our university. So why did they suddenly come to cause trouble today? Hearing Lam Tiu's deep reminder, classmate Hathan corrected. Actually, you are wrong. Vo Hoke University is not in a rank. It is a plus. Moreover, its actual strength is close to an S-rank university. This is also why it can be called one of the three powers of Honam, alongside two other S-rank schools in Honam province. In response to this, Athan frowned and replied seriously. Yeah. But why are they suddenly targeting our rank university? Don't you find that strange? Moreover, they specifically came looking for Lam Taiyu. It always feels like someone wants to stir things up. In contrast, Hui Thin here kept glancing around, wondering where her sister and Lam Taiyu had disappeared to. Where did they go? The group lying below could not help but shout out loudly, Big Sis, please let us go. We swear we won't talk nonsense again. Suddenly, Athin realized with a start. Could it be that they ran off together? Switching scenes. In front of a large building, the group was loudly arguing. If they were here to find our president, they should at least state the reason. Right, but in response, the other party coldly replied. Bai Dun, a descendant of the Bai family, one of the four great families of Tung Thun. Your identity is indeed special. But we are here looking for Lam Tiu. It is none of your business. Angrily, Jiatun raised his voice in complaint. Do I need to report to you when I go to the bathroom? At this, Bai Dun was instantly infuriated and shouted. What does that have to do with you going to the bathroom? If you are looking for our president, I need to know the reason to help you find him. Hearing this, Jiatun stubbornly provoked back. Look, you already know, so why ask? My search for Lam Mtu has nothing to do with whether you know or not. If you have sense, get out of my way. I am not here to talk to you. That was just too reckless. Blidon could not help but firmly retort. You are so arrogant. Today I will teach you what manners are. This immediately caught the attention of everyone present. They started murmuring. Oh no. The vice president is about to make a move. Trouble is coming. Hurry and inform the president. We can provoke Vizio Ho Kung if we injure their students. We might lose our eligibility to participate in the martial arts tournament. But just then, Jiatun abruptly launched an attack, sending Baidon flying into the air. It seems you still do not understand Tunkan Aa's strength, just based on your power. You think you can touch me? Don't make me laugh. In an instant, he snapped Baidon's arm with a sharp crack. Baidon fell to the ground, spitting blood, while Jiatun laughed mockingly at the ridiculous sight. Suddenly, from afar, Lasitraname, Ingite rushed over, shouting, Leko. Seeing this, Jiatun quickly jumped up high. He enjoyed mocking and ridiculing, thinking, Vo Tungthun is so big. Aside from talking big, are there only these weaklings who like to take on more than they can handle? The sky is brightening. Meanwhile, Baidun struggles to rise, each step filled with pain. Lasitran can't hold back any longer and scolds loudly. You are really powerful. It seems we can compare, but your cruelty is a bit much. Do you dare to leave your name? I will definitely get you back for this. Hearing this, Jiatun immediately boasts loudly, a bunch of weaklings. Remember my grandpa's name well. My grandpa's title is Truxia Tun. The others chimed in fiercely. You do not know the title of our esteemed president. Trex, the young president of the Martial Arts University. Remember it well. At this, Lasitran's group was momentarily scared and panicked. No wonder they have such strength. Who would have thought it was him? Truxia too, ranked 23rd in the National Martial Arts Power Ranking, is here. Even the previous president, Lam, was only ranked 89th. A character like him is almost a god. It is not too much to say he is the top of martial arts in the south. This is a bit arrogant. Jia Tun, emboldened, spoke up again. Knowing how to talk like this, he decided to say a bit more. I am a young genius. I am here to destroy your confidence on purpose. Let us fight. With that, everyone rushed forward in unison.
Yep.
President.
Yep.
Young master. In just a moment, the crowd was cursing nonstop, while pushing aside Liu Cheng's group with such useless trash. How dare you participate in the martial arts tournament? One girl among them shouted. A bunch of weak men like this can't even stand up. Is it better to stay home and drink milk? In this situation, Liu Cheng did not hesitate, immediately rushing in to intervene and stop them. He found himself face to face with the girl, who was enthusiastically praising him. Not bad. Not bad. It has been a long time since I faced a worthy opponent in strength. I will use you to practice today. In an instant, Liu Cheng was thrown back, thinking to himself, what is up with this woman? The display of strength was unexpectedly exaggerated. Seeing this, the girl beside laughed with delight. It seems the strength of this martial arts tournament really is weak. Even I am better. Meanwhile, over here, New Guayat was constantly facing off. Do not touch our people. The opponent did not hesitate to reply. If you want me not to touch them, then I need to see your skills. Saying that, she suddenly shouted. Useless trash. Get out of my way. Nguyen immediately found himself knocked down. Over here, Jia Chuan had tightly grabbed onto Aingok's neck, threatening her to stop. If you do not go call Lam to you now, I will take this beauty out. Your president won't dare to come. Right at that moment, from a distance, a voice suddenly rang out. Stop right there. Lam Tiu quickly appeared with a commanding presence. You have got some guts. Daring to touch my people. Seeing him, Jia Chuan's face lit up. Great. The president of the Martial Arts Association. Lam Tiu. You finally showed up. I thought a turtle like you would always hide. In response, Lam Tiu did not hesitate and directly struck him with a powerful blow. Lam Tiu angrily scolded. You dare to hit my people. In an instant, Jia Chuan was sent flying. Debris scattered everywhere. His group immediately rushed in upon seeing this. President. Young master. Seizing the opportunity, Lam Tiu hurried over, helping Bai Don up. Senior boy, are you okay? He replied. Feeling flustered. It is my uselessness. I allowed this scoundrel to cause such a ruckus. It is my fault. Really? Aingok then helplessly agreed. That guy is too strong. We are completely no match for him. In response, Lam Tiu sternly commanded. First, save the injured person. Leave the rest to me. Upon hearing this, the group quickly voiced their objections. Lam Tiu. Do not push yourself too hard. You want to take on all three of them, even if it is you. It is likely that is Zhu Jia Chuan ranked 23rd in the National Martial Arts Tournament, since they have caused such a big mess. It is best to leave it to the teachers to handle. Do not. But in response, you insisted that this is Lam Tiu, and as the president of the Martial Arts Association, I command everyone, in my territory, attacking my people. I will take back this fight. At the same time, I thought to myself, if my subordinates can't even protect themselves, how can I establish my authority? Jia too. You are just a cover. On this side, the opposing group kept asking, are you okay? Young Master Tone replied with irritation. What can he do to me? It is just struggling before death. Saying that, he stood up decisively. Don't look at me with those weak eyes. It is really uninteresting. In an instant, Jia Tun took on a commanding tone. Whatever nightmares you have to face, they are just beginning. The others saw this and began to clamor again. President. Let me teach him a lesson. How dare he touch my young master? But in response, Jia Tun remained fiercely determined. With such a worthy opponent, how could I let you go? I must personally cripple him so that the Martial Arts Association loses all will to fight. Saying that, he decisively stepped forward. Lumen Taiyu. Use all your strength, so I do not accidentally kill you. At these words, Lam Hyun did not hesitate and burned with anger. Stay back. This guy is mine. With that, everyone obediently complied.
Yep.
In an instant, Jia Tun charged forward, showing disdain for the martial arts technique. That is something I can completely counter. With that said, in a split second, he casually grabbed Lam Tai's hand. And this little strength in front of my skill is really nothing. Just like that, Jia Tun pressed on, continuously launching attacks. But the next moment, Lam Tiu easily broke free from his control and shouted loudly, the Phai Ho Travam Mitha technique can neutralize even the strongest enemy, despite being derived from the Thai Suv Tu Unanth. In reality, it is not even close to a fraction of it. This immediately angered Jia Tun, who scolded. The IC said Tunthu is no match for the Phai Ho Tramamayatha. In response, Lam Tiu coldly said, coincidentally, I know a bit of the IC Saitantha. If you want to exchange techniques, if you win, I will immediately declare the association will withdraw from this year's National Martial Arts Tournament. Those words were quite ridiculous. Jiatun immediately looked down upon him. Good. Good. My purpose for coming here today is just that. If you say so yourself. I will use my Phi Ho Tram Mei Thu to humiliate you, and make you willingly give up your qualification. Come on. I can't wait any longer. But then, in the next moment, Lam Ningyu suddenly asked, catching him off guard. Wait. There is one more question. If you lose, what will you do? In response, Jiatun confidently said, I can't lose. Such a situation simply does not exist. So there is no need to worry. Lam Ningyu straightforwardly provoked him. Are you afraid of losing? Jiatun was provoked into a rage, shouting confidently, if not only will I kneel and apologize to all the injured students, but I will also call out to my grandfather 3 times. How about that? Lam Ningyu could not help but chuckle at this. You said it. I hope you do not regret it. At this remark, Jiatun did not hold back any longer and suddenly charged to attack. Let us fight. He gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, how could I possibly lose? How can I lose to a nobody not even on the power ranking, even if it is just using techniques? You are no match for me. But in the next moment, Lam Ningyu vanished, leaving him wide-eyed and shocked, suspended in midair. He reminded himself that it had been ages since he last used this technique, even with his centuries of experience. You would not have a chance, no matter how many times you tried. The most important aspect of a technique is not its form, but its intent. Just like that, he quickly grabbed Jiatun by the head and suddenly kicked down. It is time to end this. Get down. In an instant, he was slammed face first into the ground. Seeing this, Lam Ningyu immediately shouted, what did you just say to call me 3 times? This made Jiatun furious as he shouted, you shameless fool. Is this Tai Chi you just used? No way I will accept that. Hearing this, Lam Ningyu felt disheartened and thought, this kid wants to use brute force. In that moment, Jiatun suddenly broke free and jumped far away. Jiatun, filled with rage, firmly declared, because I am shameless. I want he need face today. But I will definitely cripple Lam Ningyu right here. In this situation, the girl following Jiatun asked, young master, are you serious? The girl behind remained silent, pondering why she suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. The people behind them were whispering among themselves, is this really the president of the Martial Arts Association at Ho Kakong University? What an eye-opener. Throwing away all sense of dignity. Furious, Jiatun unleashed a torrent of anger to chase them away, yelling, shut up. This is a battlefield tactic. There is no sense of fairness here. Learn from me. They panicked, running in all directions. Hurry up. He is coming. If we get hit, it is game over. Amidst the chaos, one girl, unable to escape in time, nearly got caught in his attack, crying out in fear. Daunted, Lam Ningyu immediately sprang into action, effortlessly lifting the girl and flying away, successfully dodging Jiatun's attack. He quickly took her to Tunai and Hierathan, seriously saying, we can let that guy unleash his energy recklessly. That guy has peak 7th level strength. If he acts freely, he will eventually ruin the entire martial arts association. Tai Muni felt uneasy and quickly replied, that is right. In terms of techniques, I am not worried. But if he uses brute force, you are only at the 6th level. How can you compete with him? It is best to quickly call the teacher now. Athan added. But he is at the peak of the 7th level. Can you really stop him? Jiatun on this side was still acting arrogant, relentlessly attacking the others. Who gave you the right to laugh at me? Laugh all you want. You bastards. It hurts too much. Lam Ningyu frowned slightly and began to calm the two. Of course I have my ways. Let him continue to cause chaos here. Otherwise, won't we lose all face for our tongue group? If word gets out, we can participate in the martial arts conference anymore. And one person could wipe out our martial arts group. Just then, a red-haired member was unfortunate enough to be targeted, and Jiatun shouted loudly, Tung Devi martial arts member, now I will disable you. And he will be scared and run away in a panic. Don't. He laughed uproariously, enjoying his actions as he scornfully said, now begging for mercy is too late. This is the fate of the weak. In that critical moment, Lam Ningyu appeared just in time, conjuring a shield that fortunately blocked the incoming force. He hurriedly urged, go quickly. I will handle this. The other person was still in shock and suddenly shouted. President Toon was furious. Flames of anger erupted around him as he coldly said, it is you again. Earlier you tricked me into using a decisive move, but it did not work. He smiled wickedly with an arrogant tone, continuing, you really do not know Tai Chi pushing hands at all. You are just pretending. I noticed earlier that your Tai Chi pushing hands is not like the pure martial force of Tai Chi. Lam Ningyu, with an impassive face and no fear, responded directly, I have said that the most important aspect of a technique is the intent, not the form. Even if I do not have Tai Chi strength, the intent I manifest is truly Tai Chi Wu Wei. No matter how many times you try, your Phi Ho Tram Mei skill is no match for me. Yun Hai and Hai Athan on the other side felt a surge of unease upon witnessing the scene. Lumen Taiyu. Please do not get hurt. I need to find the teacher. If he gets injured now, it will be a huge problem at the conference. Only the girl in the pink dress was secretly thrilled, exclaiming, President. So handsome. Jia Tun, losing his composure, charged in like a madman, shouting and threatening, How dare you deceive me? Then prepare to be beaten to death. You little ant, under absolute power. You will only end up dead at my hands. Lam Tiu slightly bent down, his gaze sharp, as he began to channel his inner strength, enveloping his entire body in a swirling blue flame. At that moment, a memory of Lam Van flashed in his mind, and Lam Tiu's face gradually tightened. At this moment, the power within him was surging violently. He decisively lunged forward, his palm tightening into a fist, radiating an intense aura around him. The moment their arms collided, the entire space was immediately pressed down by a terrifying pressure, causing those around to be blown away. Lassie Tran and 3 others stood there watching, each feeling a sense of regret. Long thought to himself, President, I did not expect you to go this far for the martial arts club. I really underestimated you before. It turns out your strength is impressive, but not truly strong. It takes determination to face the strong to be truly powerful. The former president basically does not care about our lives or deaths. Lam Tiu, I acknowledge you now. So this is what it feels like to be protected. Suddenly, he slipped out, leaving a trail in the thick smoke. Lam Tiu kneeled in pain, spitting out a few drops of hot blood. Tiu Nai and Harathan rushed over to check on him. Lam Tiu, are you okay? As soon as he saw them approach, he waved his hand and shouted, Don't come over. From within the dense smoke, a dim figure emerged, slowly stepping forward as if tearing through the mist. I thought you were something special. But it turns out you are just this. Jia Chuan arrogantly waved his hand, looking at him with disdain. So the president of the martial arts club is only at the peak of the 6th stage. No wonder this prestigious university can only be at the bottom. If it were not for his previous reputation, he would have long dropped to a B-level university. The 2 green-haired girls crossed their arms, their faces bright with excitement as if waiting for some fun, eager to mock. It is still not too late to withdraw from the martial arts competition. If your president gets crippled later, it will be too late. Don't waste your breath on him. Just take him down. Upon hearing this, Jia Chuan jumped up without a second thought, ready to attack. All right. I will take you down first. Then destroy the main force of your martial arts club. Tu Nai and Lassie Tran's group panicked and rushed to intervene. Don't you dare hurt our Tiuka. Protect the president. Yep. He grinned triumphantly, completely ignoring everything around him, decisively launching a direct attack, wanting to take down a bunch of useless people protecting him. Lam Tiu, recovering his senses, turned to him with a sly smile and casually asked, Before using your force, why did not you check your own situation first? Is your hand all right? Hearing this, Jia Chuan was horrified to discover that his arm was being tightly gripped by a powerful force, rendering it immobile. What is happening? Jia Chuan was stunned, grabbing his arm and panicking. My hand has lost all feeling. He fell to the ground in pain and shouted. This kid. Jia Chuan's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his eyes revealing his shock. This kid actually used poison. Lam Tiu laughed and placed his hand on his chest, then calmly replied, Poison. This is 100 times more advanced than that. He suddenly remembered the moment he had shared with Lam Van and pondered. When I was with Lam Van, I discovered that I had more than just a block of cold energy inside me. Lam Tiu thought deeply. At that moment, I realized that as long as I continued to cultivate, the force I generated would unconsciously add cold energy. Moreover, this cold energy could penetrate into a person's meridians, solidifying all flesh and blood. But the drawback is that it must be in contact to work. That is why I deliberately used a move on him, even if it hurts me internally. It is, as long as I hit him, I have what if he breaks through to the 7th stage and enters the 8th stage. It could produce vital energy, which is useless. Vital energy can easily dispel the cold force. Jayatun revved on the floor, trembling all over. He shouted, Lumen Taiyu, hurry up and detoxify me, or I will make your whole family pay. Do you know who I am? Bastard. You did not care and walked straight up, delivering a decisive kick to his leg, causing Jia-tun immense pain. Lum Tut-yun glared at him and coldly replied, I hate it most when others threaten me with their family. No one gets to do that. Seeing this, the 2 girls on Jia-tun's side rushed over in panic, shouting, Let the young master go. Do you know who he is? Young master. If you know what is good for you, get out of here. But within moments, the 2 girls were surrounded by Lam Taiyu's people. They had no right to speak to our president. Only the president can cripple others. Do you really think this place is your home? Don't be so arrogant. Both were furious but could do nothing, grimacing and cursing under their breath. Damn it. These guys are not weak, but dealing with Bai Dan is quite troublesome. Damn it. These bastards. Jia-tun could only writhe in pain at this moment, trembling and begging for mercy. his face devoid of any pride. Lumum President. I was wrong. I offended you earlier. Please detoxify me quickly. It is spreading. My hand will be crippled. But right after that, he showed his true face, gritting his teeth and cursing quietly. Damn it. When I get back, I will definitely have my grandpa send someone to kill you. Lam Tiyu suddenly lifted a foot, calmly replying, Is this how you beg for mercy? Weren't you just trying to cripple me? Didn't you want to kill my whole family? Don't be scared. Keep going. Anyway, I do not plan to let you off. As soon as he finished speaking, he mercilessly focused his strength and delivered a hard kick to his other leg. The onlookers silently watched, excitedly discussing how Tangai finally got to vent his frustrations after being suppressed for so many years near Ho Ki Kong. President Lam is striking now. But the teachers at Ho Kong are known for covering up, fearing others will come looking for trouble later. I really hope I can become stronger soon, so I can trample the evildoers like the president. Just then, a strange light suddenly shot down at high speed. Lum Tivyun glanced up and immediately recognized that someone was coming. A massive beam of light fell, carrying a terrifying pressure that spread everywhere with sharp senses. Lum Tiyu swiftly dodged to the side. He frowned and sighed. The aura is too powerful. Even stronger than this guy. The other members could not help but be astonished, beginning to murmur and speculate. What is going on? Is another person coming? It can't be the teacher. Right, this aura does not feel like a teacher scolding me. Thick layers of dust began to dissipate, revealing two shadowy figures within. The That Tight frowned, his face contorted in annoyance, asking, Is that him who hurt you like this? Jiatun looked up and quickly replied, Teacher, it is. Hurry up and kill him. Lamatiyu stared at him with a suspicious gaze, wondering, who is this guy, with this aura? His strength must be at least above the 6th stage. How could someone like him appear in Teng's IDA? Could it be that Jiatun came to cause trouble at the martial arts conference? It was originally designed by Ho Kong. Otherwise, they would not have sent a teacher to accompany him. That Tight began to carefully examine his condition, then stated, The cold energy has entered your danchan. No wonder he was able to subdue you. It seems the teacher was careless. Tangxie truly hides dragons and tigers. But a bit of cold energy is not a big deal. He spoke quickly, effortlessly extracting the cold energy from Jia Tu's body with his bare hands. Bodong was astonished by the scene. To casually break the president's ultimate technique. This man is the instructor of the martial arts conference at Ho Kwang University. Atananthe Tight, why is he here? He is a legendary figure at the peak of the 8th stage. It is said that before entering Ho Kong, he was a dominant force in the region. Hearing this, Lum Tiyu quickly speculated. It seems he has heard this name before in the past. Probably from the martial arts conference. Ho Kong's position is relatively high. After all, how could someone casually use their energy to break through your Yin Ho Dan power, and not be a nobody? He turned to Jiatun and gently reassured him. Leave the rest to me. I will take revenge for you. Just focus on healing. Tengge is not worthy to be our opponent. I just wanted you to practice. But it seems someone does not know their limits. He arrogantly replied. Teacher, kill that Lam too. I will let my grandpa handle the rest. In the blink of an eye, That Tight stood up confidently, clasping his hands behind him, and boldly asked, Are you asking for death? Or do you want me to make a move? Lam Ti's expression was cold as he replied, You can try. If you think you won't die. Upon hearing this, That Tight's face darkened, radiating a fierce killing intent as he shouted, You are talking tough right before death. He glanced over, frowning as he sensed the atmosphere, then silently deduced. This is his killing intent. It has solidified into a substance. Seems I will have to use the beast path to gamble against him. As soon as he shows a weakness, I will have a way. Taking advantage of Lum Mtu's moment of distraction, he seized the opportunity and leaped forward to attack directly. Just a 6th stage. Daring to act tough with me, you will die. With his decisiveness and agility, he immediately summoned the beast path, calling out for help. Following that, a massive fire dragon surged forth, with eyes blazing with fiery rage. It roared fiercely. Don't even think about harming my master. That Tight was terrified, exclaiming, What is this? He could not believe it. He stared wide-eyed at the beast path, involuntarily exclaiming, This is actually the power of a rich energy. This kid seems to be more than just a martial artist. Saying that, That Tight decisively swung his arm to the side and declared, If you think you can use your power to stop me, you are underestimating martial arts. He glared, his face filled with indignation, and shouted, Get out of my way. Lum Tiyun laughed at That Tight's frustrated demeanor, thinking to himself that he had the upper hand. The next moment, the beast did not hesitate to bite down hard on his arm, then roared aggressively, What I want to eat is not your rotten meat. I have taken your arm. With that, the beast bit down on his arm and jumped back. That Tight was still trying to comprehend what was happening, confusedly wondering, What is this? It does not hurt at all. But I can't feel my hand. Lum Tu seized the opportunity while he was distracted, leaping up to deliver a decisive punch, calculating that this person was far too strong to show mercy. Otherwise, he would surely die. He thought that as long as his punch could hit his face, it would knock him out for good. Quick as lightning, the Tight noticed the attack and angrily shouted, "Don't underestimate me." In an instant, he created a solid defensive shield just in time to block Lum Tu's punch. From within, the Tight arrogantly called out, "Little freshman, do you really think you can defeat me? To widen your horizons, let me show you my true power, my ultimate technique. My golden shield is not just for simple defense." In the blink of an eye, the Tight quickly summoned a giant monkey, its body ablaze with red flames and eyes filled with killing intent. He shouted, "You can sever one of my arms. You really have some skill, but you are still too inexperienced now." Meanwhile, the giant monkey's massive hand was getting closer to Lum Tu. He thought to himself, "I can't let this kid live. He will definitely become a major threat to Hokinung University in the future. It is not just about winning or losing in this martial arts competition. He could even replace us. I absolutely cannot let that happen." Lum Tu felt a moment of worry, his face drenched in sweat, thinking, "I am done. That backlash just now made my blood flow backward, and my body can't move at all. If this hit lands, my body will surely be torn into 4 or 5 pieces." In this critical moment, Tu Nai and a few others rushed in to launch a surprise attack on the beast targeting their leader, asking us, "Don't think our Tung team is out of people." Shi and Hathan unapologetically warned loudly, "Don't even think about touching Lam Taiyu." He stood aside, observing, and could not help but smile slightly, his voice escaping, "Seeing all of you, that Tide is not afraid at all. Instead, he seems amused and arrogant, thinking that a bunch of nobodies could stand against me." Suddenly, everyone froze for a moment when a harsh voice shouted, "This guy still has energy left. That is not good." Everyone scatter. The powerful monkey braced itself, radiating blinding light, and its aura surged, instantly throwing everyone away. Amidst the chaos, Ain Engi did not hesitate, quickly rushing out to shield him, creating a protective barrier for both of them. She looked outside, anxiously wondering, "Why is this happening? Everyone is like this but so strong." That Tight laughed mockingly at the scene, throwing out words of derision. "Step aside, girl. Unless you want to die. It is just a martial arts president. You can choose someone else. I think you are quite suitable for the president of Tung Academy. Are not you?" Her heart remained steady, even more resolute as she pulled out a long piece of paper and snapped back, "I won't step aside. I believe President Lam Tu will definitely lead our Tung Academy to make history." She decisively pointed, and countless sharp ice arrows shot up. "So for a president like that, Einen Getch of the Tung family will never back down." The needles shot straight, but caused no harm. They Tight looked on with contempt. "It seems the Tung Academy is not so weak after all. If you do not know what is good for you, then I have no choice but to take action. Go die." With that, the monkey he controlled suddenly lunged at the girl, ready to smash down on her. In a life or death moment, Lum Tu rushed in just in time, using one hand to block the beast's impending strike. He then spoke, "I know Ninix. You are really strong. Step back. Let me handle this." She looked at him in confusion, her lips muttering a few words. President Lum Tu urged, "Go save your injured sister. I will handle things here." Hearing this, Tungai Nuchi hurriedly left, and then he looked up coldly, speaking seriously, "Next, we should settle our debts." Upon hearing this, he smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Just now you were easily subdued by my needle technique, and it even disrupted your internal energy. Is your head not working properly? Just a few minutes, and you have already forgotten." Lum Tu once again summoned the beast technique, loudly proclaiming, "This time I will use all my strength. Think fast. If I can awaken one, perhaps I can suppress the aura of victory." The Thet Tight, "I won't give you a chance this time. Your power is quite strange. But unfortunately, it has no effect in front of my ultimate skills." He flew up and punched hard at his defense barrier, taunting, "If you have tucked your head inside that turtle shell, then I will break your shell." The Thet replied, "Break it, knave. This body is an indestructible entity." At that moment, he immediately thought of a divine technique, then shouted loudly, "You won't be able to withstand this." The Thet looked in confusion at the hole he had created, stuttering to himself, "How is this possible?" From that hole, the beast technique ferociously stuck its head in, growling at him, "Your head. This lady will take it." Lum Tu smiled thoughtfully. "The biggest card of mine has always been the divine technique that nothing can resist." In the next scene, Thet suddenly turned the tables. He grabbed the neck of the beast technique and laughed mockingly. Trying to take my head to make me a simpleton like Lam Lam. Unfortunately, I have seen through it. Lum Tu watched that scene with a hint of surprise. The creature was in great pain, crying out loudly. He calmly asked back, "Aren't you surprised? Why would I know your ability? Just now she bit my arm, and I already knew. This thing of yours is a rare ability that directly attacks a person's soul. It makes sense why after the duel with you, Lam Lam suddenly became foolish." Hearing this, he immediately had a question and asked urgently, "Who told you about Lam Lam?" "As far as I know, any changes in the president of the Martial Arts Association at any school are never publicly announced. You have connections with someone at my school." At that time, the 7 uniques did not hesitate to throw the creature down, and then revealed the truth. "What do you mean by collusion? Do you really think we are just bored and came here to cause trouble? At this point, I feel there is no need to hide it from you anymore. I really do have cooperation with someone from your school. Originally, I just needed to defeat you. Too bad you did not cooperate." His face was very determined, and he said loudly, "So now, I can only kill you." Lam Tiuchi calmly replied, "You already know my strength, and you want to kill me. It is not that simple. We need to stall for time. The teachers from Tung Dai should be arriving soon. I do not believe you can fight everyone off." The 7 unique, in a hurry to attack, said, "That is true. If it is like that, then we have to get serious. Do you know? Jin Zhongzhou has never been a complete martial art. Its full name is Jin Zhongzhou Bo-san. So you can see what true invincible body looks like. His spirit beast seems to be infused with energy, unleashing its power." It opened its eyes wide, growled with its mouth open, its entire body glowing a deep red, surrounded by flashing sparks. Jia Tuan and the 2 green-haired girls were dazzled in a corner, once proud and arrogant. This was the true invincible body of the master. This was the strength of a true expert. "You are definitely going to lose. Hurry and let me go, and I might still let you all go unharmed." The group behind Lam Tiu was stunned by the scene. Is this really the strength of a true expert? I can't believe the gap between us is so huge. I can't accept it. The 7 uniques maintained their arrogant demeanor, spouting crude words. "Right now, you look like an ant trying to crush me. It is too simple." He looked down with disdain and asked, "Do you have any last words?" The giant foot of the beast was hovering above Lam Tiu, and he kept taunting, "Soon, you won't even have the chance to say your last words." Lam Tiu coldly replied, "If that is the case, before I die, can you tell me who exactly is colluding with you? You bluntly asked me to die clearly." The 7 uniques laughed loudly, saying it was fine to tell you. "After all, the dead keep their secrets forever. The one who intentionally led me into this situation is your vice principal. It is Siyu himself who has made his disciple foolish. He wants to kill you even more than I do." Those words instantly made you think of Siyu, and then you began to connect the dots. So it was him. I had suspected from the start. "Vice principal, how could you have the kindness to spare me? The adult world is truly filthy." He was furious, his voice thick with rage. "So what if it is dirty? You no longer have the right to live in this world. Just go die." In that moment of life and death, a voice suddenly echoed, "Wanting to touch my disciple?" Lumen Taiyu, hearing this, felt a bit confused. Looking around, hoping to find a glimmer of hope for the Martial Arts Association, it turned out to be Ti Heiyu Diving and Butch Keat, who had arrived in time to support my obsessed brother. "Truly, you have some nerve. I see you are looking for death." The 2 summoned a majestic holy Buddha, immediately blocking the steps of the monkey. Lamatiyu observed them closely and thought, "Actually, I had sensed their presence earlier. That is why I intentionally led him to reveal his master." This time the truth was fully revealed. Now it is time to clarify everything. As long as it is not about me, that is fine. The crowd around was fervently shouting, and with her, Bech Keat and Master Tihi Wudaijong. They finally arrived to show him the strength of our tongue. The Thaytite looked down in anger, cursing quietly. Damn it. He actually let that brat buy time. And at this moment, that brat already knew the truth. He must not be allowed to escape. Just thinking about it made him grit his teeth in frustration. That the Thaytite did not hold back, shouting, "You think you can stop me with just the 2 of you? Dream on." He ordered the monkey to charge with a powerful strike. The holy Buddha stepped forward without hesitation, swinging his hand to slap the giant creature. Then reflected. Iwuduyong said, "No killing. Otherwise this god has 10,000 ways to turn you to dust." And then spoke, "Hold him for now." Thaytite suddenly laughed maniacally, proclaiming loudly, "Do you really think I want to fight you? Just deal with this bastard. I won't lose." Quickly sensed something unusual, gritting his teeth in anger, thinking, "Not good. This guy is targeting me." In those fateful moments, a sacred fire suddenly erupted, engulfing a vast space. It turned out to be Butch Keat, who had cleverly rushed out at this life and death moment. She used the explosive power of the fire flame to block that Tayat's attack. He looked at her in astonishment and instinctively called out, "Betch Keat." She decisively raised an arm in one direction, her gesture exuding authority, then boldly shouted, "Even now, you still want to lay a hand on my student? I am really angry today." Butchkit's body suddenly glowed a bright orange red. The raging fire within her flesh spread fiercely, impossible to extinguish. A small iron needle shattered the old woman. Just as she finished her sentence, she struck decisively, flames bursting forth with power, quickly incinerating the monkey's arm. Lam Tiu, standing nearby, silently observed and could not help but exclaim, "Damn. This Beijing is actually that strong." She soared high, screaming in rage. "Dare to touch anyone from our martial arts group. You will pay for this." Meanwhile, Hu Dong smirked disdainfully, saying, "Hey, go easy on him. Spare his life. We still need to ask him something." That Tayat was furious, raising his remaining arm to prepare for an attack, and he growled, "You dare break one of my arms? I will kill you now." Beijing threatened back with fierce determination. "You want me dead? Who do you think you are? Do you really believe our martial arts group is without powerful members?" That Tayat, inside his defensive barrier, felt a bit cautious. He quickly regained his arrogant demeanor and replied aggressively, "What is your martial arts group? Don't you know yourself? You are forever just fit to be trampled under my feet. You might break one arm of my iron wall, but can you breach the heart of my defense? The protection here is 100 times stronger than your limbs." Bai Jie said nothing, decisively throwing a powerful punch straight at his protective barrier. "What did you just say? I did not hear you clearly. Can you say that again?" The defense of that Tayat was instantly shattered, creating a large hole. He felt a flicker of fear, instinctively stepping back, incredulously exclaiming, "How could this be? Did you use some trick? Are all of you from the martial arts group so disgusting? Do you dare to fight me fairly? Don't use any underhanded tactics." Bai Ji hesitated not at all, her anger flaring as she made a decisive move, punching him painfully in the face. "Our martial arts group has always been above board." After that attack, that Tayat trembled and fell to his knees. His whole beastly body soon shattered into pieces. She ruthlessly unleashed a flurry of brutal punches on him, leaving him unable to resist, only able to groan in pain. Bai Jie slammed him from the air straight down to the ground. The people below saw this and scattered in panic, shouting, "Everyone, get out of the way. Bai Ji and that man have fallen. Be careful not to get hit on the head. Bai Ji is furiously attacking that guy. Everyone, do not run too fast. Then we won't be able to see anything." The crowd cheered, and a brother ahead said reasonably, "We need to find a good spot, a good angle to cheer for Bai Ji." "Goat. The senior is right. Very well done. Bai Ji. Beat him to death for daring to act tough in our martial arts group." In a surge of rage, she relentlessly threw powerful punches down on him. "You come to Tengji to show off, to seek death, to cause trouble with our students, to conspire with people from our school." Suddenly, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. Butch Keat turned around, her eyes like two flames about to explode as she yelled, "Daring to advise me now? Do you believe I will hit you?" The person remained calm, coldly soothing her. "Stop it. We need to keep someone alive. Otherwise, we want to have a witness against him." She ignored those words and lost control, shouting loudly, "I love fighting. And you dare to stop me? I will knock you out." Haidu Dong grabbed her wrist, reminding her firmly, "Calm down. My student is hurt. I am angry too. But we have something more important to deal with." Butchkit suddenly called out, "Haiyu Dong." She gradually regained her composure, and the fire around her abruptly faded. "I understand now. We can let that jerk continue causing trouble at Tung Dei. It is more important to get rid of that scoundrel than to fight him." Hu Deng smiled gently and said softly, "That is good to know." Butchkit nodded shyly, blushing as she turned away. Thinking quickly, Hu Dekung smiled at her. Hu Neng actually smiled at her. "Oh my. So happy." The teacher carefully advised her to take him away. "Now we are going to the principal to explain everything." He carried the name Thet tight on his shoulder and hurriedly complied. The three then left. The crowd of students had been surrounding them this whole time. Hu Duong turned around, smiled faintly, and gave a thumbs up to encourage everyone. Seeing this, everyone felt shy and blushed, their hearts blooming with happiness. "Is teacher to praising me? Is teacher Hu Duong affirming my actions? It seems teacher Ta has recognized me. He has seen all my expressions." Lam Tiu suddenly pointed and shouted loudly, "There is still unfinished business. There are 3 more over there." Under the cold gaze of everyone, and Jia Tuan felt frightened and rushed to explain, "I do not know anything. It is all Thet Tight's doing. It has nothing to do with me. You great heroes have your own grievances." Lu Zhan, Bai Don, and Tong Ai Nekik stepped forward, cracking their knuckles, their faces darkening. revealing a sly smile. When we first got here, you did not say that. I heard you wanted to kill us. And you even said you would make our Ting clan disappear from the martial arts convention. Now it is your turn. Everyone rushed in to beat up Jia Chuan and the other two. On another side, Tiu Nai Nahiathan worriedly grabbed his arm and asked Han. Lam Tiu. Be careful. Do not get hurt. It is nothing. You will recover quickly from this little wound. Howie Than turned and said, so what do we do now? Do we want to go see the Tooth That Tight and the super dog fighting? Kahoatra smirked and cheerfully said. Why bother? Their fate is sealed. There is a bigger arena waiting for us now. The two girls were left astonished and confused. He exclaimed as everyone looked up at a plane slowly flying in, dropping a large red banner. It contained the announcement. On the 1st of the month, the National Martial Arts Convention officially begins. The champion of the National Martial Arts Convention will personally oversee the event to intimidate everyone. Lam Tiu clenched his fists, his face excited, and loudly declared, our era has just begun.